Once again, the Minimax class joining this event for the first time in 2016. Jaden Els from South Africa was the inaugural champion. Marcos Aman from France won in 2017. Farin Mega from Germany won last year in Brazil. "29 nations represented. For the first time, the fluoro yellow of the Comp Kart chassis represented here at the Grand Finals. So, already 6.5 minutes remaining, so the green flag waving, drivers completing their outlap and going on to their first flying lap of this 1547 metre circuit. Looking at flashing across the screen, the Minimax karts, they have got the 3-digit numbers beginning in 1. There's the number 125 kart on your screens, Carol Schultz from France. The number 102, that is Georgi Abu Sheikbek or Sheibek from Russia. And hard on the brakes for turn number 2. Now the Minimax drivers, a little bit more spread out than the Micromax drivers. The draft and the slipstream is still very important, as you're watching number 131. That is Javier Suarez from Chile, Santiago-based driver, going through turn number 8 now. And there on your screen, very briefly, is the Belgian driver Jasper Leinartz, who finished 28th in this event a year ago. There are several drivers in this class that have got experience in this event before, both either last year in Minimax or Micromax, or in years previously. In fact, I'm thinking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14 of the 36 drivers are veterans of this event, if you can call 11, 12 and 13-year-olds veterans, but they have experience of this event. There's the number 114 kart going across your screen. That's Alvar Simisvara. He was a Micromax driver a year ago. The number 132 is Troy Snyman from South Africa. And number 122 kart. Now this is jockeying for position there. That was Sebastian Manson in kart 104. Oh, and a spin on the outside there for Luigi Galina de Lazza from Brazil. And Galazza just missing his braking point going into turn number 2. The moment it's Costa Toparis, the Australian driver who finished 5th in this event a year ago in Minimax. He leads the way, but Toparis now gets shuffled back to 2nd position. By Raphael Renhofer, the Austrian driver in kart number 115. So it's Renhofer to Paris, and then Sebastian Manson in 3rd. To Paris retakes 2nd place. Troy Snyman from South Africa moves up to 3rd position. Manson back to 4th, and then I believe that is Jolan Rackmeyer from France, who is now 5th. In 6th position, that's Alex Shelton, the Latvian driver in kart number 106, who has just slipped back to 8th place. Pietro Ponce from Italy, the Italian driver, up into 7th. But it is Renhofer, the Austrian driver, the Speed World Academy entered driver, leading the way. Costa de Paris from Australia, 2nd. Snyman 3rd. 4th is now Simon Christiansen. Well, Simon Christiansen, he's got Mads Thompson mechanicking for him this week. Mads, a former podium finisher for Denmark in the DD2 class in this event. But to Paris leading the way, just 2 3/4 minutes remaining. To Paris now getting shuffled back to 2nd place. Good lap being put in there by George Kafanataris from Greece. So driver number 110, George Kafanataris, briefly goes to the top of the charts in kart 110, but he is quickly deposed karts, the track getting quicker and quicker and quicker. That's Jaden Tien. So Jaden Tien from the Netherlands, the Soestenen-based driver. He won the Rotax Festival this year and gained his ticket through the Rotax Festival in Austria earlier this year. So Jaden Tien leads the way in kart number 127. On your screens at the moment, you're looking at number 108. That's Costa to Paris. Going across your screens to Paris, back to the top of the charts. Alexander Shelton in kart number 106 comes out of turn number 1. He leads, I think that is Harry Hannum behind him in second position. On the track, Harry Hannum, the Dubai-based driver, is not in the top 20 at the moment. Side by side with 1 minute 19 seconds to go. And Shelton at the moment 8th fastest. So 1 minute to go, and it is the kart of, well, Andy Rattel, who now goes quickest. So Andy Rattel in kart number 128 is leading the way. 30 seconds left on the clock. Out of turn number 1. Number 134 on your screens. That's the British entry, Callum Voisin. And Callum just outside the top 20 at the moment. It's still Andy Rattel, not on a particularly quick lap at the moment. As you can see, the checkered flag about to wave. Rattel at the moment is fastest, but driver still on quick laps. And looking at there, purple middle sector for for Paul Alberto. You can see there Alberto at the moment 5th. Alberto at the moment is 5th, but will he improve? Comes across the line. No, he doesn't. A slow first sector and a slow final sector. So it's still Andy Rattel who is provisionally on top spot. And looking down, I can't see anybody else that's going to beat Rattel. As things stand, Rattel to Paris. And then looks like it could be the Austrian driver in 3rd place. But we'll see as the drivers now head back into the pit lane area. Andy Rattel, the 12-year-old French Cup winner this year, provisionally on top spot. Now, Christian Yanev, we didn't see the Australian driver Yanev going out in that one, so 35 drivers old. Hopefully Christian is okay. And there's a view as the drivers come back underneath the holding area. And there's the number 122. That's a very distinctive Brazilian race suit. That's Luigi Galina de Lazzo. We saw have a brief spin. He did make it round to turn to the circuit. There's number 115 kart. That is Raphael Renhofer. Renhofer, the Speed World Academy entered driver, and instantly the drivers go over there. They got their mechanics on the other side of that gate to chat to see how they did. And number 129, well, Paul Alberto, he'll be quite pleased with his performance. He's up in the top 10. Of course, all this is provisional. You have to wait and see for the technical team to make sure that everything is legal. So the provisional qualifying results in Minimax. Andy Rattel from France, 105.241 seconds, 0.03 of a second faster than Australia's Costa to Paris. Raphael Renhofer from Austria is 3rd quickest. Then Jaden Tien from the Netherlands. Paul Alberto and Jolan Rackmeyer fifth and 6th. So 3 French drivers in the top 6. George Kafantaris from Greece, 7th fastest. Simon Christiansen from Denmark is 8th. And Adrian Malheiro, Adrian, who has been part of this event since 2014, he is 9th fastest. Shota Fuji, who had a birthday here earlier this week on Sunday, he rounds out the top 10 ahead of Edwin Knesser from the Lebanon. Good performance from the Lebanese driver Edwin Knesser. Then it's Georgi Abu Sheibek from Russia, Alexander Shelton from Latvia, Troy Snyman from South Africa, Harry Hannum, top 6 in this event 1 year ago. He is 50th fastest ahead of Sebastian Manson. Kieran Hartley. Then rounding out the top 20, Kasper Torobojski from Poland. Menjit Kroza from Hungary is next. Then Martin Janowskis, Karol Schultz, João Oliveira, Callum Voisin finishes 25th. Jasper Leinitz is 26th, then Cameron Weinberg, Alvar Simisvaara from Finland, Philippe Lacca from Switzerland, then it is Santiago Biaggi, Luigi Di Lazzaro, Javier Suarez, Juan Felipe Ardilla, Paolo Milan, and rounding out the 35 drivers that did take the circuit, that is Alex McPherson-Wyman from the United States. Sadly, we didn't see Christian Yanev from Australia. I'm just looking out of the window. The recovery vehicle is heading out onto the circuit, so maybe Christian made it out but didn't complete a lap. But provisionally, that is your Minimax qualifying session. So now we look ahead to Junior Rotax. And Junior Rotax, the 72 drivers rather, have been split into 2 groups of 36. The odd numbers and the even numbered drivers. Junior Rotax has been part of this event since 2003. And so the even numbered drivers will be going out after this. So this is the Praga KART supported Junior Rotax class. Green flag has waved so that just a few moments left now. So the last members of the media are removed from the grid. 8 minutes, and of course the times are then combined between the 2 sessions. So we'll see who are going to be the early front runners in Junior. We have 45 nations represented in this class. The Netherlands are the biggest represented. They have 4 drivers, 3 drivers from the United States, 3 drivers from Poland, 3 drivers from Sweden, Austria, Argentina, Italy. As the clock has already begun, now we have drivers. Oh, and nearly a spin coming out of the pit lane area there. There's no, drivers don't have to go out. There's our camera cart. A view right from the front of the NASA panel. That's Connor Zilish, who is our camera cart in juniors, the American driver from Charlotte, North Carolina. Zilish now leads us out of the dummy grid onto the circuit. These great onboard images from KART-DATA. So Zilish will get his tyres up to speed. You can see the drivers weaving back and forth. Brand new tyres, brand new Mojo D5 tyres for the drivers in timed qualifying, and they will get those tyres warmed up. Now, there are still a couple of drivers down here on the dummy grid, but most of the drivers have gone out, are on their rolling lap. 1 or 2 drivers, maybe those not expected to feature too prominently at the front of the field. They are the ones who've gone out early. Rasmus Andersen from Denmark in kart number 235 is the first driver to complete what is not a flying lap, it's an out lap. Frank Escher goes out, and the Paraguayan driver, he picks up top spot very briefly. But now we'll see the drivers will do a rolling lap, maybe one warm-up lap after that, and it's their third lap on the circuit, which is the really, really fast ones, because you've got to try and make sure that you get your tyres right. The tyres have got the most grip when they're brand new, so you have to make sure that they've got a maximum of 4 laps to make it count. If you don't do well in qualifying, you could end up starting your heats outside the top 30, and in an event of this calibre, you need to be starting in the front 5 or 6 rows, realistically, to have a chance of victory. Now, they're on board with Zilic, coming up behind the number 245 kart of Martinas Morkis from Lithuania. Down the straight towards turn number 8 we go, and it is... We'll get some timing screens up here and we'll be able to tell you who is the quickest at the moment. But a lot of the drivers still bringing themselves up to speed. You can start to see now Luka Bogdanovic has done a good middle sector. There is the names changing second after second here at the minute. There's Van Dijk and Van Ruijten, the two Dutch Dannies. At the moment, that would be, in this session, Danny Van Ruijten, who is the quickest in kart number 253. Danny Van Dijk will be going out in the next session, but Danny Van Ruijten is quickest at the moment. Ollie Pilka from Poland is the second fastest driver at the moment in kart number 213. Mike van Vught, another Dutch driver, also up into the top 4. Chris Hannon goes 5th fastest. Luka Bogdanovic, and he's one of the Portuguese drivers, I believe, up into 2nd place. But once again, Van Vught. And now the circuit gets very, very crowded indeed. Drivers jockeying for position through turns 3, through turns 4. There's, you see it on your screen there, that's a Mexican driver just running a little bit wide out of turn number 5 there, coming into turn number 7. That's number 233 going across your screens very briefly. Finland's Aleksi Jalava. And Aleksi Jalava down in 19th place at the moment. There's number 253 making a move. Oh, and they're nearly 3 wide into turn number 9. That is not going to help anybody do a fast lap time. We're down to 2 minutes to go already, and 2 minutes to go, and those drivers have had that lap ruined. And you can see now the problem with drivers trying to jockey for position, and of course if you try and make a passing manoeuvre you get knocked offline. There's 253 on your screen still. That is Danny Van Ruijten. Ollie Pilka now goes quickest. Van Ruijten, I believe, is 2nd fastest. Pilka in kart number 213 is leading the way at the moment. Pilka just starting out on the first sector of the lap, but it's Van Ruijten, and he's stuck right in a big thicket of karts. Eric Alanis Bosch in kart number 203 also in this group on your screens now, and Pilka still leading the way. Van Ruijten 2nd, Hanen is 3rd, but all it takes, Mike van Vught is, I believe, the driver now in 2nd place. So Van Vught on a good lap. Van Vught is quicker than Van Ruijten. What can Mike van Vught do as he comes through the final sector? Less than a minute to go. There's that big bunch of karts, number 227. The Australian driver Luke Pink there getting run a little bit wide. Pilka at a 60.21 second lap at the moment. Van Vught is 2nd. Akil Alibai, the South African driver, 7th fastest at the moment. Pilka, Van Vught, Hanen, the top 3. And, well, Van Voogt's done very good through the first sector. Purple sector 1 for Mike Van Voogd. Can he maintain that speed through sector number 2? It's still Ollie Pilker hanging on to provisional top spot in the first session for junior drivers. Pilker's not on a quick lap. There goes the checkered flag. Oh, and a Gallic shrug there for number 241. That was Viggo Hovard. Obviously not very happy. And Pilker, Van Voogd, the top 2 at the moment. There is Connor Zilisch, and Zilisch 14th at the moment. He's chasing the number 231 kart of Lucas Bodanovic, and he's giving Lucas a little bit of a bump draft. That's okay, he's just trying to help Lucas along. He now dives to the inside. Can Connor Zilisch, well, you can see 14th in the running order at the moment. He's a personal best first sector, but is Bodanovic holding him up? Bodanovic is 17th fast at the moment, and in fact, yeah, this lap is going away from Connor Zilisch. Not good through the middle sector. What can we do into the final corner? Bodanovic peels off. Can Connor Zilisch improve on 14th place? No, he can't. So, Ollie Pilker, provisionally fastest in this, the first qualifying group for junior Rotax. Of course, there are now 36 drivers in the second group sitting and waiting on the dummy grid to see if they can beat Pilker's time. The driver, well, the driver who is the fastest combined from the 2 sessions will take outright pole position and will start each one of his or her 3 heat races from pole position. Only the driver in each class that is outright fastest of all is guaranteed to start each one of their 3 heat races from pole. And there is the view down into the holding area as the first group of junior drivers comes in. And you can see the drivers instantly out of the karts. They're looking to chat to each other. Oh, you messed up my lap, or why did you slow down there? They'll discuss this, but they all look over then to their mechanics, their dads, their parents, their mechanics on the other side. There is the young Finnish driver. That is number 2. That is Alexi Jalava, just standing just in front of the Belgian driver Tom Reinartz, and yeah, having a chat to each other. Oh, and his countryman comes over now. They're going to say, well, what went wrong there? How do you think you did? This is the conversation in Finnish. Well, I couldn't quite get there. That's Miska Kaskinen as well, just giving Alexi a thumbs up. But as we watch on your screens, the drivers go through the technical checks. In a few moments' time, we'll be back with the second group of junior drivers. So there's a review of the top 18 in the first group of junior drivers. Ollie Pilker, Mike Van Voogd, Mika Kaskinen, Chris Hannon, Tom Reinhardt as the top 5. Danny Van Ruijten, Alexander Abkazava, the Georgian driver. Only one driver representing Georgia here this year. He finishes 7th in that session. Noam Abramsic from France is 8th. Akil Alibai 9th, and Sasha Majwe from France rounds out the top 10 ahead of Luca Mars, Lucas da Silva Mendes, then Filip Jenic, Lucas Bjork, Connor Zilisch, 15th fastest in that session. Our camera cart, Theo Blin and Enzo Calderas are 16th and 17th. They're two very late entries, the two French drivers. Luka Bogdanovic from Argentina rounds out the top 18. Luke Pink and Geronimo Barrio from Colombia complete the top 20. Lukas Srebinskas, Germany, is 21st. Then Gustav Wisniewski, Khaled Ray Saab, Alexei Alava, and Spain's Eric Alanis round out the top 25. And look at that, 26 drivers separated by less than half a second. The top 31 separated by just 1 second. Problems for Alejandro Milan, but everybody else within 2 seconds of the leaders. Frank Escher from Paraguay, Yunho Yang from South Korea, down towards the back of the field, along with our Chinese driver Zunhan Chen and our Taiwanese driver Yan Chen Cho. But 36 more drivers, the even-numbered junior drivers, were all now aiming for Ollie Pilker's Session 1 leading time. So, the second junior Rotax qualifying session has begun. Not everybody taking advantage of the track time available to them. Several drivers have gone out. And we now wait for someone. You can see the drivers, you can see there Charlie Wirtz looking over the shoulder of the drivers in front of him, and number 236, of course, the son of former Formula 1 driver Alex Wirtz, the grandson of European Rallycross champion Franz Wirtz. But now, look at that. The usual thing happens. A couple of the really fast drivers decide to go out, and suddenly everybody thinks, right, I want to follow that driver, let's go. And you've got 25 karts all heading out together, tripping over one another. And now, with 5.5 minutes to go, not many laps. So I mean about tyre wear. They'll take a lap to bring their tyres up to temperature. You can see them weaving about, getting those Mojo tyres up to temperature. And then 2-3 laps while the grip is at the absolute premium to put in their fast laps. There goes number 234 across the front of your screen. That is the British driver Tom Adams. And down towards turn number 8 go the drivers. Again, apologies for those watching back home. There's no timing screens up here in the commentary box, so telling you who exactly is where is I won't say guesswork, but it's educated guesses. But the Italian crew here at the circuit are working hard to get various screens up and running for us here. Now down towards turn number 2, kart 240 pulls out. Marcel Cermax pulls out to try and make a move to get to the inside, and you can see too wide coming out of turn 2 there, and already halfway through this session. It's Brian Queveda who is briefly fastest of all, and Gregorio Bertoccio in kart 270 is second quickest, although those will change very quickly. So Brian Quevedo, kart number 238, the Argentine driver, then Lucio Bertoccio, the top 2 at the moment, although you can see there purple sectors going in, and that I think is Bekonyeva, one of the Czech drivers briefly going fastest. Charlie Wirtz now moves up. So, and somebody running wide there coming out of turn number 2. Charlie Wirtz quickest at the moment. And of course, that driver now comes back on track. Couldn't quite see who that was. Dark coloured race suit. May have been one of the Latvia drivers. We'll get a little look there. Could have been driver number 250 running off there. That was Sami Joe Abinakle from Lebanon. That would explain the colour of the race suit. But it's Charlie Wirtz who is fastest in this session at the moment. And a spin down at turn number 8. That I think is KART 226, Bo Princetti. Sorry, Bo Pronesti rather. KART 226 going for a quick spin. There's Marcel Surmax in KART 240. He starts a flying lap. Hugh Barter, another of the Australian drivers, 222. Hugh Barter is quickest in this session at the moment. 8th as a Minimax driver 2 years ago. The youngster from Melbourne, 2nd in the Aussie Nationals this year. Hugh Barter currently leads, and you can see the Australians very bright liveried, the traditional Australian green and yellow. Down the straight into turn number. There's Charlie Wirtz on your screen. Wirtz is now down in 7th place, and looks like it's Clay Osborne. Clay Osborne, KART 206, the New Zealander. He goes now to the top of the chart. So it's an Antipodean 1-2. Osborne from New Zealand, Barter from Australia. Then it is that one of the Brazilian drivers, Dozov, in 3rd place very briefly. Times changing all the time. Osborne on another fast lap in KART number 206. Try and keep a lookout for the all black race suits, the black and white, the Team Kiwi driver. There is going through your screen one of the New Zealanders. There are several in this class. There's 30 seconds to go. Osborne, Barter, the top 2. And that's not good. Into the final corner, side by side. And that is one of the Swedish drivers getting forced out wide. Wasn't Viggo Hovard, I think that was Vilgot Edqvist getting shuffled wide, and Edqvist there on the outside line. So this is the final flying lap now for the drivers you're watching on screen. This is the final flying lap, and they're side by side. You've got a big group of about a dozen drivers all trying to sort themselves out, going through the first sector. Now the fast drivers are in this group. Have they just messed up their final flying lap? It is Osborne. Wirtz now 2nd. Charlie Wirtz into P2. Barter down to 3rd. The clock strikes 0. The checkered flag waves. Osborne, Wirtz, and neither of those two drivers are on a good lap. I think the action that we saw on the run down towards turn 2 with drivers side by side, that has cost a lot of the fast runners their shot at a potential pole position. You can see them cross the line. There's number 272, Luca Zambolini, looking over his shoulder. Zambolini not in the top 20. He is looking over his shoulder. That is it, and it is Clay Osborne from New Zealand who goes fastest in the second group. I can't tell you if he beats Ollie Pilker's time from session number 1. So into the pits come the second group of junior drivers with the number 206 kart, 14-year-old Clay Osborne from New Zealand, provisionally top, and you can see the drivers there looking up the signal. There's a Charlie Wirtz in kart number 236. He finished 10th as a Minimax driver 1 year ago, and you can see it's on the top of the screen there, his mum and dad in the red shirts and white caps signalling to him. And yeah, now Alex Wirtz has been called into mechanicking duty because Charlie's mechanic yesterday suffered a bit of a back problem, and that is Alex is gone from Formula 1 driver to go-kart mechanic in the space of very short time. Looking down there, there's the number 205 kart. So we've still got some drivers from the first group. There's Luca Mars in kart 205, 6th a year ago. Also competed here at Sarno in 2016 as a Minimax driver. Luca Mars from Sewickley. He got his ticket in the Stars and Stripes event at Pittsburgh. But here's the provisional results coming up shortly. Clay Osborne, 60.311 seconds, 600ths of a second faster than Charlie Wirtz from Austria. Australia's Hugh Barter is third. Shu Dozono from Japan in kart number 208. Very impressive. And from Hitoshi Sakai, his countryman, in kart number 212. They round out the top 5. Sami Joe Abi Nakle, Lebanese driver, top 6. Ahead of Jason Leung. This is Jason's 3rd time here. Now, Ollie Pilker, looking at Pilker there, 8th fastest overall, and that was the fastest of the odd-numbered drivers. So the top 7 overall from that second session. Mike van Voogd, 9th fastest. Mika Kaskinen, 10th fastest. So the top 3 from the first group of junior drivers, 8th, 9th and 10th overall. Chris Hannan, 11th overall. Thomas Dolsomanis from Latvia, 12th overall. Tom Reinertz from Belgium, 13th. Troy Dolinczek from South Africa is 14th. And Danny van Ruyten, the Dutch driver who finished 2nd as a Minimax driver in Brazil last year, he is 15th overall. Georgia's Alexander Abkazava is 16th. Andrea Peduccia from Italy, the leading Italian driver, 17th overall. And rounding up the top 18, Noam Abramsic from France. Less than 0.4 of a second separating the top 18. Bo Pronesti from Australia, Marcel Cermax from Poland, Tim Meltzer. Great result from Tim Meltzer, the Romanian driver. Tim is participating in his 3rd Grand Finals and 21st over, ahead of Fedor Bikonya, Akil Alibai, Aliska Babakova, the fastest young lady in the junior class. In fact, the only young lady in the junior class. She is in the top 25. But without further ado, we now move on to senior Rotax qualifying. Once again, the drivers split into 2 groups of 36. The odd-numbered drivers going out first. All 72 senior drivers on the Sodi kart chassis. And this is the original Grand Finals class. It's the only class that has been run in every edition of the Grand Finals so far, starting in the year 2000 in Puerto Rico. Since then, this event has been to Malaysia, South Africa, to Egypt, to Spain, to Portugal, to the United Arab Emirates, to Italy several times, to the United States, also to Brazil. And even though the clock has begun, like we saw in juniors, only a few drivers heading out onto the circuit straight away. Again, not necessarily the drivers that will feature at the sharp end of the grid. A few more now coming out on your screen. You can see karts leaving the circuit, heading out onto track, and now they'll wait. There's a couple of fast guys and girls, and suddenly everybody wants to join the fun. Now that we've left the dummy grid, the next order of business is finding out who we're going to play with on the track. Drivers looking over their shoulders, trying to find their drafting partners. And of course, the karts that went out very early are now on their first flying lap, and they're coming across all these other drivers that are on their out lap, warming their tyres up. Going across the front of your screen there, look like number 369, Clayton Ravenscroft from Southampton in the United Kingdom. Clayton last appeared in this event as a junior back in 2017, and, well, one of the fastest drivers all event, had a problem in the pre-final, didn't even make the final. So he is out to get a little bit of redemption, I believe. And of course, during practice, he has been one of the fastest, so everybody wants to try and follow him. And look at that, 30, well, and now Clayton Ravenscroft, you can see now peels off. He goes, I don't want to be the one that tows everybody else around. So some of those drivers that were on their first flying lap have now had that lap spoiled, because Clayton doesn't want to be the Pied Piper leading everyone around, because he wants to be in the slipstream as much as anybody else. It's a real game of cat and mouse. So early front runners. Geordie Westerlaken in kart number 351. I think that is Geordie in second place. And in the 357, Marco Canillas from Paraguay, briefly up into third position. Travis Wiley was top of the charts, but the order changing second by second. Elia Galvanin from Italy in kart number 371. Elia Galvanin is another bit. He has been very, very impressive. I think we're going to try and pick up Elia. He's going through the first couple of sectors, the first sector now. 59.59 seconds for Elia in kart number 371. There's number 317 going through your screen there. That's Shahan Ali Moshin from India. Very bright orange race suits for the Indian team this year. Shahan Ali Moshin, a 4 times champion in his native India. First time competing here in the grand finals, and it's been a bit of a cultural eye-opening. The level of racing here is second to none in the world, but it's still Galvanin who's fastest of all. In fact, though, Shahan Moshin second quickest at the moment. So the young Indian driver from Agra near the Taj Mahal. Well, this is his temple for the next 4 days. Galvanin goes back to the top. Moshin though on a quick lap. Green first sector for driver number 317. That green first sector means it's the fastest that he has gone. It's not the fastest of the session so far, but it is his personal best lap. Not a good middle sector. A white middle sector means not a personal best. So this lap is going to go away, and I think that's Vincent France, the German driver, Vincent France, in kart number 323, that has gone second quickest. Vincent France on the first sector now, and you can see on your screens that you can see Galvanin, Moshin are running a little bit behind Vincent France on track, but Galvanin and Moshin are together on the circuit. They're almost neck and neck, so we try and pick them out. They flash through turn number 4. There's the number 353 kart going through. That is Gustavo Suarez from Chile, and Gustavo Suarez is not featuring in the top 20 at the moment. But there's number 343. That's Mohamed Matar on your screen briefly. Mohamed Matar is 50. It's the Bahrainian driver. But it's Galvanin quickest, and up into third place goes the number 345, Guillaume Tréliard. Guillaume Tréliard up into third place, the Frenchman in kart number 345, the French champion this year. Still Elia Galvanin, 30 seconds to go. Number 371, Elia Galvanin. There's number 305, New Zealander Michael McCulloch. Going through your screen, McCulloch not featuring in the top 20 at the moment. Suarez moves into 20th. It's Galvanin, France. And then Tréliard, the top three. And I think that may be how we're going to finish, because the checkered flag waves and none of the front runners are on a particularly good lap at the moment. Moshin still sixth, hand in the air for number 355. That is Daniel Vasile, the Romanian driver, just signalling to everyone behind that he is slowing down. But Elia Galvanin, Vincent France, Guillaume Tréliard, and the top three. Trying to see who that is in fourth position. It is difficult without the assistance of a timing monitor to tell you who is where, so you have to please bear with us, and apologies for those of you trying to cut. It's actually Vasile who is fourth. Great drive from the Romanian. So Vasile is up into fourth. Paul Fouquemin from France is fifth, and then Moshin from India. Rounding out the top six, Clayton Ravenscroft seventh, and well, great result there for a couple of surprise packages. And that is what happens in a qualifying session that is so short, and with so many drivers trying to play cat and mouse, that some of the pre-race favourites get horribly delayed and caught up, and it is left to the drivers that aren't necessarily some of your more fancied runners, but they just get out there, they get on with it, they find a good drafting partner, and they end up far further forward in the running order than they would have imagined possible coming into this event. They're standing up in the Elia Galvanin, you can see him with the green, the red, the white. He just gives his thumbs up. He's just been told you were fast in that group, and you can see, yes, a fist pump in the air. Look at that, he's still punching it. He's happy with that. He's had Filippo Laghi helping him this week. Filippo's going to be joining us in the commentary box during the course of the week. Multiple Italian champion, has recently retired from full-time driving, going into driver coaching, as we look at the provisional first set of results from senior Rotax. Elia Galvanin fastest, 59.588 seconds, just under a tenth quicker than Vincent France from Germany. Guillaume Tréliard from France is third, and Daniel Vasile from Romania. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the best performance by a Romanian driver in the history of this championship. Paul Fouquemin from France finishes fifth. Shahan Ali Moshin from India, sixth fastest, ahead of Clayton Ravenscroft, Matteo Richter from the Czech Republic, then Brodie Whitmore from Australia, Jace Denmark Gessel from the United States, and rounding out the top 12 from Greece, Andris Devazoglu, and from Belgium, Roy Kerfs. Rhys Hunter is next, the older of the two Hunter brothers racing. Then Michael McCulloch, Tita Schmiedley, Axel Charpentier, Mads Rees, and Francisco Perez. Just outside the top 18, and again half a second separating the top 18, Jan Matias from the Czech Republic, Matija Jurisic from Croatia, then it is Gustavo Suarez, Charles Michael Visser, Georgi Krasko, Kailua Luo from China, then Patrick Rundqvist, Marco Canillas from Paraguay, Luna Blom, the young lady from the Netherlands, 27th fastest, Travis Wiley, and from Norway, Tobias Verlo. Rounding out the top 30, Jordi Vesterlaken, followed by Thanakrat Mithuvikorn, the Thai driver, ahead of Jakub Kolasa, Mohamed Mata, Mauricio Herrera, Chan Kok Lee, and rounding out the runners in 36th position from Colombia is Gustavo Gomez. But the top 35 in that session, separated by less than 1.5 seconds, that is parity for you. Now, we do have the slight issue of trying to get all these drivers off the escape road into the holding area, to get them weighed, to get their fuel tanks off, to get their tyres taken off, because every driver has their own tyre spike where their tyres go. They have their own fuel rack where their fuel tank goes. They've got to go and tell Peter in their fueling bay where they want their fuel tank filled up to. He will do that, and Peter, one of the many, many hard-working Rotax officials here, he spends his entire week just pouring petrol in and out of petrol tanks. That is a brutally hard job, because you are inhaling fumes every day, all day. So, the second group of senior Rotax drivers sitting and waiting to head out onto the circuit very shortly. In fact, the session has already begun, but nobody wants to be first man out. Somebody, though, has to take the plunge. Who will it be? But at the moment, 36 Sodi carts, 36 drivers sit on the grid watching their rivals to see who will blink first. We've already seen what this tactic can do. This tactic can result in some big, big surprises. So there's going to be 1 or 2 drivers down there thinking, do you know what? If Team India, Team Romania can get in the top 5 or 6 in their session, well, I've got every chance in the world. Our camera cart there, this session. So these are the even-numbered senior Rotax drivers. Ilham Brusniels, or Bruinshiels, from Belgium, will be our camera cart, and Ilhan is in kart 308, the 16-year-old driver who won the Euro Trophy this year at Le Mans, which is one of the big Rotax run qualifying events. Well, we're 2 minutes in. As you can see, the drivers, they're just looking down. There's number 302. That's Maxim Turiev with the Ayrton Senna crash helmet on. And they're waiting for somebody to go. They all know they want to draft with somebody. The 306 is there. That is Yuga Futanari. And here we go. Now the gold rush starts. Everyone following. Oh, and there's a bit of a traffic jam. They all managed to get themselves sorted out. Well, I hope for these drivers' sake that they have picked the right tactic, because 5.5 minutes to go. It's going to take them over a minute to get their tyres up to temperature. I mean, it's about a 1 minute lap here at Sarno, so that's going to be 4.5 minutes. So they're going to have at most 3 flying laps. Some of them might squeeze in a 4th flying lap, but of course, that goes to without saying that it may not be enough to get the tyres up to temperature, to find the drafting partner, and then to find some clear track, and hope that you don't come across somebody dawdling along. We shall wait and see. This is going to be a very, very intense 4.5 minutes. Do our best to keep you up to date with who is where. And already you can see drivers side by side going through turn number 12 there, and gesticulations, hands in the air. That's number 338. That was Mario Novak, I think, just pointing out, saying, come on, what's wrong with you? Possibly Oakley Pryor in kart 336 as well, just getting blocked a little bit. And yeah, there's 338 Mario Novak just moving out to almost block Rasmus Friedel. The Austrian driver Novak, who finished on the podium a year ago. Friedel, the Swedish driver, his best finish is the 31st place effort 2 years ago. Well, Novak So the drivers are now finishing their out lap. Here we go, first flying lap through turn number 1. See drivers tucked in underneath each other, crouching down behind the NASA panel to try and create maximum aerodynamic efficiency. Looks like Xander Prispilak. Cody Gillis, second fast at the moment. Good to see Cody back, the Australian driver, driving kart number 322. Cody, the 2017 DD2 Grand Finals champion. So, Gillis, Teresa Babikova, the elder of the two Babikova sisters. We've seen Aliska in juniors, now Teresa, older sister, in seniors. But it's now I think that is Ryan Norberg in kart number 304, the 20-year-old driver from Orlando, Florida, at the top of the charts. The J3 competition entered driver 304. Looking on your screens there, going through turn number 8, that hard right, then a left flick on the exit. But it's Ryan Norberg, quickest of all at the moment. And there is Norberg having to make a move up the inside, so Norberg loses time on this lap. However, 90 seconds to go. We now have Norberg, Oakley Pryor, runner-up in this year's British Championship. He is in the second place. I think that is Axel Sarnyala in kart 332. The Finnish driver is third. So it's Norberg, Pryor, Sarnyala at the moment. Then Yuga Furutani from Japan is fourth. Cody Gillith is fifth. Babikova, seventh fastest as things stand, but it is Ryan Norberg. That one lap, he's not improved. He's got a minute to go now, less than a minute to go. Norberg, Pryor, Sarnyala and Furutani, good first sexers. They're third and fourth at the moment. Can they maintain that? This will be the final flying lap for the drivers now. Gillis is fifth. Cody Gillis trying to take his second Grand Finals title, his first in a senior class. But Ryan Norberg, last time Ryan Norberg was in the Grand Finals was as a junior back in 2014. He didn't make it out of the pre-final that year. Can he steal a march here? At the moment, it's looking good. He comes out of turn number 8 up towards turn number 9. Checkered flag is out, and nobody looks like they're going to improve. Cesar Gazao has moved into the top 10, 10th fastest for the French driver. Cesar Gazao, who finished 14th as a junior last year, but Ryan Norberg from the United States and Oakley Pryor from Great Britain take the top 2 positions ahead of Axel Sarnyala from Finland, and then Yuga Furutani from Japan. Cody Gillis rounds out the provisional top 5. And once again, we have got several drivers that maybe not predicted to be quite so high up the order, taking advantage of that rather truncated session where everybody played the waiting game and nobody really went out and just got on with it. Oh, there's a little bit of the 3-4-4 cart of Gonzalo Escalera, having a little bit of bumping and barging on the slowing down lap. But of course, we talk about nose cone penalties. Of course, there is a bracket on the nose cones of these carts. If the nose cone comes into hard contact with the driver in front, the bracket drops. And if the nose cone bracket drops, it is a penalty. It is non-disputable or appealable. So you've got to, quite literally, keep your nose clean as we await confirmation of the final qualifying order. Now, was Ryan Norberg quicker in that session than drivers from session number 1, who will take provisional outright pole position in seniors? Now, we didn't see European champion Tilda Olsen featuring too strongly in that session. She's in kart number 314. And so one of 3 young ladies in this class. And you can see on the screen there already the marbles, the rubber build-up being torn off these tyres. So, provisional overall qualifying results in senior Rotax, and from session number 1, Elia Galvanin from Italy takes the overall pole position ahead of Vincent France from Germany, Ryan Norberg from the United States, Guillaume Tréliard from France is 4th, and then Romania's Daniel Vasile rounds out the top 5. Oakley Pryor is 6th, Paul Fochemin 7th, Axel Sanyala is 8th, Yuga Furutani 9th, and rounding out the top 10 from India, Shahan Ali Moshin. Then it is Clayton Ravenscroft from the UK, Matteo Richter from the Czech Republic, Cody Gillis from Australia, and Alexander Bardas from Italy in 14th place. Best young lady in the qualifying order, Teresa Babikova from the Czech Republic ahead of Malaysia's Amir Harris Jeffrey. Great result for the Malaysian driver. Lockie Robinson 17th for the UAE, and Cesar Gazao from France completes the top 18. 0.4 of a second cover the top 18 drivers. Guillaume de Oliveira from Portugal and Guy Cunnington, the British champion, round out the top 20. Brody Whitmore, Jace Denmark Gessel, Andres Devizoglu and Roy Kerfs from Belgium complete the top 24. 25th fastest overall is Reese Hunter, then Michael McCulloch, Titus Schmiedley, Axel Charpentier, Mads Rees and Francisco Perez from Chile complete the top 30. Then it is Shogo Endo, Jan Matthias and the rest. A very, very tight senior Rotax field. And next up, it is DD2 Masters. On board with Matias Rodriguez from Argentina in kart number 563. Once again, 36 karts in this first session, 36 karts in the second session, and unlike the juniors and seniors, the minute that the green flag waves and the 8-minute countdown begins, the karts are out on circuit, so trying to get as many laps as possible. Now this is the class where it's for 30 drivers aged 32 years and over. There are drivers aged 32 and over in the other class, in the senior class and the DD2 class. But majority of the veterans of the championship are in this event, and including in this event the only driver who competed in the very first Grand Finals back in 2000, Jan Andreasen. Now Jan hasn't competed in all 20. The record holder, currently participating in, I believe, his 14th Grand Finals, is Belgium's Christophe Adams, and we'll see Christophe in kart number 555. But out on circuit, drivers getting their first rolling lap in. Six minutes, 15 seconds to go. Carter Lin, the moment quickest for Taiwan in kart number 567. Jan Andreasen in kart number 521, second quickest. But those are just out laps. The really serious lappery will begin very shortly. Carter Lin, and here we go. It is, I think, Primoz Matelish, Rodrigo Eckholt, James Beecroft, and Frederick Bakert. Kart number 553, the Dutch driver Frederick Beckheit. Nathan Mowell now goes to the top of the chart. 60.473 for Nathan Mowell, the driver from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Anthony Hogg, second quickest. Jari Koivisto, so the times changing constantly throughout this first few minutes. Jari Koivisto, 60.171 seconds in kart number 529. Looking at on board with our camera car, Matias Rodriguez. Matias Rodriguez from Argentina, not yet in the top 20. Dimitris Zervos and Tommy Helfinger. Well, Dimitris Zervos, the first driver to break the 1 minute barrier. 59.876 seconds, and our timing screens have appeared. Better late than never. Zervos, Helfinger, Glauser, Beecroft, the top four at the moment. Jari Koivisto is fifth. Antti Ollikainen, multiple second place finishes for Antti. He now moves into provisional top spot. Halfway through this session now, and Ollikainen with a time of 59.452. Robert Pazewski from Austria, second quickest. Then it's Koivisto. Henry Gruber from Latvia moves into fourth. Nikolas Mazinas now fifth, followed by Eric Kasparovits in sixth. Dimitri Zervos slips back to seventh. Javier Campo in eighth. Tommy Helfinger ninth. But times tumbling down as we move into the second half of this session. Ollikainen on another quick lap. Ollikainen is at 59.4. Now Ollikainen has got to try and hook up a good middle sector, which he doesn't quite manage to do. But can he salvage this? He's just a tenth of a second quicker than Rodrigo Eckholt in kart 557 at the moment. Pazewski is third in kart 451. Primoz Matelish is fourth in kart 547. Pazewski goes quickest in kart number 541. 59.412 seconds. Ollikainen can't respond. There's Ollikainen in kart number 537. Going into turn number 2. Pazewski is a couple of kart lengths behind him. So Pazewski, Ollikainen, Eckholt, Gruber. The lead runners in this, the first qualifying group. And already we can see now fewer and fewer drivers putting in personal best time. But Gruber, the Latvian driver in kart number 559, he's on a good lap, but the middle sector goes away from him ever so slightly. Ollikainen trying now to recover, but it's Pazewski, Ollikainen, Gruber, personal best lap for Gruber, but he stays third. Then it's Rodrigo Eckholt, Eric Kasparovits, the second of the Latvian drivers in the top five. Matelish is sixth. Then it's our camera car, Matias Rodriguez from Argentina, up into seventh, followed by Horacio Torres, Jari Koivisto, and James Beecroft from from the UK, rounding out the top 10. Mykolas Mazinas is 11th. Christoph Adams is 12th. Dimitri Servos 13th. And Igor Mukhin in 14th. And Karl Kleribo rounding out the top 15 at the moment. 90 seconds remaining. Pazewski, Olekainen, Rodriguez and Gruber still your top 5. 1 minute 16 seconds to go. Now the slipstream effect is still quite important in DD2 Masters, but of course these 2-speed gearbox karts less susceptible to slipstreaming than the other classes. You can see that the drivers preferring to find a bit of clean air, clean space. They will follow other drivers to get a good gauge of where the optimum line is, but they don't necessarily tuck up onto the rear bumper of the kart in front. Pazewski still quickest. 20 seconds to go. Olekainen, Rodriguez now up to third. 59.561 for Rodriguez. Very impressive indeed. But as the seconds wind down, not seeing many improvements now on the timing monitors. The checkered flag is out. And, well, Pazewski, Olekainen, Rodriguez, Gruber, Eckholt, Gasparovic, Metelish, Torres, Koivisto and Beecroft. The top 10 as things stand. And I'm looking down here. Well, Kirilo Bilyuk from Poland in kart number 545. He's on a quick lap. He's down in 21st place at the moment, but a personal best first sector. Marwan Nadim from Egypt down in 34th place at the moment. Can Marwan improve that? On that, Javier Campo 18th fastest. He doesn't improve, and in fact Kirilo's lap time in kart 545 goes away. A few more drivers taking the checkered flag, but provisionally the end of the first DD2 Masters qualifying session. It is Robert Pazewski from Austria who is quicker, beating last year's runner-up Antti Olekainen by 0.04 of a second. So we're now looking back down on your timing screen, on your monitors, the live stream, the scene underneath the main grandstand with kart still filtering through, the senior karts still filtering through onto the weighbridge. The first group of DD2 Masters have already gone out, and there'll be a few moments before the second group is out. So we're just over halfway through qualifying this morning, and yes, now it gives me great pleasure to welcome in, just for a few moments, the voice of Rotax, Mr. Ken Walker. Looking at the qualifying results there, Roberto Pazewski, Antti Ollikainen and Matthias Rodriguez, the top three. Ken Walker, welcome back to Sarno. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here. It's been a fantastic event so far, and a great morning of competitive qualifying action.
Has indeed been competitive, hasn't it, Henry? And it's great to be back. Thank you for the warm welcome. You're always very kind to me when I join you in the box. But you know, Henry, I've got to tell our friends listening in right now, you won't be saying it, but I'm going to say it. Folks, believe me, we've had one or two technical issues, and Henry Burdett has been a true professional keeping this broadcast output going. And Henry, I'm going to say to you now, well done, mate, because it's not been difficult. It's rather been like a juggler with three sticks to juggle, with one arm tied behind his back, but you've kept it going.
Thank you
as
very
for
much.
As for what we've seen, really interesting for me, because I'm out of touch with karting. I haven't done anything for the 2 years really since I last worked with you here, and say hi to everyone who's sitting here in. It's really a great place to come, Sarno, no question about it. It's got this lovely setting under the foothill, or within the foothills of Vesuvius, and I'm just trying to rack my old grey cells as to what I do remember about karting when I was doing it a little bit more professionally than I possibly could now. But you know, Antti Ollikainen, you mentioned him. I think you said the current vice champion and a multi podium driver. I have to say, if ever I was to pick a dark horse before I was going to pick a potential winner, I'd put Antti Ollikainen there. Don't ever write him off. He's got that uncanny knack of being just about where he needs to be with 5 laps to go in the final, and suddenly, hey, he's a contender. And just seeing there, qualified second best in this session. Of course, he might be dwarfed by the timings that we're going to have in the one upcoming. Perhaps there's the bigger names in this one, perhaps, but it's all a fresh, a clean sheet, isn't it? Let's just see what happens. But very pleased to be sitting with you, Henry, even though I don't know a lot about karting these days.
I think, Ken, you have forgotten more about karting and this event than I have learnt in all the years I've been doing this. And speaking of Antti Ollikainen, we've had obviously 2 days of practice, and of course every driver has done 7 practice sessions. And I won't give the name away because I wouldn't want to, do that. But I was speaking to one driver after practice yesterday, and I said to the driver in question, "Oh, really good effort. That was top 3 for you." And he went, "Well, yes, I followed Antti." And I said, "Is that the tactic then?" He went, "If I can beat Antti, I can beat anyone." And that's from one of his sort of well-respected rivals, not a newcomer to the championship. It was somebody that has been around the block a few times here in the grand finals, and so that is the level that Antti Ollikainen has got to. A couple of things: he has lost a bit of weight. He said, "I've been training very hard." He has been on the podium 4 of the last 5 years.
Now, how consistent is that?
And that is what you need. And of course, you look at the DD2 Masters class, and there are drivers that qualify every year. You have to earn your ticket. You see some people maybe once, some people a couple of times, and some people, they find ways to qualify year on year on year. We talk about that Christoph Adams now in his, I think it's his 14th consecutive grand finals. Jan Andreasen, he was present at the first one, took some time out in the middle, but there are drivers here that have competed in over half the grand finals. Yeah. They know each other's weaknesses, each other's strengths inside out. In the Masters class, it's Masters in terms of the age of the drivers, but also in terms of the ability of some of these drivers. You are literally watching the best in the world in this particular type of karting, aren't you?
I think so. I do believe it's the best in the world, and I believe it's the greatest strength in depth that you get in international karting. That's no disrespect to other international events, but you can sometimes look at a field in this particular class and say, you know what, any one of the 12 quickest of these could be the champion today. But you put your finger on the button, I think, really, when you say there's some guys who, whether they've been racing regularly all season or just doing enough to get this ticket, suddenly find what it takes when it's Grand Finals weekend.
Yes, as displayed perfectly last year in this class by Cristiano Morgado, who, of course, had won several titles in his first sort of karting career, then had taken some time out through injury, came back, did a little bit of racing last year, but by his own admission wasn't 100%. However, when push came to shove, he found that little bit extra to propel him to victory.
Yeah, he delivered, didn't he? And I guess it's what you would call, as happens in many sports, there's people that are good, there's people that's very good, and there's the elite who just have that almost abstract something else that's there to call on, and Cristiano Morgado I would put in that class. When you say they know each other's strengths and weaknesses, I was talking to Scott Campbell in the paddock, and no doubt you've spoken to him, he may have said something similar, and he was saying, you know, if I'd have known Chris Morgado wasn't going in this, maybe I'd have come back.
yes, indeed. There's a few names, and of course, must prefix this. We had quite a serious accident in this class, DD2 Masters, in practice. Romain Magna and Callum Orr. Romain Magna from France and Callum Orr from New Zealand, who unfortunately both got injured and have had to withdraw from the event, and it meant that one driver moved up, I think the Egyptian driver moved up from DD2 into Masters, but that there was one space left in Masters, and Scott was looking around thinking, says, oh, I didn't bring my kit with me, but maybe, but it wasn't to be. Yes, it's once you're here, you can be, you see lots of drivers, ex-drivers, sort of mechanicking or working in the media now, but once they're here and the engines start going, they all want to get back out on the track as best as possible. But who knows?
A good example of that was when Ben Cooper had retired, and he really had retired, but then he suddenly thought he'd just go and have a bit of fun at Las Vegas after about 4 years retirement, and only just won the event.
Yeah, won the Las Vegas Super Nationals. So, well, we're on track. You can hear by the noise in the background. 2 minutes in to the second half of DD2 Masters qualifying, and drivers on their outlap, 36 drivers in this group, and give the drivers a chance to get their warm-up lap in. There's that one lap of 59.412, which was Robert Pazewski's best effort from session number 1. Already now we're seeing a couple of Argentine drivers, Gaston Ambawade, Gustavo Carrera, already into the 1 minute bracket, a 60.047 for Ambawade. Lots of very familiar names in this session: Jonathan Peterson, Luis Ignacio Valenzuela, Slawomir Moranci, Nicholas Verhoeven, a 59.5, and already, not even halfway through the session, Ken, we're seeing times approaching within a tenth of a second of the first session.
Nick Verheul is an illustration of the point you were saying previously, how guys who are not here all the time, well, it's only once a year, but not racing firmly throughout the year, but suddenly find the capability to be getting just dialed in when they need to be. But of course, second best at the moment is Slawomir Moranski. Been so solid all week. I've been watching him all week, and I don't think he's put in a bad session of the 7 non-qualifying practices. So definitely a strong contender, Slawomir Moranski, 5.46.
And Verheul, the last time Nicholas Verheul qualified for this event, it was here 3 years ago in Sarno. He was a DD2 driver then, and just missed out on a place in the final. But he also, again, a driver that unfinished business in this session. But at the moment, halfway through, it's Verheul, Moranski, Arto Savenius and João Oliveira moving into the top through. Arto Savenius, again, countryman to Antti Ollikainen. And so Finland, very, very strong in this category. The Max Masters class and the DD2 Masters class in Finland and Scandinavia, very strong indeed. And
well, in all of the classes, Henry, because it's almost like a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat. You think you know the top Finnish drivers, and there's a name you've never heard of, and hey presto, he's right at the top. Arto Savenius was unknown to me not too long ago. You mentioned about Antti Ollikainen being there over a long period. You've got other guys who come seemingly from nowhere, and I've often asked myself the question, a nation that can only race karts 7 months a year in the home nation, and they don't have a vast domestic program, and yet they produce year in, year out tremendous drivers. I'm full of awe of the Finnish drivers that we've had in this series and still have. And hey, Arto Savenius just posting what, 59.62 at the moment?
Yes, but significantly, Nicholas Verheuvel's earlier lap, 59.526. Nobody's improved on that in the last 2 minutes, and it's still 1/10 of a second slower than Robert Pazewski's time from session number 1. So what you would normally expect is that the second session quite often is quicker than the first session because that little bit of extra rubber has been laid down. Not proving to be the case right now, although saying Moransky, Chris Walton in 5th, Luis Ignacio Valenzuela in 6th, and Troy Bretherton all just posting their personal best times. A little bit further back, Derek Wang rounding out the top 10, and the second half of the timing screens, a couple of drivers, David Malcolm, Geza Fordor, taking a little bit of time to start to build up. Jonathan Peterson down in 19th place, and Leonardo Nienkotter in 17th. Leonardo, one of the very strong Brazilian contingent, along with Fernando Guzzi, a family affair. Leonardo's son Enzo in this event as a Micromax driver, and I think that Leonardo has been slightly distracted, as one would expect.
Yeah, it's good when you have a family connection, and it's good when they come with a whole family arrangement, if you will. The old original concept of karting, lad and dad, if you will. But it's great when the whole family can be involved with it, and if a couple of people in the same family can get a ticket for the World Challenge Grand Finals. Nick Verheul then still holding that narrow advantage in this session over Arto Savenius. Joao Oliveira third quickest, but as you say, it's the comparison is quite marked between this session and the other session in DD2 Masters. Yeah,
well, Rudy Champion, the French driver in kart number 544, goes 8th fastest, and yeah, no change. But in fact, Champion's the only interloper into the top 10 we've had recently. We're into the final 60 seconds. Verheuvel, Savenius, Oliveira, Moransky, Jared Freeston from Canada. Now, even though this is Jared's first time at the Grand Finals, you mentioned him earlier, Ken, having Scott Campbell here, former double champion at this event, to guide and advise, that's worth several years' worth of experience.
Yeah, yeah. It's a strange thing, isn't it? You've got to have the physical fitness, you've got to have the skill, you've got to have the track awareness, the track craft, and the physical capability, and then there's that abstract little extra bit of what years of experience bring.
Yes, well, we're down into the final 10 seconds, looking at our screens. Karts coming down towards turn number 8. Several drivers already. Jonathan Peterson has already chosen to pit, saving tyres perhaps. But it looks as though that Robert Pazewski's 59.4 second lap from the first session is going to stand firm. None of the drivers still on track as the checkered flag waves. Looks like they're going to improve. And Verheuvel, Savenius, Oliveira, Moransky, your top 5. Further down, Brett Brito from South Africa, a multiple international competitor for South Africa in motocross. This is his first time as representing South Africa on 4 wheels.
Yeah, it's great when you can bring those skills over into a completely different discipline, isn't it? In the British Superkart Championship, the 250cc twin-cylinder machines, Josh Brooks, who is a British Superbike driver and World Superbike rider, decided for well, I think somebody said he'd have a bet with him. Would you be able to ride these? And he said, as Aussies would. Yeah, I'll give it a go, I'll give it a go. And then he saw them and thought, geez, what have I let myself in for? But it's too late to back out now. And in his first lap, he looked a little bit wobbly. In his next lap, still a bit unsteady. By the end of the meeting, he was in the trophies in 5th place.
Again, if you've got it, you've got it. But it's something you mentioned, supercar. It's a lot in the UK and around the world. When race circuits have test days, the supercars often go up with the bikes, and the bikers are the ones that are looking at the supercar drivers going, geez, you're crazy. And for bikers to do that, that is compliment indeed.
Yeah.
So we now look once again at the panoramic view of the start-finish straight here at Sarno. The DD2 Masters drivers head in to the pits after their qualifying session has finished unofficially, of course. Provisionally, it is Robert Pezewski who is fastest of all. And here is a look at the combined timesheets. Robert Pezewski and Antti Ollikainen from session number 1 are the fastest 2 overall. Nicholas Verheuvel from South Africa, 3rd fastest, and he led that second group. Matthias Rodriguez from session number 1 and Henrys Gruber from session number 1 also in the top 5. Rodrigo Eccles is 6th fastest. Arto Savenius P2 in group number 2, but only 7th overall, with João Oliveira, Eric Gasparovitz and Primoz Matelic rounding out the top 10 overall. And
a dark horse for the podium, if you will, Primoz Matelic.
Primoz Matelic.
I think so.
He's a dark horse. Well, he's been around, and again, he's had several top 10 finishes in this event. Last year in Brazil, he was put into the DD2 category, but didn't go quite so well. Looking back there, Manolis Tsamardiakis, a former winner back in the Max Masters age, the Greek driver, 27th overall, and Christoph Adams, 21st at the moment. Derek Wang only 24th, Scott Howard only 30th. Lots and lots of very, very competent major players.
Jonathan Petersay just 35th, and those lads you just mentioned previously, you can feel that there's some strength to come through the heats potentially in that and make for good racing for us.
It will make for some very good racing. But now we're underway with the last of the main classes. We've still got, of course, the DEKM, the electric carts to come through. And this is DD2, once again, 72 drivers. Those 72 drivers represent no less than 40 different nations. The DD2
that's an
class,
amazing statistic, Henry.
Yes.
When you say it like that, I hadn't realised that. And when you think that there are some countries, and we have to look inwardly at the UK and say there ain't much DD2 racing in our country, so it's 40 nations, was it?
40 nations.
Out of not the full range of nations that race two-speed karting, so an impressive statistic.
Yeah,
now can we get a note of that number?
There's a problem with one kart on the circuit.
409. Well, 409. That's
Alejandro Herrera.
Alejandro Herrera, isn't it? So that's a little bit unlucky, to say the least. It's a bad time to have a problem at any time, but at the start of qualifying practice, you're pretty much saying, okay, I'll stay in the event, but you know what? I'll start all my heats last.
Oh, and another kart off on the side as well. So that is 2 drivers, and that is number 421. That is Jonathan Markussen.
Jonathan Markussen. He's come a long way to not start.
And, well,
another Australian driver of a strong Australian contingent.
Yeah, so already early stages, and Benson Lin has gone quickest, the Taiwanese driver. Now, obviously, Ken, you were watching the junior and senior qualifying sessions from one of the grandstands, and you'll have noticed that there were several real surprise packages in those sessions, because drivers were always jockeying for position, and Freddie Carlson has also not got out so far, but drivers jockeying for position. It's a very short 8-minute qualifying session, and if you get the wrong track position, you can really mess yourself up. But also, there's drivers that you don't expect to necessarily do so well. They get it right. They get out there, they find a good bit of track position, they find someone to slipstream with, and they find themselves right up at the sharp end. Although it's now Lucas Joly and Mark Duholm, 2 names we are more familiar with at the top of the charts.
Mark Duholm having had a penalty yesterday and
having to miss a session.
Yeah, and tipped out of the session, so he had 1 fewer non-qualifying session, but a guy with plenty of experience. Xander Prisbiak has posted 58.92, so he's not hanging about.
Yeah, so these are going to be the fastest laps that we see all day. The DD2 class, the fastest class, obviously the same setup as DD2 Masters, although a slightly different weight, minimum weight for the drivers, which means that these are the fastest. And at the end, where you're looking at now on the screen, the end of the long straight, going into turn number 2, these karts doing nearly 130 kilometers an hour, and there's Adrian Prunosa from Spain going quickest at 58.905, just 200s quicker than Xander Prispilak, and Petr Březel from the Czech Republic, almost ever present in the last 5 years at the head of the timing sheets, is 3rd already.
Henry, can I take us down when the chart rolls over? I think it was 19th fastest, Ishan Pieris. Am I right in saying he's from Sri Lanka?
Yep,
How
Sri Lanka.
Good to still have nations who have done little, if any, appearances previously, to get a guy come in and be relatively competitive. That's what it's all about in Rotax World Challenge.
Exactly. I mean, well, Ishan Pieris raced in Brazil last year, was the first ever Sri Lankan to race it, and to prove your point, Ken, there's now Eshian and a junior driver, Jehan David, racing in this. But we've had a change. Number 445, Petr Březel, 58.765 seconds. He is now top of the charts. Lucas Joly, Dimitris Vasilieris, Ville Viliainen, and Adrian Prunosa, the top 5. Sam Waddell, Eric Kuhn, Xander Prispilak, and Alejandro Lopez, the top 9, with Marek Mizera from the Czech Republic rounding out the top 10. 2 minutes to go, and we're looking at 1 second covering the top 32 drivers at the moment.
Astonishing, isn't it? 1 second. Just one quickie. We mentioned about, or I introduced, if you will, the fact that Finland produces some great drivers from what we believe is a fairly small home base. The Greeks going well here. Dimitris Vasilieris, 3rd quickest on our chart now. And we don't see international racing in Greece that we cover. And there has been a time, as I understand it, when the numbers in that nation have dropped, but they're making their presence felt here across several classes.
Yes, indeed, they're well represented as a Micromax, a Minimax. 1 minute 19 seconds to go. Eshian Pieris up into the top 22 now, putting Sri Lanka onto the first page of the timing screens. Fast lap there from Jonathan Markussen. So 4.21, Jonathan Markussen. We saw him having problems at the start of this session. He's now really improving, and Březel is still quickest, with Lucas Joly 2nd, but 50 seconds to go. And once again, we're seeing tyre wear coming into it already, but 58.758 seconds. Březel's fast, and he's in the same class this year, Ken, as his younger brother Jakub Březel.
Of course, I hadn't registered with me initially. Yeah. I'm glad that Jonathan Marcuson has been able to get. If somebody's good enough to be 9th quickest in their division, if you will, it'd be a shame for them to just grind to a halt on the first out lap. So I'm glad that he got going, but unfortunately, Freddie Carlson did get a start.
Freddie Carlson and the Mexican driver that we saw earlier, Alejandro Herrera.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to be starting 36th and last for each of those 3 heats. It's we'll say this, it's a mountain to climb. However, we're being overlooked by one very famous mountain, yeah. So it can be done, but it requires a lot of speed. To parlance some golfing terms, you've had your mulligan.
There you go.
So, checkered flag waves. Peter Bazell fastest, Luca Joly second, Dimitris Vassileris third. And talking about countries that say that there are dips and in numbers over years. Several years ago, 5 or 6 years ago, Greece were very well represented, and then we sort of the numbers fell. Obviously, there was economy in the country is one thing, but then now this year, Greece. Certainly more drivers this year than I've seen for several years, and going very quickly.
Yeah. When we first started the Rotax Euro Challenge, the Greeks were possibly second to the Dutch, but more than anyone else, more than other of the mainstream Western European nations. So they have a stronger heritage in Rotax kart racing.
Yeah, and you can see that one of those drivers, Saganas, a very familiar driver with Rotax. You can see the Saganas racing team here is well represented. So it's good to see that drivers sort of there's the marshal with the red flag, the recovery cart going out. So the recovery vehicle goes out to retrieve Alejandro Herrera's kart, and you can see that this that's not a bad job. You've got your Rotax quad, a couple of mates, crash helmets on to go and recover the karts that don't quite make it round. They are handing it onto the circuit. It has to be said, the first time that we have seen the recovery quad this morning. Now, have they gone out the kart? Yeah, Alejandro Herrera's kart is still parked to the outside of turn number 6. And there is the first session of DD2, 58.758. We shall make a note of that for Peter Bazell. Peter Bazell, Luca Joly, Dimitris Vassileris, Ville Villainen, and Adrian Prunosa. The top 5, Sam Waddell, Eric Kuhn from Estonia, Xander Prispilak, Jonathan Marcuson, and Alejandro Lopez, the top 10. Below that, Ken, names that jump off that perhaps a bit disappointed to be out of the top 10?
Yes, I was talking with Dennis Toombs mechanic, and he really did feel that Dennis was likely to be a front runner from the word go. Sadly for him, he's qualified outside of the top 10 in this particular category, so when we've got the next running of the next group, it's going to push him a little bit further down. But as you said so rightly moments ago, maybe you have to climb a mountain when the race starts, but some people are good enough to climb that mountain.
And just to further signify the competitiveness of this field, just saw David the Charmer Greco.
Oh, wow.
30th, but just half a second off. If you miss the setup by a millimetre, or even if you don't adjust the tyres of the kart to cope with the changing track conditions, because of course it's been very hot all week, the amount of rubber that's being laid down is only increasing. There's no evening rain or anything to wash the rubber, to clean the track, as you were. So even those drivers that were very good in practice, you've still got to keep adjusting the kart ever so slightly, because the track itself will be different the next time you hit the tarmac, so to speak. And if you miss it by just a fraction, half a second off the pace, you're 30th.
I was going to say half a second may well be the entire field. When you were mentioning earlier on about getting your positioning just right, getting the drafting just where you need it, I do remember once just looking at a screen, can't tell you what the event was, can't tell you the driver, but 0.4 of a second did push from, I think it was 4th to 30th.
Yeah, it's incredible, and quite often the events that we've done together, Ken, that's the end of the race as well. Yeah. That's the last lap.
Yeah.
So the recovery vehicle now comes back into the pits. The even-numbered DD2 drivers are set to go out for their qualifying session. Again, some names, very, very familiar names that have managed to find a way to qualify to this event year in, year out. Zen Derua, one of them in this particular
must be
group.
one of the hard luck stories ever, because you tell the hard luck tale, then multiply by 2.
Yes, exactly. And Zen is Luca Munaretto. Interesting story about number 418, Luca Munaretto. 3 years ago, qualified for this event in DD2 as representing South Africa, has since emigrated to Brescia in Italy,
Okay,
so now
yeah.
representing Italy. But, and I know that obviously you remember this, here 3 years ago, we had glorious weather like this all week. On Friday, pre-finals day, the heavens literally opened. The DD2 pre-finals started in damp conditions. By lap 3, most of the track was underwater.
Yeah.
They red flagged it. The driver that started that race from pole position was Luca Munaretto, who had never done a wet lap around here before. The team, I was speaking to the South African team who were representing that day, the team put him and Nicholas Verheuvel, who's in the same race, on a wet tyre. Guess the setup.
Oh, wow.
They finished 18th and 19th in the pre-final, missed the final.
Yeah.
So Luca Munaretto is out for redemption
Yeah.
this time, and he's been very, very quick indeed this
Gosh,
week.
I hadn't picked up on that, as my defence is I've retired, but it's interesting that you say that. And again, it's the fine line, isn't it?
Yep.
Because sometimes what appears to be a brilliant piece of strategic thinking turns up and delivers, and you say, wow, it can just go the other way. And there's no second chance if you finish 19th when you've got to be in the top 16.
Exactly, and I mean, this rate, I mean, statistical anoraks like commentators and the like, we have got the details of who came second, third and fourth and fifth in this event for years gone past, but realistically, the only position that is remembered in the world of karting is position number 1, and that is what makes this event so special. Over the next 4 days, we will have many stories of uplifting moments, heartbreaking moments, because
Part of it, isn't it?
but it's,
The heartbreak is often
Yep.
more in number than the joy,
Yes.
because you can finish second and go home gnashing your teeth and feeling.
but likewise, there are drivers here. They come here, and their goal is to make the finals.
Yeah.
So finishing 33rd for some driver is a great result, because maybe the previous year they were right at the back, and it just shows the progression. And that's what you see with nations like Algeria and Egypt
Yeah.
and Sri Lanka and Taiwan and Korea, who are sort of making their mark year in, year out on this event. You know, they start with one driver, and then there's two, and it's you see the drivers, almost a collision
Yes,
on the dummy grids coming off there.
Something of an incident might have happened, but hey, it didn't, so there we are.
But those are the nations that they're the good luck stories. That the real feel good stories. You see that, you know, we try and give all the drivers here as much coverage as we can, concentrating on the battles for the wins, but also nobody is here just making up the numbers, because they've all fought hard just to be here.
Absolutely, absolutely spot on what you've said, and I would agree with you 100%. It always has lifted my heart when I've gone and spoken to someone afterwards, and they've perhaps come, say, 16th, and they said what you've just said. My goal was to reach the final, and I wasn't sure I would, and then when I made it, I wanted to make the top 20, and I finished 17th, so I'm a really happy man. And you
Yes.
think, great, somebody's 17th and going home.
Happy, yes,
Yeah.
exactly, because there's, well, you know, 360 drivers, 6 classes, you know, 6 winners. If you want to be very unkind, that's 6 winners, 354 losers, but none of them are losers. On track, we're looking at a time 58.758. Peter Bazel's session 1 leading time. It's Diego Portel from Chile in kart 442 that currently leads the way, 59.212.
That's not bad for a first quick
Not
one,
bad.
is it?
First flying lap. He's
59.2.
the only driver that has put in a flying lap so far.
Yeah. I'd mentioned the Greeks to you previously, a driver I don't believe I've ever seen race before, Christos Oikonomou, not sure how he would have me pronounce it. But again, I look for that word I use a lot, consistency. Are you able to be where you need to be? And he's impressed me in the preliminaries. I haven't seen him in morning warm-up today, but a guy who caught my eye as one I'd not seen race before.
Well, the onboard camera will be held in this class by Jakub Bazel, the Czech Republic driver. Now, of course, for several years he's been racing in a different class than his brother Petr. They're now in the same class together. Portel has been improving. I think this is the 4th time that Diego Portel has qualified for this event. Has never finished higher than 25th. And that was as a senior 1 year ago. This is his first time in a DD2 kart here. And there's Christos Oikonomou moving into the top point. Nicola Pico, 59.059, within 0.3 of a second of Petr Vazel. Luca Munaretto up to second, and Isaac Marrett from Canada into 3rd place now.
Nicolas Pico, wily old Frenchman, not too big in height, but big in heart and big in experience, been around quite a while, so I remember having seen many good drives from Nicolas Pico, and I would expect him to feature strongly as a front runner. I
think what he lacks in stature, he makes up for in talent.
Yeah, there you go, yeah.
So, 58.999, Denis Slavinsky, the Belarusian driver, the only driver here representing Belarus, 58.999, the only driver to break the 59-second bracket at the moment. Zen Derua has now gone into 2nd place. And that is
Christos Oikonomou managing to get to the top of the chart.
So it's now Greece, Luca Munaretto 2nd. But look at that, Christos Oikonomou, 58.790, 0.04 of a second slower than Petr Vazel.
Just at the other end of the chart, I saw the name Matthias Najim from Lebanon, and as we've been talking about those, I'm not going to call anybody a minor nation, but nations that are not to the forefront in motorsport. Good to see people who are at least building a foundation for others perhaps in years to come. So Matthias Najim, who didn't do it all badly in Brazil last year, had the good fortune to sit with you in a couple of sessions in Brazil, and I was impressed with him, and I really like to see the Lebanese doing well, because they've suffered an awful lot in terms of, well, the P word, politics and difficulty to be able to race.
So it's still 2 minutes to go. It is still Oikonomou who's fastest, but Munaretto 2nd, Pico 3rd, Kasper Bilecki 4th, Slavinsky now 5th, Makacek, the Austrian driver, Daniel Makacek, and Christian Trolesi. Christian Trolesi, 6th in this event a year ago, 7th fastest in this session. Max Jaeger and Michinaga Fujiwara 9th. Zen Derua just slipping back out of the top 10. Somebody has kicked up an awful lot of dust out on the circuit, and of course is very, very slippery out there offline. You can see, and there's a move going into turn number 7. I think that may have been kart number 422, Ryan Kennedy, who was trying to pick up a place.
I was just going to mention Ryan Kennedy in 18th place. I would have, and I've been watching him earlier in the week. There's a guy who I would have thought that his experience would have seen him running a little higher than he has been. But hey, it's only the start of the competitive part of the week. Maybe there's more to come.
Yes, well, I say Ryan Kennedy, he's been a familiar name here at several grand finals. Very outgoing, chirpy character. He's been a lot more serious, a lot more sort of sedate this year. I think he realises that he's been Kennedy in kart 42. I mean, 5th a year ago, 14th the year before. So time to sort of at least get onto the podium this year. So he's very serious this year, a lot more serious than usual, I have to say. Oikonomou leading, but with less than a minute to go. Once again, some of the drivers further down the order are putting in personal best laps, but the only driver in the top 10 on a very quick lap at the moment is Max Jaeger, although Jakub Bazel, 13th fastest at the moment, our camera kart in kart number 438, he's done a personal best first sector. Can he hook up a good lap right at the end? Well, at the moment, the middle sector goes away ever so slightly, but Portel Imke Arts, the Dutch lady, down in 35th position at the moment. A little bit of work to do for Imke. 3 seconds to go. Checkered flag out. And it looks as though Christos Oikonomou,
Luca Monoretto and Christian Trolese have been consistent up to and including this session throughout. Drivers who, particularly Christian, that I know very little about, but he's certainly been as strong as one would have hoped he would have been.
Wow.
Imke Arts is a lady from the Netherlands, and as I understand it, she's been having all sorts of problems, and it'd be nice if we can get some of the speedy girls, girl power and what have you, but it's not happening for Imke.
Well, we've had a couple of good results in senior for Teresa Babakova, but in this class, Imke Arts, well, she's got a little bit of work to do as the checker flag waves, and you can see the last few drivers coming across the line now, but Christos will be obviously over the moon with fast in session, but when Christos sees that he was just 400ths of a second away from taking outright pole position, there'll be that element of like, oh, yeah, crikey.
But he'll start two heats on pole, won't he?
Yeah, he'll start 2 heats on pole. So
I don't think there was anyone else between those
no,
two.
I think he's put himself in a very good position. Munaretto, Pico, Trolese, and Ken, you would also notice something else?
Yeah, Jill just pointed it out to me. I'm not claiming any credit because I didn't see it, but we mentioned Matthias Najim from Lebanon, and he's managed 13th place in that session. Now, that's not championship form, but hey, it's pretty impressive from a small Mid-East country in motorsport terms.
It's something to build on, and I did notice that 2017 World Karting Champion Danny Curl is helping the Lebanese team out. He's a mechanic in for Car Risk, I think, but of course, you know, all the teams are all the nations rather are together next to each other in the driver's tent. So when you've got one well-known driver, helping out one driver, it's the whole team benefits.
Yeah.
And having a former world karting champion here in Danny Curl helping him out, that's going to help tremendously. Just one of a number of former champions from all different types of karting. Of course, I've seen Kenneth Hildebrand is here. Marion Kramer's working for Birol ART, the current KZ1 world champion. Bas Lammers as well. And of course, they're just there to offer advice and guidance to anybody, any driver. The drivers working for the chassis partners. But what a sight to see the drivers coming in to the Parc Fermé. And this is the combined result for DD2 and Petter Bazell. Look at that, by 3,200 of a second.
How competitive a session has that been, Henry?
Looking down there between Munaretto in third, Pico in fourth, Joly in fifth, Vasileris in sixth, and Trolese, Bilecki, Villaviliainen and Denis Slavinsky, the top 10. 1,500 of a second separate the top 10.
Can't blink your eye in that time.
And if you're 0.2 of a second off, then you're Pascal Carigier in 18th position. 0.2 of a second.
Hugely competitive. But then again, there are those drivers who have been really successful in the sport without ever having been really good qualifiers, and they tell you, you know what, really I'm a racer. And I remember, I think it was in Ben Cooper's era, might not have been Ben, but it was one of the guys who had qualified, I think, 5th, and he said to me, that's the best I've ever qualified, 5th. And I think, well, you're a regular winner, but he wasn't a qualifier.
They know how to race. Mark Tuhome, 21st.
The
Diego
disappointment
Portel.
Definitely Senderua at 26th.
Yes, but, well, Zen was saying that normally it goes very well up into the final. So maybe this year it's going to go badly until the final.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, get all the bad...
And Etienne Pieris, 36th overall.
Well done.
That means he's going to be starting his heat races from the top half of the grid. But...
well, Henry, just before I wander away, can I just say to you... I really appreciate the fact that you invite me to sit in with you. You do a great, great job in what you're doing. I'm absolutely full of admiration, and especially this morning when we won't go too far into detail, but there's been a lot of technical anxieties. But, mate, you were as professional as could be. So thanks for having me with you, and I'll always, always be happy to have a chat with you about karting.
Well, again, you're very, very kind, Ken, and thank you very much for the kind words. You're still learning on what you've taught me, and one day when I've been doing this for a long, long time, maybe I might be half as good as what you were.
Oh,
but
no.
Ken, you're going to be around the paddock all week. I mean, now, Ken will make some quip now about the fact that it's age that slows it down. It's not. Ken and Jill Walker, they're the only people that it takes them an hour to walk from one half of the paddock to the, not because of their age, but because every single person in the paddock wants to stop, say hello, shake hands, reminisce about times, and some of those reminiscences we're going to hear in the studio show later on. I think that you're going to be out chatting to some of the personalities of this event.
That would be nice.
And we're going to be recording those in the paddock. So, yeah, certainly, you haven't heard the last of Ken Walker at this edition of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Thank you as always, Ken. Sounding like Monty Python or the 9 o'clock news, and now for something completely different, because you have the DEKM karts on circuit. So Ken and Jill, they will be around the paddock, and again, it's just fantastic. See, the Rotax family, as we call them, always always welcome people back with open arms, whether it be drivers, whether it be team owners, distributors, anything. This once a year gathering, the multinational gathering of carters and petrol heads from around the world, spearheaded by Derbyshire's own Ken and Jill Walker. So, the DEKM, the Thunder Karts. Why Thunder Karts were in this island? Well, who knows. But these electric battery-powered karts, the absolute pinnacle of electric kart racing. 10 drivers representing Israel, Germany, Australia, Taiwan, the Netherlands, the United Kingdom, Italy and Switzerland out on circuit now, and it's Yassin Ferrati. So they are competing in just the same level of event, and silence. Silence is golden. Well, silence is now very fast indeed. Yassin Ferrati, driver 609 from Switzerland, is your front runner at the moment in this session. And this is, well, the DEKM Thunder Karts. They started practicing yesterday, so this is their qualifying session as well. Now, Bradley Barrett, there's a name that's going to be familiar to you. He's a multiple former competitor at this event, raced in 2017 and 2018. Decided to focus his attentions on the DEKM this year. And Bradley in kart number 607 is 5th fast at the moment. Benjamin Cartery is 6th, but it's Ferrati, then Ji Cao, a former competitor. Was it a former competitor? He's still a competitor in the grand finals. He was a junior driver last year or the year before. Jort Kuhne from the Netherlands, Luca Vloma. Luca raced these karts in Brazil last year, and last year in Paraíba was the first time that we had seen the electric karts as part of the grand finals. 2 3/4 minutes remaining. Yikao, Jort Kuhne, Luca Vloma, Bradley Barrett, Benjamin Cartery, Joel Sturm, Ryan Mills, the Australian, then Ben Pinto, and Mika Mozika in 10th position. So Ferrati, the times are 104.19. So, oh, and there's one driver running a little bit wide there coming off the circuit. That's number 604. That is Yi Kao from Taiwan. The dust's getting kicked up. But it is Ferrati at 104.193, Yi Kao at 104.5, then Jort Kuhne at 104.713. Bradley Barrett and Luca Vloma are next. 2 minutes to go, and at the conclusion of this session, there'll be a break for lunch, and then we'll be into the heat races themselves. The first set of heat races this afternoon. Every driver doing one heat race, and it is still an unnerving. These karts made their world debut at the 2017 Grand Finals as a demonstration race. We've seen them race with the FIA Americas event at the Grand Finals last year, and then around the DEKM last year in Brazil. It's still a slightly unnerving sensation when you can't hear them. You hear this wheezing sound, and then suddenly one driver will go over a curb and you almost jump, but they're very, very fast. And of course, like all electric-powered vehicles, the power delivery is instant. It's not like an internal combustion engine where you go up through the rev counter, you go up through the torque, what have you. It is you put your foot down and you go, and then of course, so you're teaching yourself to drive in a different way. Less than a minute to go. It's still Ferrati, then Yi Cao, Jort Kuhne, Luca Vloma, Bradley Barrett, Ben Cartery, Joel Sturm, Ryan Mills, Mika Mozica, and Ben Pinto. Well, a 104.1 for Yassin Ferrati, a 105.5. There goes Ryan Mills up into 7th place in kart number 603. 30 seconds to go, so the drivers now starting their final flying lap. The Luca Boloma going through your screen in kart number 610, and then it is number 605. That is Jort Kuhne. 608 on your screen is Benjamin Cartery. But Yassin Ferrati looks like the Swiss driver on course for provisional pole position. Less than 10 seconds to go. The checkered flag will be coming out any moment now. And now there's the 610 and the 605. Kuhne following Vloma. Down the straight past the driver's tent on the right hand side. You can see the smokestack from the pizza oven, which has been feeding the paddock all week, into turn number 8, past the grandstands. People watching on, now into turn number 9, around turn 10. And then on to the short straight up to the final corner of turn number 12. It's Ferrati, Yi Cao, Kuhne, Loma, Barrett, Cartery, Mills, Sturm, Mosicki, and Pinto. And it's Yassin Ferrati for the Millennium Racing Team, who takes provisional pole position in the DEKM Thundercarts at 104.193. And that, as we watch the final few karts come across the line, qualifying for the 2019 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals is over. And the next on-track activity that there will be is going to be the start of the heat racing. But here, first of all, are the official provisional results from the Thundercart, the E-Karts. Ferrati, 0.3 of a second. That's a not inconsiderable margin ahead of Yi Cao. Jort Kuhne, Luca Vloma, and Bradley Barrett round at the top 5. Half a second covering the top 5. Cartery, Mills, Sturm, Mosicki, and Pinto round out the 10 drivers in this session. You have been watching times qualifying from the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in Sarno at the 2019 20th running of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. A big thank you to, as always, Ken Walker for his insight and input into the latter stages of qualifying. Don't forget, at 6:30 p.m. local time, that's 5:30 UK time. This is Central European time, 6:30 Central European time tonight. We will have the race studio live, Jen Wade bringing you interviews, clips, footage from around the paddock. At the moment, the local time is 1:20. The next on-track activity, we've got lots of features and videos to show you in the interim, but at 1 minute past 2 in 41 minutes time, actually, we'll wait for it, wait for the clock to close down. We have 13 seconds, 12 seconds, we'll be precise. But at 1 minute past 2, in exactly 40 minutes time from now, we will be underway with the very first heat race for Micromax. My name is Henry Baudet. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. We will be back with this afternoon's racing. 40 minutes time. Don't go away on the live stream. Thank you. test, test. Test, test. Test, test. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Prova, prova, prova. Prova, prova, prova. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the first round of heat races here at the 20th running of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals here at the Circuit International Napoli in Sarno. And after qualifying this morning, each one of the 370 drivers here this year have now got one heat race this afternoon, followed by 2 more heat races tomorrow to decide where they start for the pre-finals. And already the rolling lap for the Micromax field has an incident on it, and it's the number 20 kart. Team UK's Macaulay Bishop has spun on the rolling lap. He gets his kart going, but the grid as follows. Pole position for Argentina, Thiago Valverde and Ben Meyer from the USA. Row 2, Jay Irwin from New Zealand and Salvatore Trinidade from Portugal. Row 3, Enzo Neen-Cotter and Jackson Burns. Row 4, Macaulay Bishop and Christian Costoya. Row 5, Adam Brickley and Adam Al-Hazari. Row 6, Timothy Mikhailov and Luca Horton. Row 7 will be Len Nice and Tommy van der Stroys from Belgium and the Netherlands respectively. Daniel Krause and Ayrton Perez on row number 8. Row 9, Griffin Peebles and Marcus Neugbauer. Row 10, Anton Laaksonen and Julius Ossipicia. Outside the top 20 in this 36 kart field, Andrei Shakov and Rafael Balzer. Then it's Dovydas Gudlevicius and Nando Wexelbaumer from Lithuania and Austria respectively. Raul Martinez and Vicente Garcia are on row 13. Yuto Nakai and Diego Polanco on row 14. Row 15, Reese Curzon and Camila Nieto, the 8-year-old Colombian young lady, and then Matej Konik and Nick Trobeck are on row 16. The final 2 rows, Rayam Mnyamnya and Ishan Madesh, Athanos Zakos and Emil Christiansen. Lights are out. 7 laps of racing. We are go at Sarno into turn number 1, and it's a good start from the 2 front row drivers at the back of the field. Somebody's gone for a spin. I think that's the number 3 kart of Andrei Shatov, but it's the number 9 of Ben Meyer who leads them into turn number 2. Hard on the brakes as they go around turn number 2, and they thread their way back up through the fast 3rd corner into the double apex right at turn number 4, and all 35 drivers are still running cleanly, apart from, of course, the unfortunate Mr. Shkatov, who has spun but has got back into the race. Now out towards turn number 7, it is still the number 9 kart of Ben Meyer who leads that white race suit for Team USA. Falvene in 2nd position, then Jay Irwin, the black race suit, is in 3rd. In fact, I'm looking down, I think that might be Salvador Trinidad, who has made a good start in kart number 6. He's up into 2nd place now. A couple of drivers at the back of the field running wide through turn number 8, but we are now cleanly through turn number 9 and down towards turn 10. Hard on the brakes out of turn 11 now into the final corner. Rounding out lap number 1, Ben Meyer from the United States of America, from Chester. The 10-year-old leads with Salvador Trinidad right behind him. Good start from Trinidad from the 2nd row of the grid. Then it is Falvene, Irwin, Costoya, Bishop, Neen-Cotter. There's a move up into turn number 2. Jay Irwin takes over 3rd position as somebody runs a little bit wide coming out of the 2nd corner. And they get back on the track there, but dust clouds being kicked up. I'm trying to see who that was. That may have been Christian Costoya in kart number 2. We'll get a number check on it next time around. Meyer, Trinidad, Falvene, no Irwin, then Costoya in 4, so Costoya's made good progress. Macaulay Bishop is up into 5th position. I think that might be Enzo Neen-Cotter in 6th now, so it could have been Falvene who slipped out of the lead group then with that little moment. We will get that next time by. Kart number 4, Adam Brickley, is also now making inroads into the top 10 on lap number 2 out of 7, but the top 4 come out of turn 11 into turn 12. A 4 kart breakaway at the front, led by Meyer, followed by Trinidad, then Irwin and Costoya, then a gap back to Macaulay Bishop, and Bishop has got Falvene right on his rear bumper. Here comes Falvene now pulling out to try and pass Bishop down in towards turn 2. Change for 2nd place. Jay Irwin passes Trinidad into Second corner for P2, but still it is Ben Meyer who leads. Now through turn number 3. Side by side for third place. There goes the pint-sized Christian Costoya, representing Spain. 11th in this event last year. He is now into P3 in this race. Out of turn number 5 through turn 6 up to turn number 7. They set the carts up hard on the brakes. Right-hand turn. There's the driver's head. You can see lots of drivers in other classes hanging over the fence there to watch the racing down the straight towards the next hard braking zone, which is turn number 8. They flick right, then left again. Irwin in second place, that all-black race suit. The New Zealander in car number 5. Salvador Trinidade is still there, but Christian Costoya is the driver on the move. Costoya in the number 2 cart, running in third place. Trinidade is in 4th. Bishop still runs 5th. The top 6 have now broken clear. The second group, 7th place on back, is led by Timothy Mikhailov from Malaysia, then Adam Brickley, Luca Horton, Len Nice, Rafael Baltzar, Griffin Peebles is up to 12th. Good start from Griffin. Rafael Baltzar from Germany, and here's the move for the race lead. Costoya takes the lead into turn number 2. Christian Costoya takes over top spot in cart number 2, the young Spaniard. And there's a move for second place, Maya, who did briefly get pushed back to third by Trinidade. Maya puts back into P number 2, Trinidade in third. 4th is now Irwin. Bishop is there in 5th position in that blue, predominantly blue-red suit with a race with the red things, and I think that might be the plain black race suit at the back of that group. That's Argentine driver Thiago Falivene. These 6 drivers still have a gap of over 2 seconds. Now back to Timothy Mihailov, Adam Brickley, Luca Horton, Len Nice, Rafael Baltzar, Griffin Peebles, Enzo Nincotta and Ayrton Perez. All 36 drivers still running. Yellow flag. Oh, there's been a problem down just past Marshall post number 8, coming out of turn number 10, and that looks like it was in amongst the lead group. Who has gone out of the lead group as they cross the line? It's now Irwin and Bishop, first and second. Oh, Costoya, Maya, and Costoya, Maya, Trinidade and Falivene have fallen by the wayside. They're all back in the race, but it's now a head-to-head fight. Lap number 5 out of 7 between New Zealand's Jay Irwin and Great Britain's Macaulay Bishop. They are 1.5 seconds clear of Timothy Mihailov from Malaysia. Trinidad has recovered into 4th place. I'm looking back down the order to see where some of the other leaders dropped back to. They're inside the top 20, but they all ran very wide. It's now Macaulay Bishop with a new fast lap of the race, 109.42 seconds. In cart number 20, chasing the number 5 cart of Jay Irwin. Down the straight in towards turn number 8. Bishop trailing Irwin, Mihailov, Trinidade, Brickley and Horton. Luca Horton from Bahrain up into 5th position now. Here was the trouble zone last time around. They come out of turn number 10 into turn number 11. Bishop leads for Team Great Britain. Then it is Irwin in second. They have got a gap of 1.3 seconds over third place driver number 36, Timothy Mihailov. We start lap 6 out of 7. Mihailov and the rest of it. We can see Mihailov in cart number 36 turning round, pointing forward to say, work with me. Here comes Irwin. Irwin's the inside. Bishop doesn't defend. Now Bishop slots back into second place. He will try and push the New Zealander away. Mihailov is closing in though. Brickley, Trinidade, Peebles, Horton, Perez and the rest. In fact, the 2 leaders have got company because number 36, Timothy Mihailov, is closing that gap down. It's still about 20 cart lengths between them. However, that move from Jay Irwin to put Bishop down to second has shrunk the lead gap down. As you can see, Bishop checking over his shoulder just to see where his nearest rivals are. The whole train of carts flooding down that straight past the driver's tent and onto turns 8 and 9. Lap 6 now nearly completed. Mihailov has got to get help from behind. The driver of cart number 36, the 10-year-old driver from Kuala Lumpur in third position. Somebody going off coming out of turn number 10 onto the grass. Dust getting kicked up, but the top 2 are clear as we begin the last lap. Bishop to the inside of Irwin, down the main straight. Have we got a new leader going into turn number 2? Yes, we have. But the charge is on from behind. Bishop and Irwin, first and second. Mihailov closing in third. That's Griffin Peebles now in 4th place in cart number 1. Ayrton Perez looks like he's up into 5th position. They come through there. Irwin back in front now through turn number 5. All the while, the rest of the pack are closing in. Mihailev has got his bead on and is looking at the top two, with Peebles right behind him. Behind Peebles is Brickley, Trinidad, Horton and Perez. Len Nice is next. Battle for third. Mihailev defends third. That's going to let the top two break clear. Peebles on the inside, but it is Jay Irwin for New Zealand, who is going to have the honour of winning the first race in this, the 20th running. Oh, there's a move down for about 7th place. They're diving into turn number 10, but it is Bishop to the inside, going into the final corner. Irwin runs wide. Bishop takes the win. Macaulay Bishop takes the win from Jay Irwin on the last corner. There was a little bit of door handling, I have to say. Bishop wins, Irwin second, Mihailev in third, Brickley finishes in fourth. Oh, somebody's lost a NASA panel. What's all that about? How can that driver see where he's going? And yeah, the number 18 there is pointing to the driver saying your NASA panel's up. That was Rafael Baltzar. I think the driver probably knew that because he can't see where he's going. But so provisionally, the first Micromax race goes the way of Team UK's Macaulay Bishop, who won the British Micromax Championship this year, which was only one race, but hey, he won it nonetheless. Irwin second, Mihailev third. Let's have a look. Coming out of the final corner, there'd been a little bit of a dust-up. Irwin, you can see the back end sliding out over the curbs. He keeps it pinned, though, bouncing over the grass to hold on to second place. Bishop crosses the line, takes the win. Mihailev third, Brickley fourth, Perez fifth, Peebles, somebody else going very wide at the back there, trying to see who that may have been. That might have been Salvador Trinidad, who fell back there on the last lap. The man holding the checkered flag gets out of the way, wisely so, as they're four wide crossing the line. So Bishop, Irwin, Mihailev, Brickley, Perez, Peebles, Nice, Trinidad and Ossipicia coming in. You can see now on the live stream coming into the holding area, and well, Macaulay Bishop looks over his shoulder there to see who is behind him. Thumbs up from driver number 4, Adam Brickley, the driver from Mooresville, North Carolina. Shake of the hands there, good sportsmanship. That looked like it was the Malaysian driver, Timothy Mihailev, who, or is that number 3? Yes, it was, shaking Brickley's hand. They finished third and fourth, going through the first thing. What a start to the 2019 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. And a quick rundown of the provisional results, and of course these are all provisional, subject of course to post-race scrutineering. Macaulay Bishop, Jay Irwin, Timothy Mihailov, Adam Brickley and Ayrton Perez, your top 5. That's Great Britain, New Zealand, Malaysia, America and Argentina. Griffin Peebles finishes 6th ahead of Len Nice, Salvador Trinidad, Julius Ospicia and Jackson Burns in 10th place, followed by Tommy van der Struijs, Enzo Nienkotter, Luca Horton, Yuto Nakai, Christian Costoya finishing 15th, Rafael Baltzar 16th and Anton Laxonen, and rounding out the top 18 for Austria, Nando Wieksmeyer. Look down at the remaining order. All 36 drivers finished that race. Reese Curzon down in 36th after a brief excursion, but it's great to see all 36 drivers making it to the end. So that is race number 1 of this, the 20th running of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Race number 2 will be for Minimax, and I'm very pleased to join in the commentary box the commentator for the BNL and Rotax Euro Max Series, Alex Goldschmidt. Alex, welcome to Sarno, welcome to the Grand Finals, welcome to the type of racing we're going to see for the next 4 days. Good to see you, my friend.
Thank you very much, Henry. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in Sarno. The butterflies were definitely in full effect on the 3-hour flight from Stansted. And I'm supporting the Red Devils this week. I'm running their social media. We've got plenty of interviews all night. Well, 9 of the 10 drivers. We're doing some features, including explaining the Grand Finals to everyone in sort of a layman's terms, Henry. So there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes, and I'm really, really proud that I'm really pleased. And I have to give a big thank you to Karting Genk, Paul and Kern Lemons, and of course Dave Ritson for allowing me to come over and help the Red Devils out and bring their story to the masses.
Well, yeah, Richard is certainly getting his money's worth out of you this weekend. But looking ahead now, the grid, 36 drivers.
Yeah.
These drivers, they're representing 29 different nations. We're going to go through the grid. First time we're going to see comp kart at the grand finals. And Alex will go through the grid now. It is a Frenchman on the front row, a Frenchman, Australian on the front row of the grid.
So we've got Andy Hatel from France, Costa Toparis, who was quick in practice earlier on the front row.
Row 2 will be Rafael Renhofer and from Argentina, and Jaden Thien from the Netherlands.
Paul Alberto and Jean-Laurent Harcamier from France, so that's an all row 3 from France there.
Row 4, George Kafantaris from Greece and Simon Christiansen from Denmark.
Then we've got the 107 of Adrian Malhero from Spain and Shota Fujisan, who celebrated his birthday on the welcome party. One experience I'll never forget.
Next up, Edwin Knesser from Lebanon and George Abu Sheiberk from Russia.
Then we've got Alexander Skelton from Latvia and Troy Snyman from the Republic of South Africa.
Next up will be Harry Hannam from the UAE and Sebastian Manson from New Zealand. Met his entire family, so I can actually say now I have met the Manson family.
There we go. Next up we've got Canada's Kieran Hartley and from the Netherlands Nathan Schaap as well.
Pietro Pons from Italy and Kasper Turboyski from Poland are up next.
Then we've got Maynard Krozer and from Hungary and Martin Janowskis also from Latvia. So Team Latvia is in full effect a bit further towards the bottom part of the top 20.
Well, Carol Schultz is up next. And looking there on the timing screens there, we've got Maynard Krozer, Santiago Biaggi are also involved. There's the timing screens not always matching up with what you're seeing on your screen, but again, 29 different nations represented, 36 drivers, all on the new comp kart chassis. Well, the new for this event, in this event at least. 7 laps of racing. Alex, it's time to buckle up, elbows out, and hold your breath.
I've been holding that since the moment I got here on Saturday morning, Henry. But top 31 separated by just under 9.5 tenths in quali, so very, very close as they go into the tram lines. And do we go lights out this time for 7 laps?
Underway, a good start from the outside of row 1 from Costa to Paris. Costa cuts across to try and take the lead away, but he didn't quite manage to make it. And in fact, I think he's lost a couple of positions there. He's down to 4th or 5th place, down towards turn number 2. Andy Rattel, the young Frenchman, leading. Are we going to get all 36 drivers through that second corner cleanly? It looks as though the front runners, at least, good clean start, Alex.
Yes, and definitely 3 wide at some points, going down the very, very long back straight where I've been speaking to drivers throughout the last few days, and if you get in that slipstream, it's going to give you at least 2 to 3 tenths of a second on pure lap pace.
Exactly, and again, the smaller classes, the slipstream is all the more important. Oh, there's a little bit of bumping and barging going on through turn number 7 now, and that is from about 10th place on back. But you can see Rattel, and I think that's the number 127 kart of Jaden Thien from the Netherlands.
Oh, collision there.
Yes, Alex, a collision going on there. That is 2 or 3 karts off at number 8, but they all managed to regain the circuit. But a driver that you'll know well, Alex, Jaden Thien from the Netherlands, making a very good start there, chasing Andy Rattel down.
Yeah, Jaden Thien running in the B&L karting series, finished 2nd in the championship, very quick peddler, and I am not at all surprised he's at the sharp end at the grand finals as the leaders now come down this very, very long back straight, very reminiscent of sort of long back straights in sort of like, say, the Indian Grand Prix and the like, and the amount of slipstreams that these guys are getting is just showing how much, even though with the parity of the Rotax grand finals, just how purchased they are when you get the setup right, as there's a great battle there. Looks to be for around about 3rd and 4th position, so a 4-way scrap from 3rd to 6th, but the 2 leaders starting to break away now, Henry.
Yeah, now of course it's down to the drivers led by Costa to Paris in kart number 108 there in 3rd position. He has got to try. He's got Jolan Rackmeyer, Rafael Renhofer, and Paul Alberto behind him. I think Rackmeyer has just fallen behind Renhofer. It's the red and white Austrian race suit of Rafael Renhofer, who is now in 4th place. They've got to work together. They've got a big gap over the 7th place battle. I think it's Adrian Malhero and Simon Christiansen 7th and 8th, with Kieran Hartley dropping back a little bit now. But these 4 drivers, they're closing in a little bit on Andy Rattel and Jaden Thien as we complete lap number 3. Change the lead. Thien looks to the inside, and Rattel holds him off, but Thien's obviously thinking to himself, Alex, I've got the pace to win this. Side by side, up
he's
the inside
going for it.
turn
He's gone up the inside. He's taken the position there nice and cleanly there from Jaden Thien. But Ratel straight on the counter-offensive, trying to go round the outside of the following corner. He's got the inside run, but Thien neatly shuts the door off.
But that one battle has allowed 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. We've suddenly got a 6-kart battle for the race lead, developing a big gap back to 7th, and it looks like just about everybody else squabbling over 7th. So Thien made a good move on Ratel, but it's cost them that advantage they had.
It was round about just over 4.5 tenths of a second last time around, but it looks to be probably even halved, as there's going to be a great move for 3rd. That's probably Renhofer up the inside of Toparis there, as there's some bumping and barging there coming down the infield part of the circuit as they come around to complete another lap. But Henry, absolutely great from the Minimax competitors, just showcasing they might be the youngest competitors out there, but they can give it as good as the old ones.
They can indeed. There's a few more battles. Looking down the order, I think we've had, looking at Christian Yanev, didn't qualify this morning, up in the 20th place for Australia in kart number 113. Another battle's on for the lead. You can see Ratel tucked into Thien's slipstream. Is he going to duck out into turn number 2? No, not quite. Sensible move there, because now the gap between the top 2 and the rest of the field on lap number 4 is beginning to open up. To Paris is being very quick all weekend in that number 108 kart. Costa to Paris, he finished this event 5th last year, so he's very experienced at this level. Looking back, Harry Hannum's made good progress. He's up into 7th place. Alexander Shelton up into 8th. Malhiero and Christiansen rounding out the top 10. But Toparis is trying to close that gap, but he hasn't got Rackmeyer, Renhofer and the other driver in that group right behind them. He's going to have to do it all by himself. Christian
Yanov, I've just noticed, has gone up all the way to 17th position. That's 19 positions gained in the last 4 laps alone. And at the moment, Paul Alberto is actually setting the purple sectors alight in sector number 1 at the moment as they come around to start now. Lap number 5, and it's still game on between Ratel and Thien. Thien's got a hair's breadth, just over 0.1 of a second between the pair, as it's France behind the Netherlands in the slipstream there. Very nicely done by Ratel, but it's only going to be a case of how hard Thien needs to defend, as there's a great move up the inside. That's probably Hakamier up the inside of Toparis there for 3rd.
Yep, Alberto follows Toparis now in 5th position with Renhofer 6th, Malhiero, Christensen, Shelton, Knessa. Harry Hannum was up into 7th place, the fastest Millwall fan here in the paddock, but he's now slipped back to 12th position, the driver from the UAE. Again, very early stages in the overall race meeting, but you do want to get a good gauge of how you can race and who you can race with, because a lot of these drivers, they won't know each other, they won't know who's aggressive, who's not. There's a move for 3rd place. To Paris fights back, but we're on lap number 5 now. We're coming towards the end of lap number 5. That battling between Toparis and Rackmeyer, the gap between them and the top 2 just continues to grow. Head-to-head fight, you think now, Alex, for the rest of the way?
Definitely. I think Hakamier has just lost out and gone down into 5th position as they come across the line again. It's 0.178 of a second between Thien and Ratel, and it's Toparis, Alberto, Hakamier now down to 5th. Renhofer from Austria, Christensen, Malhero, Cantafaris and Kneisser now round out the top 10. So great squabbling, but I've just been having a look at the timesheets, Henry. Hakamier fastest in sector 1. Sector 3, it's Kanfataris from Greece. So there's a lot of quick pedalers, but Paul Alberto is the quickest driver out there. A 1 minute 5.597 with an average speed of 93.24 kilometers per hour.
That's an average speed, and you think about that, the drivers in this class, 11, 12 and 13 years of age. Looking down the order, Harry Hannum has dropped right back now. So has Callum Voisin from Team UK. So there's obviously been a coming together there. They're going to have work to do in tomorrow's 2 heats. But it's at the moment, it's still Thien in kart number 127, leading Ratel in 128. Then it's a good battle for 3rd. Toparis now beginning to defend a little bit from Alberto and Rackmeyer. Renhofer, you can see there with the red race suit and the white flakes on it. 245, he's in 6th position. He's beginning to drop away as the last lap board goes out here at Sarno. Thien versus Ratel. Who's going to get the best run down that long straight? When will Andy Ratel make his move?
I think it could be just a few corners from the end, because now it's all about how Ratel places the kart and how Thien responds, and it looks like it's side by side between the pair of them. Absolutely great, and this is how controlled these drivers are, as Thien, I think, has just got back into the lead ahead of Ratel. So it is game on for the last lap, and I think still Toparis might still be leading in the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th thus far.
Well, I think Joel Rackmeyer was having a little nibble around the rear bumper of Costa to Paris' kart, and I think he might have had a bite out of it and has got through. But up at the front, down through turn number 7 for the final time, down towards 8, past the the driver's tent. Thien still leads. Rattel second, side by side over there. Paris sends it in deep, runs a bit wide, and he's lost third, he's lost fourth place, and I believe that might be Rackmeyer or Alberto that comes out in second place. But final couple of corners, Thien still has the advantage. Rattel second. Are we going to see a mirror image of what happened in the Micromax race? No, we're not. Thien takes the win for the Netherlands. So Team Netherlands takes the win. Rattel for France second. And in third place was Jolan Rackmeyer. Alberto in fourth. A great result there for France. 2, 3 and 4. Rendhofer fifth. So Paris slips back to sixth. Then it's Christiansen, Malchiero, Toroboyski and Edwin Knesser from Lebanon rounding out the top 10 ahead of Alexander Shelton. And Alex, names that are familiar to you up and down the order there. Do you want to pick out a couple that
bit of a difficult race for the UK's Callum Voisin in the 1:34 from the UK, finishing down in 34th position. Jasper Leenerts up from P26 to P20. One of our drivers at Team Belgium. Really good result for our boys, making positional gains in the first heats of the week here at Sarno. But yeah, just how Shota Fuji down to 13th. Really good to see Alex Skelton. I do have to give a big shout out to his dad because I got a very nice little bottle of Latvian liqueur, which I had about half of it before the welcome party.
I had the other half just before we started commentating today. No, it's good. It's good for the throat. It's good for the throat. Yeah, I'm joking, but again, a great little character, Alexander Shelton, always bubbling around the paddock, not afraid to get on the microphone. Now here's the view, Alex, as they come into the thing, and this is what I absolutely love. So on the live stream now, we're looking down as the karts come into the holding area, and it's great when you see the raw emotions and reactions of the drivers coming in. There's the number 127 kart. So Jaden Dien from Sustanen, 11 years old. He won the Rotax Festival at Le Mans earlier this year. He's on the weighbridge now, so all the drivers coming in, they get weighed, then they go into the holding area. There's technical commissioners and scrutineers. There's just poking his head around the corner there by the gate. That's Andy. That's Paul Alberto's mechanic, Paul Alberto's dad. A couple of words of advice in Gaelic, like no, we, and then some shrugging and some hand gestures,
and maybe even a bit of a bien sûr at the end of it.
and that's always good to see. There, Costa Paris shaking hands with Alberto. There, spirit of competition is alive and well even in this event. So well, you've now been blooded, Alex. You've now done your first grand finals race.
It's really good to see these young drivers, and we've got 10 at Team Belgium, and I couldn't be prouder to be with the squad. It's great to see so many familiar faces from the BNL Karting Series, the Euro Trophy, where we're actually holding a Winter Cup next year in 21st to the 23rd of February to Karting Cambio. So a few of the Spaniards, I think we've already got 25 Micromax drivers already subscribed as Euro Trophy goes Micromax for 2020.
Excellent news. There on your screens then is the provisional Minimax results from heat number 1. Jaden Thien from the Netherlands, Andy Rattel, Jolan Rackmeyer, Paul Alberto from France, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, Raphael Renhofer from Austria in 5th, Costa Paris from Australia in 6th, Simon Christiansen from Denmark in 7th, Adrian Malchiero from Spain in 8th, Kasper Toroboyski in 9th for Bambini Racing. He's driven for that team his entire karting career as Kasper Toroboyski since 2013. Good, loyal driver. Edwin Knesser, great result for the Lebanese driver in 10th place. Alex Shelton is 11th, George Kafantaris is 12th, then Shota Fuji from Japan, Georgi Abu Shebek in 14th, and Menhit Krozer from Hungary rounds the top 15, ahead of Pietro Pons, Cameron Weinberg and Kieran Hartley from Canada in 18th place. Alex, the second half of the result sheets.
Christian Janov all the way up to 19th, ahead of Belgium's Jasper Leenerts, then Juan Miguel Oliveira from Portugal, Nathan Schaap from the Netherlands, Philip Loeker from Switzerland, Alvar Simisvara from Finland, Martins Janovskis from Latvia, Santiago Biaggi, my apologies there, from Argentina, Ardira, Lazaro, Manson, Snyman from South Africa, Milan, Schultz, McPherson, Vyman from the Stars and Stripes, Callum Voisin from the UK, Suarez, and Hanam rounding at 36 strong, Henry.
And you get a gold star for pronunciations. Well done, Alex. That's better than me.
I've had plenty of practice.
There we go. So thank you very much, Alex Goldschmidt. We will see you and hear you throughout the course of this week, doing a sterling job for the Belgian team, and it's good worth pointing out that the drivers, they're looking for a winter race, the Winter Cup for the Rotax Euro Trophy is going to be at Campillos in Spain. Go and see Mike Wagner and go and check it out on the internet to see about putting an entry in. Get your 2020 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals bid off to a nice warm start at the Winter Cup. Thank you very much, Alex.
No problem at all,
See you
Henry.
later
A
on.
pleasure. See you later.
So we now look ahead to race number 3 on the programme, Junior Rotax, heat number 1. And, oh, the timing screen decides to have a little hiccup, but we're back running. So the Junior Rotax class, actually, believe it or not, Estonia is the most successful nation of all. But Austria have a driver on the front row as well as New Zealand, Clay Osborne. The 14-year-old Kiwi will start from pole position in kart number 206. Alongside that driver you're looking at on your screen now, Charlie Wirtz in kart number 236. Well, Osborne, it's his first appearance in the Grand Finals. Wirtz, it's his second appearance. This is Group A and B. So, Clay Osborne and Charlie Wirtz. New Zealand and Austria on row 1. Hitoshi Sakai from Japan and Sami Joe Abinakle from Lebanon. Lebanon have already had a fantastic start to the meeting in Minimax. Can Sami Joe do likewise in Junior Max? Mike van Vught and Miska Kaskinen from Netherlands and Finland on row 3. Tom Reinhardt from Belgium and Troy Dolinchek on row number 4 from South Africa. Row number 5, Andrea Puducha and Noam Abramczyk on row 5. Tim Meltzer from Romania and Fedor Bikonya from Russia on row number 6. Sasha Majwe from France and Luca Mars from the United States on row number 7. Lucas Bjork and Milan Koppens from Sweden and Belgium respectively on row 8. Row 9, Connor Zilish, our camera cart, and Felipe Bernasconi from Argentina. Enzo Calderas, late entry into this event, and Lucas Bogdanovic starts on row number 10. Row 11, Yevan David, the first junior driver to represent Sri Lanka. He starts on the inside of row 11 alongside Germany's Lukas Srebinskas, Lukas Svoboda and Danny Kukuzarov represent the Czech Republic and Ukraine respectively on row number 12. Row 13, Oscar Christiansen and Khaled Ray Saab. And row 14, Eric Alanis Bosch and Mr. Cordova Belduma. Row number 15, Georgios Kafilitadis from Greece and Rasmus Andersson from Denmark. Row 16, Martinas Morkis from Lithuania and Luca Zambolini representing the home nation of Italy. Row 17, Vicente Morales and Raja Azmi from Malaysia. Rounding out the 36 kart field, Yunho Yang from South Korea and Lucas Montemayor from Mexico. Of the 72 drivers in this junior field, they represent 45 nations. The most well-represented nation is the Netherlands with 4 drivers. You got 3 apiece from the United States, from Poland, Sweden. There's one of the spectators keeping her feet up, and a couple of the drivers watching. Their top right-hand thing, there's Sylvia Reinsprecht from formerly of Rotax, now of Team Australia, watching on. And 36 karts sit down in the dummy grid in the holding area, waiting to be given the signal to start engines. So there's the view up at the Rotax Club, the VIP area. I'm sure that I'll get kicked out of there before the week is over. But that's where the great and the good, the distributors, the special guests, the VIPs congregate to watch the racing, to watch 370 of the finest Rotax drivers anywhere in the world do battle in this great Colosseum of speed. The board to say 1 minute goes out. This race will be 10 laps. So 7 laps for the micros and minis, 10 laps for the juniors and seniors and everybody else. The finals and semi-final and pre-finals are obviously a bit longer, but this a 10-lap race. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen, under the shade, is 206 Clay Osborne. On the right-hand side of your screen, just a little bit forward, is 236 Charlie Wirtz. And if you're thinking to yourself back home, Wirtz, that's a familiar name. Where have I heard that before? Well, Charlie's got a brother called Oscar who races cars as well. That's where you've heard it from. No, I'm joking. Charlie's dad, Alex Wirtz, a former Formula 1 driver. His grandfather, and being a rallycross fan myself, Franz Wirtz, European rallycross champion. Ooh, I believe in 1976, but I could be wrong. I'm normally not, though. Here we go. Out on the circuit, 36 junior Rotax cars, all on the identical Praga chassis. New Zealand and Austria on row 1, Japan and Lebanon on row 2, the Netherlands and Finland on row 3, Belgium and South Africa row 4, Italy and France row 5, Romania and Russia row 6, France and the USA row 7, Sweden and Belgium row 8, the United States and Argentina row 9, France and Argentina row 10, Sri Lanka and Germany row number 11. 10 laps of this 1,547 metre circuit. It is one of the longest tracks in Europe, certainly considering it's only about 25 years old. It's got one of the most storied histories in these last 25 years. The Hotel Saturday, which is the hotel that a lot of the officials are staying at, which is on site, has the walls are adorned with pictures of famous drivers, past, present and future, that have raced here. It is a very, very tough test of any young or old kart racer. Osborne and Wirtz on row 1. The white race suit of Hitoshi Sakai on the outside as you look at it, or the inside now, the right hand side of your screen on row number 2. The back, you've got the number 239 kart of Junho Zhang from South Korea, starting 35th. We're going to come out of turn number 12, into the tram lines. Are we good to go? Yes, we are. Into turn number 1. Oh, there's a couple of front runners running very wide. Oh, and there's a collision in the middle of the pack. In fact, that's half a dozen karts wide off into the side of each other. Oh, there's a big traffic jam there down at the front, and that's what we feared might happen. Up at the front, though, it's a good start. I'm trying to see who that is that snuck through into the lead. It's Wirtz in second. It looks like it's a yellow racer. That can't be Tom Reinhardt from Belgium, can it? He started back on about the 4th or 5th row, but it is, you can see there, that driver the blue race suit running very wide on the exit. That could have been Miska Kaskinen, and then there was carnage going back, but it was Osborne that got the best start. Wirtz on the outside line, and you've got the number 248 kart in the middle, but in the middle of your screen there, the kart 209, he's going to dive out and go from 3rd to 1st into that first corner. We've had a couple more incidents there, but it is 209 Tom Reinhardt from Belgium who leads at the end of lap number 1. Osborne second, Wirtz third, so the 2 front row drivers are still there in 2nd and 3rd position. Noam Abramsic from France is up to 4th, and Tim Meltzer from Romania up into 5th place. Majwe is next, Bigonka, then it is Mars, Bjork, Zilish, Bodanovic, Coppins and Perducha. Calderas is 14th. Samijo Abinakle has fallen back to 15th position. Mike Van Voogd has also gone to Lucas Robinskis, and Vicente Morales have not completed. Oh, there goes Morales. Shrabinskis, I think, may have been knocked out of the race, but it is Reinhardt who leads. Osborne, Wirtz 2nd and 3rd, Abramsic 4th, Meltzer, Majwe, Bianca, or Piconia, Mars, Bjork, Zilish, Bodanovic, Coppens, Peduza, Calderas. Mika Kaskinen and Hitoshi Sakai have dropped down to 20th and 21st. Bernasconi has fallen back to 34th. So has Troy Dolinchek. But as you start lap number 3, Reinert, head down. Coming down the main straight towards turn number 2, Osborne and Wirtz in his wheel tracks. Change for 4th place. That is Tim Meltzer, or is that Fedor Bikonya? I think that was Bikonya picking up a position there. The Russian driver moving into 5th position. Wirtz has a look at the inside of Osborne. Charlie Wirtz into P2, but then he runs wide coming out of turn number 5, and that is going to allow Osborne back into 2nd position through turn number 7, and it looks as though Konya has picked up a place there. Abramsic and Meltzer have fallen back to 5th and 6th positions. Looks like the all-black crash helmet, number 251 of Noma Abramsic. Very distinctive matte black crash helmet. That is either Abramsic or Meltzer. We'll check the numbers next time as we start lap number 4. Reinhardt's lead is just 0.4 of a second, but look at that, what a run Clay Osborne gets. That is what the slipstream is worth. The slipstream is worth nearly half a second down that main straight. Osborne, it's mirror signal manoeuvre, right hand down, take the lead, simple as that. Reinhardt has now got to defend from Charlie Wirtz in 3rd position, side by side for 4th now, and that is Bikonya, and I believe that is the number 256 kart of Tim Meltzer as well, squabbling over 4th position. Then it is Abramsic and Majwe, 6th and 7th. Luca Mars now in 8th. Look for the white race suit from Team USA. Bjork, Bogdanovic, Zilic, Coppens are next. 2, 4, 6, 7 karts now trying to break away as we complete lap number 4. It's Osborne, Reinhardt, Wirtz, Meltzer in 4th place. The Romanian driver in 4th. At the back of that group, it is the all-black crash helmet of France's Noma Abramsic. There's a move for 5th position off the side of the circuit there. We've lost one driver. But still, here come the leaders, led by Clay Osborne, Tom Reinert in 2nd, Charlie Wirtz in 3rd. A gap now developing back to 4th as they're chopping and changing as Bikonya, Meltzer and Majwe all swap positions. There's the black and predominantly black and white race suit. I think that might be Sacha Majwe. He's not wearing the traditional French race suit, I don't believe. It is number 254, or 256, beg your pardon. Running in 5th position. Out of turn 12. There's a great view of just how long that straight is. Battle still on for 4th. It's number 219, Sacha Majwe, defending for all he's worth, but as he defends, the top 3 break clear. Osborne, Reinhardt, Wirtz into turn number 5, 180-degree left-hander. There's another move, that's Abramsic in the black crash helmet going up into P5 at the expense of Meltzer, I believe. Yep, Meltzer in kart number 256 slips back to 6th position. Bikonya, Bogdanovic, Mars and Bjork continue to round out the top 10. But since Clay Osborne got that great run on Tom Reinhardt has not been able to respond. Second Belgian driver in the lead group. The yellow race suit, very distinctive. The back of the group, that's Milan Coppin. So the top 11 are now very closely matched. A little bit of a gap after the top 3, with Majwe 4th, Abramsic in 5th. Then it's Meltzer 6th, Mars 7th. Luca Mars finished 6th in this event a year ago. He is now moving into contention in kart number 205. Lucas Strabinskas and Luca Zampolini sadly are out of this race. 34 other drivers still in it. There goes Abramsic through. We've had a change of lead. Now it is Reinhardt back in front. Osborne down to 2nd. Wirtz is 3rd. Then it is Majwe, Abramsic, and a gap back then to Meltzer and Mars. Tim Meltzer, this is by far and away his best performance in the grand finals. He's qualified for this event twice before. 26th in Minimax, his previous best result. Lap number 8. Now, Reinhardt is going to have to do some defending because Wirtz, and here comes Osborne again. Osborne has a little peek up the inside, going into turn number 2. Doesn't do anything about it though. Slots back into line. Wirtz playing the watching game in 3rd position. And, well, Majouet closing in 4th place. And he's leaving Abramsic, Meltzer and Bekonya behind. Side by side between, Mars and Bekonya. Meltzer slipped out back to 8th position. Luca Mars, kart 205. The American driver, look at that, the white race suit. He's now up into 6th position at the expense of Fedor Bekonya from Russia in kart number 204. Meltzer, Coppins, Bogdanovic and Bjork run next. Then it is Van Voogt's recovering well. Mike Van Voogт from the Netherlands. And Sami Joe Abi Narkle in 13th place. Conor Zilish is 14th. Then it's Calderas, Oscar Christensen, Padusha, Martinas Morkis. And the top 20 rounded up by Hitoshi Sakai and Miska Kaskinen, both of whom are recovering from their first corner incident. This is lap number 9 out of 10. And Reinhardt's being pushed very, very hard now by Osborne and Wirtz and by Sasa Majouet. Through turn number 6 they go. Hard on the brakes now for turn number 7. No room there to lunge up the inside. Now we're going to see, well, a good exit from Reinhardt and Osborne defending from Wirtz. That's going to give Reinhardt a great run out of turn number 8 into turn number 9. And look at that, suddenly, because Osborne had to defend from Wirtz going into that corner, Reinhardt comes out with a 15 kart length lead, and Osborne has got his hands full not only with Wirtz but also with Majouet. Through turn number 12 now, Charlie Wirtz spotting 2nd place up in front of him. They go out of turn number 1. Reinhardt is clear as we begin the last lap. Head down. Osborne defends. Wirtz looks to the inside. Does he? Over 115 kilometers an hour. But Wirtz has to slam on the brakes because Majouet is right there. Abramsic is now there in 5th position. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th together. Mars defending 6th from Bekonya. Then Coppins. And then another 2-4-6 kart battle for about 10th place on back. But it is Tom Reinhardt from Belgium who has the lead. Osborne defending from Wirtz, Majouet and Abramsic. Out of turn number 7. Down the back straight towards turn 8. Wirtz having to defend. Oh, Majouet's going to try the crossover on Wirtz. Wirtz is going to have to defend it, but Majouet now has the door left open and Abramsic moves to the inside, so Abramsic picks up 4th place. But 1 corner to go. Belgian Tom Reinhardt comes out of turn 12, takes the checkered flag. Osborne 2nd, Wirtz 3rd, and Majouet it's Bekonya punching the air in kart 204 to take 4th position. Well, Bekonya came out of nowhere on that last lap to grab 4th place. Majouet finishes in 5th. Abramsic is 6th. Milan Coppins in 7th for Belgium. So 2 Belgians in the top 7. And then it was Mike Van Voogт in 8th position for the Netherlands. He recovered well from that getting delayed in the first corner. Lucas Bjork is 9th for Sweden. Sami Joe Abi Narkle. Well, who would have thought 3 races in to the 2019 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals and Lebanon would have 2 top 12 finishes so far. Luca Mars fell back there at the end to finish 11th ahead of Conor Zilish. Tim Meltzer still an admirable effort for the Romanian in 13th. And looking back, there is the top 3 on your screens now. We'll take you through the full rundown of results on your screens very soon, but the drivers head back in. They come beneath the Rotax Club to receive a round of applause from the keen onlookers there. But it is Belgium, New Zealand and Austria, your top 3 in Junior Rotax Heat number 1. There's Max Timmermans behind the gate there, one of the Belgian mechanics, a former podium finisher back in 2014 in Valencia at this event. And Reinhardt takes his thing. Let's have a look there. There's Charlie Wirtz with Austria on the back of his race suit. There's number 217 kart. That is Mike Van Voogт. And Van Voogт obviously will be a little bit aggrieved at losing out, but he came back very well. Oh, he slams his glove down in the seat there. Not happy is Mike van Voogd, but the lad has pedigree. An 8th and a 3rd in the last 2 years in this event. So there is plenty more to come. Noam Abramsic, oh, he's lost a couple of places. And there goes Fedor Bekonia in kart 204, or Milan Kopinc goes through there. Fedor Bekonia, he was very, very pleased with his performance as well. He might be, because he started in 12th and finished in 4th. So sadly, a couple of the drivers that didn't quite make it round being brought back on the recovery vehicle, but here is your result. Tom Reinhardt by half a second over Clay Osborne, with Charlie Wirtz in 3rd, Fedor Bekonia in 4th. 5th and 6th for France, Sasha Majouet and Noam Abramsic, with Belgium's Milan Kopinc finishing 7th. Mike van Voogd for the Netherlands is 8th, Lucas Bjork is 9th, and for Lebanon, Sami Joe Abinakle rounds out the top 10. An All-American 6th row of the result sheet, if you catch my drift, that is Luka Mars and Conor Zilish, with Romania's Tim Meltzer and Lukas Bodanovic rounding out the top 14. Good recovery, Hitoshi Sakai started on the 2nd row, fell back on the opening corner, recovered to 15th ahead of Enzo Calderas from France and Miska Kaskanen in 17th. Martinas Morkis from Lithuania comes home in 18th position. P19 for the Jose Cordova Belduma, then it's Daniel Kukusarov, Lucas Montemayor, Troy Dolenchik, Eric Alanis Bosch, Lucas Svoboda, and Yevan David. Well, the Sri Lankan driver finishes his first Grand Finals race in 25th position. Rasmus Andersson, Raja Arif Razi Asma. He gained quite a few places to finish 27th. Then it's Oscar Christiansen, Andrea Paduccia, Georgios Kalifatidis, Felipe Bernasconi, Yunho Yang, Vicente Morales, Khaled Reysab. Khaled Reysab sadly failed to finish, as did Luca Zambolini and Lucas Stropinskas. So that is the first junior race done and dusted. Just a few moments' time, we will be underway with the second junior Rotax heat of the 2019 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. So we look down at the dummy grid, ready for qualifying heat 2. It's the first qualifying heat for these drivers, the second junior Rotax qualifying heat overall, and we have Australia and Japan on the front row of the grid. Hugh Barter in kart 222 and Shu Dazono in kart 208. They start from row number 1. Jason Leung from Canada and Ollie Pilker from Poland on row number 2. Jason Leung, a veteran of this class. It's his 3rd time racing in this class at this event. Chris Hannan from the Netherlands and Thomas Stolchovanis from Latvia are on row number 3 with Danny van Reuten and the only Georgian driver represented here this year, Alexander Abkasava. Row number 5, Bo Pernesti from Australia and Marcel Sermax from Poland, Akil Alibai from South Africa, and the best placed young lady in all the classes in qualifying, Aliska Babikova. She's the younger sister of Tamara Babikova, who we're going to see in seniors later on. Filip Jeric and Justin Arseniu are on row number 7. Then it's Vilgot Edqvist and Gregorio Bertoccio from Italy on row number 8. Row number 9, Brian Queveda and Teo Blin. Teo Blin, a last-minute entry into this event. Luke Pink and Geronimo Berrio from Colombia and Australia, they're on row 10. Gustav Wisniewski and Tom Adams from the UK on row 11. Thomas Ribeiro and Danny van Dijk from the Netherlands on row number 12. Rohan Madesh, a quadruple domestic champion in India, he starts 25th alongside Ayexi Yalava. And Yagara Yalava, that type of name. He starts on row 13. Jorge Zuen is next. And then on row number 17, Alessio Baroni and Paraguay's Frank Escher on row 17. Viggo Hovard and Alejandro Milan round out the 36 kart field for the next 10-lap race. Flag is waved, engines are fired, karts on circuit. So, under beautiful blue skies, for those of you watching from all corners of, we are about 30 minutes south of Naples in southern Italy, the region of Sorrento. And Sorrento, home of the UNESCO World Heritage Site, the Amalfi Coast, just a short car ride away from the ruins of Pompeii, and I'm sure the KART-DATA live stream will check. There it is in the background, Mount Vesuvius. It's all right. It's quit smoking. It's bad for you, so we're safe. 10 laps, 36 karts, 2 rows of 18. The drivers just getting their tyres up to temperature. Number 222, Hugh Barter, and number 208, Shu Dazono, on the front row of the grid. Then it's the 224 kart of Jason Leung, the 213 of Ollie Pilker on the second row. Chris Hannon is next, and 31 of their little mates all slotting into position just behind. There's the view of this wonderful facility, the Circuito Internazionale Napoli. Nowhere does better buffalo mozzarella than the Sorrento region of Italy. Not that the drivers care about that right now. All they care about is getting into that first corner cleanly. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a good start for the pole man. Hugh Barter goes through turn number 1. Oh, and there's a spin. Oh, there's 4, 5, 6 cars off on the outside of the circuit. Several drivers into the barriers, and there was a couple of front runners involved in that as well. And when this all shakes out, the leaderboard is going to look very, very different. Hugh Barter still has the lead, I believe, in kart number 222. I'm not sure where Sho Dazono is in kart 208. I think he's there in 3rd position, and there's a change for the lead. Here's a replay of the start. It's the 222 of Barter, the 208 of Dazono, and look at the number 248 kart jutting across. That is the Italian driver Peduccia. As they come into the first corner, it looks as though somewhere in 3rd or 4th place just didn't have quite enough room, and as they came out of the first corner, yeah, it was it was about 7th or 8th place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 drivers on the outside line getting caught together. So the front group came through, but I'm looking back at pace like Stol Shamanis. Oh, Alexander Abaksava was one of the drivers caught out. So was Aliska Babaskova. But at the end of lap number 1, it is Shu Dazono who has the lead. But fighting back, it's 3 wide into turn 2, Hugh Barter, and that is Bo Pronesti. 2 Australians always side by side through turn number 3. Who's going to emerge in front? Which Australian? It's Barter. Pronesti up into 2nd place. We've got a breakaway of 2, 4, 6, 8 drivers. Oh, and a collision further back there. That looked like it was one of the Dutch drivers also coming out. We've got 1 or 2 karts off the side of the circuit, but it is Barter and Pronesti who lead. And, Georgi Zuin possibly in trouble as well. He made a good start. Alejandro Milan from 36th in the grid up to 20th. Change of position again. And that's the number 269 kart, briefly getting through into lead. It's all change. Oh, no one's giving an inch or asking for one. Akil Alibi from South Africa and Chris Hannon from the Netherlands. It's Barter somehow back in front. Alibi from South Africa second. Then it's Pronesti in third. And in fourth place, that looks like the number 237 car, Filip Jenic. So 237, Filip Jenic, the Serbian driver, who has made good ground. He's gained 8 positions. Show Dezono back into 5th position now. Oh, Vilgot Edqvist has retired. Oh, and there's another spin coming out of the corner. Oh, there's a KART, Portuguese driver, backwards on the circuit. Are they all going to avoid him? Yes, they do. That was Thomas Ribeiro out of 12th place in the number 210 KART. And Thomas is a very lucky young man there not to get collected. That would have been a head-on collision, and that would have not been pleasant. But he emerges unscathed and can get going again, albeit down at the back of the pack. So it's Australia, South Africa and Australia. 1, 2, 3 at the moment as we complete lap number 3. Barter, Alibi, Pronesti, then Jenic, Dezono, Marcel Cermach in KART number 240 is in 6th. Luke Pink for Australia is up into 7th. Then it's Danny Van Diesch and Ollie Pilker 8th and 9th. Chris Hannon has slipped back to 10th place. Chris Hannon had a little collision earlier on. Then it's Teo Blin, Geronimo Barrio, Alejandro Milan from 36th to 13th for the Mexican driver. Behind Milan, it is Lucas de Silva Mendes, Alexi Alava, Gregorio Bertoccio, Balas Valent from Hungary. Then it's Gustaf Wieniski, Yan Chen Cho from Taiwan, and Viggo Hovard from Sweden in 20th. Jason Leung's fallen back 21st. He was caught out on the first corner. Then it's Zhu Yan Chen from China and Josh Pearson from the United States. The leaders come out of turn number 12. Still, Poleman, Hugh Barter has the lead. Alibi, Pronesti, Shu Dezono now fighting back into 4th place in KART 208. But he's got his hands full. The top 3 are clear. And look at Alibi and Pronesti working together to try and push Hugh Barter away. And I know that each driver is driving for their own nation. They've got their own national race suits on, but they will work together if it's in the greater good for all concerned. Dezono, you can see that very diminutive driver in KART 208. He's in 4th place. He's weathered the storm. Then he's got 2, 4, 5 karts behind him. Jenic, Pilker, Cermax, Pink and Van Dijk down to 9th place. Then a gap back to Teo Blin in 10th. Barrio 11th. Silva Menes in 12th. Hannon, Milan and Bertoccio and Valent are next. Thomas Stolsamanis has retired, the number 246 KART. And Aliskia Babakova down in 34th place after her first lap crash. Luckily, nobody was injured in that. But it's still Barton in. Akil Alibi in KART number 211. The South African driver, well, the African Open Junior Rotax champion from Johannesburg, finished 34th in this event a year ago. He's looking very, very strong this year already. Bo Pronesti, first time here at the Grand Finals. There's a stranded KART at the side of the circuit, far out by turn number 7. There's a move. Oh, and Pronesti and Alibi was going for the move there on the race lead. He backed out of it and got sideways and clipped the race leader, and luckily Hugh Barter was able to steer clear. Pronesti was caught up a little bit, and up into 2nd place is Sho Mizuno. Here's a replay on your screens. He pulls out brakes himself, gets sideways. In fact, no, that was Pronesti. I do apologise. That was one Australian taking a chunk out of another. Pronesti almost cost himself and his teammate there, as now Bo Pronesti fighting back. He muscles past Sho Dezono there on the outside of turn number 2. It is now Hughie Barter, big lead for the driver of KART number 222 over the recovery of Bo Pronesti. Alibi is 3rd, Dezono is 4th, and in 5th position the number 237 Filip Jenic, with Cermax and Pilker right there as well. The 2 Polish drivers in 6th and 7th. Then is Danny Van Dijk in 8th. And oh, there's somebody running wide there coming out of turn number 7. That is possibly Van Dijk or Pilker, one of the Polish drivers. And Pilker or Cermak rather, Polish drivers. We'll see who they are. But as we start lap number 8, Hugh Barter has a 1.4 second lead over Bo Prenesti, although Prenesti under pressure big time from Akil Alibai. Prenesti defending into turn number 2. Alibai swings out wide to try the undercut, but of course he's going to be on the wrong side of the track for a move through turn number 3. Will he dive up the inside going into turn number 4? No room there. Behind those two at number 237 of Filip Janic has passed Show Dozono. That move there, well, that move from Prenesti was almost disastrous for the race leader, but in fact it actually has possibly handed the race win to his teammate Hugh Barter. We're on lap number 8 now, new fastest lap being put in by Ollie Pilker, 60.843 seconds. Prenesti still holding off Alibai, Dozono, Janic, Pilker, Van Dijk, Pink, Hannon, Cermak, then Mendes. Oh, Frank Escher has retired, the 255 car, the driver from Paraguay has retired. But here are the leaders coming down the main straight towards turn 2 on the penultimate lap, and a move Ollie Pilker in that blue race suit. He hasn't got a Polish race suit, he's just got his blue Dan Holland racing race suit, and he moves into what is now 5th position at the expense of Show Dozono. So Pilker, and then the very pint-sized Show Dozono in kart number 208 for Japan, now running 5th for Pilker, 6th for Dozono out of turn number 7. Barter checks over his shoulder, gets his head back down. He knows he's not under any pressure, and now as a move, there goes Filip Janic, Serbian driver, into what is 4th position, or is that now 3rd place? There's another move down into turn number 10, a bit further back. Danny Van Ruyten has faded in kart number 3. I'm looking down there. Tom Adams for Team UK in 20th place. Chris Hannon now makes his move into the top 8. Hannon in kart number 269. Watch the Flying Dutchman, and there's Pilker up the inside of Alibai at turn number 2. Doesn't quite make the move. Alibai holds on, but it's Barter, Prenesti, then Janic. Alibai under threat from Pilker. Dozono is next, but Hubie Barter has just got to keep things level now. Prenesti is holding on. There's somebody gone off in the infield section. You might see some dust being kicked up in the back of the screen. It's wafting its way across the track. Can't see who that is, but Hugh Barter, unconcerned about that. He leads from his teammate Bo Prenesti. It's an Australian 1-2 as they come to the line. Checkered flag waves. Oh, and the last corner, who was that running wide? That was Akil Alibai running wide, coming out of the final corner, and Alibai slips back to 6th position. Filip Janic takes 3rd for Serbia. Pilker is 4th. Dozono is 5th. And I'm looking down, well, we're waiting for, so let's have a look, and you can see there, just coming out the final corner, Alibai squeezed wide, as we've seen that happen a couple of times, over the grass, and that was Ollie Pilker snatching 4th place. And Ollie had to come back across to stop Show Dozono taking the spot. Alibai comes back in 7th place, in 6th place rather. Marcel Cermak is next up, and 1 or 2 karts. You see the red flag there to show that the recovery vehicle is on circuit, but Hugh Barter overcomes an attack from Bro Prenesti in that race. That was the key moment. There's Ollie Pilker. He had a couple of key moments as well in that race. He comes away in 4th position. Great drive from Filip Janic to finish in 3rd. There's the scene, there's Pilker on the weighbridge. goes the race winner, number 222. Now this will be interesting to see the body language between the two Australian drivers down in the, you can see the fighting kangaroo on the back of his race suit. Bo Prenesti, well, Bo, you've just finished your very first Grand Finals race in second place, me old chestnuts. I know that you almost took out the race leader and your teammate, but that was, hey, little mistakes happened, you gathered it together, all was good in the end. There's Saison. Saison gets on the weigh scales, and you can see the difference in height. So the junior drivers, 13, well, some of them are 12, 13, 14 and 15 years old. And the difference between a very short 12-year-old and a very tall 15-year-old is none more pronounced there, as you see Saison and Marcel Cermax coming through. But the results as follows. Provisionally, of course, from the second heat in junior Rotax. Hugh Barter by 0.4 of a second over Bo Prenesti. Filip Jenic is third. Olli Pilka is fourth. Shu Dazono from Japan rounds out the top five. And of Akil Alibi, Marcel Cermax, Danny Van Dijk, and great drive from Colombia's Geronimo Berrio. Ahead of Jason Lung, who recovered well to finish in 10th. Then Brazil's Lucas da Silva Mendes. Theo Blin from France in 12th. Gregorio Batoccio is 13th. Vigor Hjovard from the back of the grid finishes 14th. Balas Valent, one of two Valent brothers from Hungary in this event, he finishes 15th. Ahead of Alexei Alava, Joshua Pearson. Chris Hannon, problem on the last lap, he drops to 19th, just in front of Danny Van Ruyten. So a disappointing race there for the two Dutch drivers. Yan Chen Cho from Taiwan is 21st. Alejandro Milan, 36th to 22nd. That's progress. Suhyun Chen from China is 23rd. Gustav Winifsky is 24th. Then Luke Pink, featured highly at the front of the field in the early stages. He drops back to 25th. Justin Arsenio, Rohan Madesh, Georgi Zuain, Alessio Barone, Brian Kvavedo, Thomas Ribeiro after his spin, he finishes 31st. Eliska Babikova, 32nd, and Georgia's Alexander Abkazava is 33rd. Sadly, Frank Escher, Thomas Stolshomanis were among the three retirements from that race. And there you go, there's the banner on screen, 20 years, the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, and there is our first view of the driver's tent on your live stream. So these images are being beamed into the driver's tent. So if you see us, if you see yourselves, give us a wave. 360 drivers. The DEKM carts are in a separate tent, obviously because they've got lots of electricity and batteries and stuff like that that is need to be kept separate. But this is 360 drivers. You can see there is the Czech Republic penguin hanging up. Not quite sure. Somebody on social media will explain the significance of penguins in the Czech Republic to me. There's the Norwegian flag. All the drivers are in their countries. They all have a single station to work from, so they're not allowed to go and sit with their mates. They've got to work as a country, as a nation. And it is a buzzing hive of activity. You can see there, that gives you an idea. There are different countries that have got different mascots. I have to say that the Australian team, the Australian team have probably got the best looking area. I mean, I don't think there's any sort of Australian bunting left in Australia. They brought it all with them. They've got signposts, they've got koalas, kangaroos. Steve Irwin was, well, the ghost of Steve Irwin was spotted earlier. There's a very large inflatable crocodile that's, well, I think it's seen better days by now. It's been, how should we say, well used, that inflatable crocodile. Say no more. Now we look ahead to the first of the senior Rotax races. This is the class that is run every year in the Grand Finals, and it's Italy's Elia Galvanin, who starts from pole position. Vincent France from Germany on the outside of row number one. Daniel Vasile, great result for the Romanian driver. He starts on the inside of row 2, third place, debutant Oakley Pryor. The team down at Clay Pigeon Raceway in Dorchester will be going absolutely radio rentals if Oakley can do the business here. Yuga Furutani from Japan and Shahan Ali Moshin. That's India's best ever qualifying result in this competition, 6th. Cody Gillis, 2017 DD2 champion. He returns to this event, starts 7th. Alexander Bardas from Italy. Alexander Bardas, not a badass. He starts in the outside of row number 4. Lachlan Robinson, Lockie Robinson from the UAE in 9th. Cesar Gazal from France rounds out the top 10. Then it's Brody Whitmore and Jace Denmark Gessel from the United States. Row 7, Reese Hunter, Michael McCulloch, Mads Reese and Francisco Perez on row 8. Row 9, Paolo Coelho and Bensi Valent, older brother of Balas Valent, who we've just seen in the junior race. Gustavo Suarez and Sean Michael Visser round out the top 20. Kailuo Lu from China and Patrick Rundqvist from Sweden are next. Then it is Marco Canillas from Paraguay and Luna Blom, the young lady from the Netherlands, starting 24th. Mario Novak, 3rd this event last year. He starts 25th. Tobias Verlo, 26th. Santiago Fabani and Rasmus Friedel on row number 14. Rounding out the top 30, Stefan Kobil and Jakub Kolasa from Austria and Poland, respectively. Salvatore Toscano from Malta, the only Maltese driver qualified this year. He's 31st. Mauricio Herrera from Mexico in 32nd. 33rd is Griffin Dowler. Sofian Salhi from Algeria, 34th. Florian Baudon and Chan-Hook Lee from Korea round out the 36 kart field. 10 laps. We wait Elia Galvanin. And I'll be joined in commentary a bit later on by Filippo Laghi, who's a multiple Italian champion who raced in this event 5 or 6 times. And Filippo has stopped driving regularly this year. He's looking after Elia, and he's a bit of a good luck charm at the moment. Let's see. Oh, it's a false start, I think. Yep, fingers in the air. That signals that the formation was not good. The start line speed was not good. Whatever the reason, race director Ramiro Brito says, nope, we don't go. We go around again. Again, Italy, Germany, Romania, United Kingdom, Japan, India, Australia, all represented in the top 7. We're on home soil. Italy have only ever won 1 grand finals in the history of this event. Alex Irlando in this class 4 years ago at Portimao. 3 years ago here, Marco Settimo crossed the line first in the junior class, only to be given a penalty for a drop nose cone. And that handed the win to Mark Kimber from the UK. But Elia Galvanin, who has been here before, as a junior driver though, this is his debut as a senior. So, 10 laps into the tram lines. This time we go. No, we don't. Once again, hands waving. Now, is that because the speed is too fast? I mean, I can understand Elia Galvanin is in a hurry to get going, and the red flag is out. So for the first time, we will play the game that the race director likes to call shut up and listen. Now, the rules of this game are very simple. The drivers have to shut up and listen. as the race director explains the correct way to start a go-kart race. And that way, I shall let you listening in on a little secret, that way is to keep the pace nice and slow, to come out of the final corner, to get into the tram lines, and to wait. Don't mash the gas until you pass the correct line on the circuit and you see the lights change. When the lights change, you're free to go and race amongst yourselves. Until then, you do as what you're told, like in it. And the rules are very simple. The race director does the talking, the drivers do the nodding and listening, and they do the shutting up. So, we will not talk over the playing of this game, but of course the consequences for failure to obey the start line rules, and I'm not saying this will happen, but it has happened in the past, is that the two drivers that control the speed of the field are the two drivers on the front row. And if they're not careful, all that hard work they put in to qualify so well could be undone. Now here we go. So out they get, and oh, there's a little bit of pointing, some shrugging of shoulders, and the game begins. Well, that was a short game, but I believe that you can probably see, you don't need to me to voice over that to see the international hand signals of behave yourselves. And now race director Ramiro Brito will just double check that everyone is in the correct order. And they're getting out of the car. Ah, Shahan Ali Moshin, the driver, a couple of drivers had moved out of position. Number 323, there's Vincent France. Ali Moshin going back to the third row. And now Ramiro Brito is happy that all 36 cards are in the correct order. And he's just saying, yes, yes, I will tell you when to press the lights. We have been there, so we're going to think. That is one lap. Think, be careful, calm down, wait, and go. Right, we're off and running again. So for the third time, this could be a race start the next time around. So suitably chastened Elliot Galvani, Vincent France, and I think it was Daniel Vasile in KART 365 who was invited for an audience with the race director there, shall we say, because of course you can't see it from the camera angle, but Vasile was possibly giving Galvani the hurry up there, and he was doing that by just resting his nose cone on the rear bumper of Galvani's car just to push him away. You know, of course, we've seen this in other classes of kart, and it's the senior, the slipstream is so good. If you can push the driver along in front of you, and I mean these senior karts now are doing 120 kilometers an hour. But if you can rest your nose in the rear bumper of the driver in front of you at 120 kilometers an hour, that will give you a sizable advantage down the straights, especially if the drivers behind you are battling and going side by side and weaving about and defending. So the spectators look on. The karts, that's coming out of turn number 8, they're going into the left-hander at turn number 9. Beautiful mountainous region here in southern Italy. Baked and bathed in sunshine through turn number 10, that left-hander into the right flick out of turn 11 through there, and then you're in a short straight up to turn number 12, and it's deceptively tight. Turn 12 is. It's a long corner. It sort of tightens as it gets to the exit of the corner. Now, are we in the tram lines? This time we are racing. Galvan a little bit cautious away around the outside from row 1 is Vincent France. France takes the lead. Oakley Pryor, the black crash helmet, up into second place. Galvan in there, losing third position to the Romanian driver, Daniel Vasile. Oh, and at turn number 2, there's 3 or 4 carts off in the dirt, in the dust, and somebody going very slowly there with a bent front end by the looks of it. So we could have 1 or 2 drivers already out of the race. But from the outside of row number 1, Germany's Vincent France leads. Oakley Pryor in second, and that is the Romanian driver, Daniel Vasile, up into third place. Elia Galvani in the poleman down to 4th. And then everyone else, you can see at the back there, a couple of carts in trouble with mechanical issues. There was some contact at the end of the main straight. I think everyone's back in the race. We'll see who has been delayed. Battle for third. Galvani now trying to fight back against Vasile. Cody Gillis has made a good start. He's in the 5th. Side by side for third. There goes Galvan in cart number 371. Back to the inside of Vasile to retake third place. Gillis in cart number 322 is right there in third. Oh, somebody's got a very sick sounding engine coming across the front of the grid there. Obviously an exhaust manifold has been knocked out there, and I can't see who that is. That could be Francisco Perez. We'll have to see next time around. It's lap number 2 now. France leads Pryor. Gap developing back to third. Oh, and a spin coming out of turn number 8. Dirt being collected. Everybody's going to try and get through that cleanly. And I think that's number 325 going quite slowly. That looked like it was Mads Rees, perhaps. Mechanical flag for Francisco Perez. So Perez has got a problem there. Now let's have a look who's goes for a spin coming out of turn number 8. Oh, there was contact there. That looks like well, one of them was a Dutch driver. There was there was somebody up over the back of another cart there coming out of that corner, and the driver of the dark race suit getting nerfed unceremoniously onto the dirt, and that was either could have been the number 2325 cart of Mads Rees. Hand in the air, you can see Mads Rees there possibly getting involved. Oh, and somebody else spinning on the left-hand side of your screen. So it is all kicked off early doors here in the opening senior race of the day. Now, now that driver has missed a bit of the circuit. He's regained the track coming down towards turn number 8. But it is France, Pryor, Galvani, Gillis, Vasile, Lachlan Robinson up into 6th position now. Mads Rees has slowed down. Michael McCulloch was the driver of the dark race suit. There was the New Zealander Michael McCulloch getting spun around there. Cesar Gazau is up to 6th position. Reese Hunter to 7th. Then Jace Denmark, Gassel, Alexander Bardas, Brody Whitmore, much in top 10. Vasile has dropped back to 11th with Yuga Furutani and Tobias Verlo 12th and 13th. Tobias Verlo from Norway has gained 13 positions. Mario Novak from Austria in trouble and out of the race as well. Oh, Moshin as well from India has had a problem. Great qualifying, poor race start from Shai Moshin from India. He is down in about 32nd position at the moment. But the front still, Vincent Price, no, he was a horror actor. Vincent France, Vincent Price, the voiceover of the Thriller video. Darkness is not falling upon this land. The midnight hour is not close at hand, because Vincent France is leading the race. Oakley Pryor sets himself up down the middle. You can see Pryor pointing at Vincent Price saying, no, don't defend, push, push, I'm going to go with you. Galvanin and Gillis are closing in. France, Pryor, Galvanin, Gillis, Robinson in 5th position. Lachlan Robinson from the UAE in 5th. Cesar Gazau in 6th. Then it's Reese Hunter in 7th. We've had 3 retirements. Mario Novak, Mads Rees and Francisco Perez. Out of turn number 7. Down the straight towards turn number 8. The top 5, nose to tail. Actually make that top 4 with Robinson doing his best to close in 5th position in cart number 324. Winner of the United Arab Emirates Rotax Challenge, representing the Al Ain Raceway. Change of the lead. There goes Oakley Pryor. Gets a good run coming out of. Now Oakley's turning over his shoulder. What's he signaling? He's signaling. Well, Oakley, you might want to turn around and look at where you're going, son, because they're going to come past you on that straight, whether you want them to or not. But we're on lap number 7 out of 10 now. Pryor leads. France, Galvanin, Gillis battles on for second. Side by side now between France and Galvanin. Galvanin there gets shuffled wide. Gillis now goes through into second place. Lucky Robinson in that beautifully designed black and gold Team UAE race suit. He is having a good run here. The best performance I've seen from him so far in the grand finals. He's qualified a couple of times in the past. And now Elia Galvanin back to where, well, almost back to where he was at the start. He's fourth, but closing. It's Pryor, France, then Gillis. Oakley Pryor defends into turn 2. Vincent France tries to go at the inside coming out of turn number 2, but he's on the wrong side of the track to make a move. He's got to defend now from Gillis in third place. Gillis in kart 322, that green and yellow and black Team Australia race suit. Comes out of turn number 9. Galvanin and Robinson right there. Also in the lead group, Reese Hunter, Cesar Gazal, Alex Bardas, Brody Whitmore, Jace Denmark Gassel and Yuga Futanari, or Furatani rather, from Japan in 11th place. He's not a million miles away from the race lead either. 4 karts come out of turn number 10 through turn number 11 on this lap number 8 out of 10. And Oakley Pryor continues to lead this race on his grand finals debut. Gillis in third. Pryor again looking over his shoulder. He's going to have to break that habit. That's going to get him into an awful lot of trouble if he keeps on doing that. He's lost the lead. Back down to 4th place now. Galvanin and Gillis. Moving to 2nd place. Vincent France takes the lead back on this lap number 9 out of 10. France, Gillis, Galvanin, Pryor under pressure now from Cesar Gazal and Lachlan Robinson. Cesar Gazal, the Frenchman. Oh, and there's Pryor now having to defend. He was forced a little bit wide there, and Pryor in 4th place. He's going to make that kart around. Reese Hunter. Oh, and there's a move going on into there. That looked like it was Brody Whitmore. Mirror signal manoeuvre up the inside of Reese Hunter there as we start the last lap. It's Vincent France, Cody Gillis, and Elia Galvan in the top 3. Pryor, Robinson and Hunter, 4th, 5th and 6th. Whitmore is 7th, leading a whole train of other karts. Oh, and there goes Elia Galvan in 120 kilometres an hour. Broadside to try and get at the inside of Vincent France. It's cost him. Cody Gillis comes out in the lead. This is where experience pays off. Cody Gillis has the lead of this race. He said he was going to have a little go this year, and he certainly is. Galvanin trying to make it 3 wide. Now Vincent France and Cody Gillis are wheel to wheel. The door is closing. Galvanin realised there's nowhere else to go. He keeps it pinned over the curbs. It's going to cost him a chance for the race win. Gillis leads, France second. Then it's Galvanin, Pryor, Lachlan Robinson and Reese Hunter, your top 6. So Cody Gillis picks up where he left off in 2017 with a win, taking the chance. Oh, someone comes off going through turn number 10. Dust cloud on the circuit. Can't see who it was, but the last time Cody Gillis was on track racing in the grand finals, it was when he was winning at Portimao in 2017. He picks up with another race win at the start of 2019. So it's Gillis, Vincent France and Elia Galvanin. Australia take their 2nd win of the day. Vincent France from Germany second. Now there is a Nations Cup where a driver's best, a nation's best result in each race gets added together. So Australia doing themselves the world of good early on in this, the 20th running of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. But it's Cody Gillis, the 20-year-old driver from Wollongong, second in this year's Aussie Pro Series, Aussie Pro Tour rather. He wins by 0.4 of a second from Germany's Vincent France and Italy's Elia Galvani. Team UK's Oakley Pryor and Rhys Hunter finished 4th and 5th. Lachlan Robinson for Team UAE takes 6th position. Looking further back, there's the site, there is Oakley Pryor having a shaking hands, well done. I think, well, that was Oakley's first experience the Grand Finals. Once he's learned how to look at the track ahead of him, he'll do all right. But here's Rhys Hunter looking at it. Now Rhys Hunter, one of 2 Hunter brothers racing in here, and Pryor again. These drivers, they don't know each other. Well, a lot of them don't know each other, especially from other corners of the, from other sides of the globe. They're all in the same tent. They get used to each other. There's the number 350 cart. That is Alexander Bardas from Italy. He goes through. What's that tufted thing on the top of his head? Oh, that's his haircut. Oh dear. There's number 330. That's Sweden's Rasmus Fridell, the 23-year-old driver, looking pretty pleased with life. And here's the result, the provisional result. Cody Gillis, Vincent France, Elia Galvani in the top 3. 0.6 of a second separate them at the end. Oakley Pryor and Rhys Hunter 4th and 5th. Lachlan Robinson in 6th. That's the best result of the day so far for the United Arab Emirates. Cesar Gazal from France is 7th. Alexander Bardas is 8th. Brody Whitmore is 9th. And Jace Denmark Gessel rounds out the top 10. Rasmus Fridell from Sweden is 11th. No wonder he was looking quite pleased himself. He started back in 28th. Then it's Yuga Furutani, Tobias Verlo, and China's Kailuo Luo. Good result for Luo from China. Jakub Kolasa from Poland is 15th. Then Santiago Fabani, Bence Valent, and Charles-Michael Visser from South Africa round out your top 15. And at the end of 10 laps, the top 19 drivers separated by less than 10 seconds. Stefan Kerbel from Austria is 19th. Luna Blom, the Dutch lady, is 20th. Salvatore Toscano from Malta finishes 21st ahead of Patrick Rundqvist, Griffith Dowler, Chan Hook Lee, Gustavo Suarez, Paulo Coelho, then Marco Canillas, Daniel Vasile slipped back to 28th from a great start. Sofian Salhi comes home in 29th ahead of Maurizio Herrera in 30th. Michael McCulloch, he got spun out earlier on, he finishes 31st ahead of Florian Bourdon, and sadly, after an accident and also I think a pretty poorly go-kart, Shahan Al-Moshin from India is the last driver to finish. So there is the first race of the day in Senior Rotax Max. Now it's time for the second half of the Rotax Max field to take to the circuit. 36 more drivers sit and wait. You can see Ryan Norberg in kart 304 from Orlando, Florida. Well, Ryan, this is no trip to Disney World. This is the World Championship of Rotax karting. And the last time he was here was as a junior back in Valencia in 2014. Didn't make it out of the pre-final on that occasion. Finds himself starting on pole for his first heat on this one. So it's Norberg and then Guillaume Trelliard from France on the outside of row number 1. Paul Fouquemin, also from France, and Axel Sarniala from Finland on row number 2. Clayton Ravenscroft from the United Kingdom and Matteo Richter from the Czech Republic on row number 3. Teresa Babikova, great result for Teresa. Let's see if she can go a little bit better than her younger sister who got involved in a crash in her junior race. She starts on row number 4 alongside Amma Harris Jeffrey from Malaysia. Guillaume de Oliveira and Guy Cunnington start on row number 5. Andreas Devitsoglu from Greece and Roy Kurfs from Belgium on row number 6. Row 7, Tito Shanghai Schmiedli from Switzerland and Axel Charpentier making his return to the Grand Finals the first time in 4 years. Shogo Endo and Jan Matthias are on row number 8. Row number 9, is going to be Zhao Cunha. No, it's not. It's going to be Kairo Kivi from Estonia and Matija Jurisic. Jurisic goes from 20th on the grid. Zhao Cunha is 21st and Jorge Krasko from Ukraine in 22nd. Then it is Matilda Olsen, European champion, and Iljan Brusniels from Belgium. Travis Wiley and Gonzalo Escalera from Argentina on row number 12. Row 13, Patrick Woods-Toth, welcome back to the grand finals. Patrick and Jordi Westerleken from the Netherlands. Row 14, Maxim Turiev and Panakrat Mituvikorn from Thailand. Gabriel Vikor and Mohamed Matar are on row number 15. Chen Han Lin and Lebanon's Carl Risk are on row number 16. Row 17, Dominic Sinkovits from Estonia and Woo Jin Shin from South Korea. Thomas Alvarez and Gustavo Gomez from Chile and Colombia round out the field respectively. Now, of course, these drivers would have watched the first heat, or more importantly, would have watched the start of the first heat from the dummy grid, and they would have seen the situation with the start, or the lack of start. Now, are we going to go first time around? Yes, we are. We're off and racing. Oh, and a couple of drivers running wide going into turn number 1. Are we all going to get through cleanly? Yes, we are. Now, next flashpoint, down towards turn 2, 120 kilometres now. Oh, and there's a big crash there. That is one of the Belgian drivers up and over the back of another driver and hard into the barrier. And that is 2 karts into the fence, and they're up and out of their karts. They're okay. That is the main thing. Let's have a little look at that. That, I think, was Roy Kerfs or possibly Iljan Brusniels. And it was up over the back of the number 370. It's kart number 308, Iljan Brusniels, who just vaults up over the back of 370 and outside. And who was the poor driver that got taken out with it? Oh, the Swedish driver was so lucky. Oh no, that was number 314. That's Matilda Olsen. She was so lucky there. She had to take evasive action. She's lost a lot of time. But I'm looking up, and I do believe both Iljan Brusniels and the driver on the outside, Zhao Cunha, they're back in the race. Unbelievable. 347, Paul Fokwemin has the race lead. So in the midst of all that, I didn't see how Ryan Norberg lost the lead, but that was a frightening accident. Luckily, everything is okay. Guillaume Triard is now leading in kart number 345 ahead of Paul Fokwemin. It's a France 1-2. I think Zhao Cunha and Iljan Brusniels are going to recover from the back, and we've had another change. Now, is that Clayton Ravenscroft into top spot? Yes, it is. Clayton Ravenscroft takes the lead of the race. Up into P2 has come Ryan Norberg. So the 2 French drivers have, sacre bleu, they have tripped over one another and they have fallen back to 4th or 5th position. Dust getting kicked up. It's getting a little bit lively on this. It's just the second lap of the senior Rotax race. The leaders come through turn number 1 now. Ravenscroft leads Norberg. Guillaume Trelliard is 3rd. Fokwemin is 4th. Teresa Babikova up into P5 in kart number 364. Then it is Axel Sanyalia, Guy Cunnington, Matteo Rickner, and Malaysia's Anna Harris Jeffrey. So it is 364. Babikova, the Czech Republic young lady, who is in 5th position. And let's have a little look to see, just sitting behind the French driver Paul Fokwemin. Paul Fokwemin, one of the more experienced drivers in the field, 27-year-old driver from Normandy. Briefly led this race, and he is now under pressure from the young lady from the Czech Republic. And behind him, Axel Sanyala in kart 332. Then there's a gap back to Guy Cunnington. Change for position amongst the second group of karts. We've got a change for lead as Ryan Norberg takes over top spot. So Norberg in the 304 has retaken the lead from the 345 and Guillaume Trelliard. Norberg defending down the main straight into turn number 2. Trelliard can't get past. It's Ravenscroft in third. Then it is for Hwemin, Babakova and Guy Cunnington, the top 6. So Cunnington on his Grand Finals debut is there in 6th position. Now, further back, Carl Risk has had a problem and is, I think, about to retire. Oh, what a spin! There goes 2 drivers in that lead pack there. One of them is that Treyard or for Hwemin? Oh, I think it might have been both the French drivers. Oh, merci, no. That is... let's have a look at the replay coming out of the turn number 6. The battle was on for second, and it was, Ravenscroft on the inside, for Hwemin on the outside, and Ravenscroft was bounced through the air there, and for Hwemin came back across and took out his teammate. Ravenscroft carries on in 2nd place. Babakova is now up to 3rd. Cunnington is 4th, although Cunnington has now come past Babakova. Behind them, Matteo Richter. So it's 2 Czech drivers in the top 5. So we've got an American leading 2 British drivers, 2 Czech drivers, and then a Finn. And that Finn is, well, he's putting his point up the inside of... Gotta be careful what I say here. He's been up the inside of Teresa Babakova. No, it was Matteo Richter to take over 5th position. So Sanyala is over the 5th. Great drive. Amir Harris Jeffrey up into 7th place for Malaysia. Then it's Shogo Endo in 8th. Roy Kurfs in 9th. Guillaume de Oliveira is 10th. Charpentier 11th. Patrick Woods-Toth is 12th. And then it is, well, everybody else. Everybody else apart from Zhao Cunha and Ilian Brusniels, who are out of the race. But Ryan Norberg pulling away at the front. Took advantage of that incident between Ravenscroft and the 2 French drivers. Oh, and there's Teresa Babakova giving Guy Cunnington the hurry up, going off into turn number 2. I think Teresa can see a gap developing between Cunnington and the top 2. And oh, now she moves a little bit wide there. And here comes Axel Sanyala and Matteo Richter. Sanyala up into 3rd place in kart number 332. Richter is up into 4th now. Babakova back to 5th. Jeffrey 7th. Shogo Endo and Kurfs are next. Then it's De Oliveira, Charpentier, Woods-Toth, Matias, Kivi, Schmiedli, Jurisic, Wiley, Krasko, Sinkovitz and Devasoglu. That's your top 20 at the moment. On lap number 6, and things are finally calming down. Norberg goes through turn number 1. Clayton Ravenscroft is half a second down. Ravenscroft, though, is going to get a slipstream. Ravy is in the slipstream coming into turn number 2. And that gap, you can see it on the screen, it closed from half a second to just half a kart length. And now Clayton Ravenscroft can spend the infield portion of the circuit just studying where Norberg is quick. And battle for 5th place, side-by-side contact there for 5th between Richter and Babakova. The 2 Czech drivers there having a bit of a territorial dispute. Shogo Endo from Japan has moved up well in the number 326 kart. Amir Harris Jeffrey is next. Now into turn number 9. Ravenscroft is right in Norberg's slipstream. You can see Norberg looking over his shoulder. Norberg dives to the inside to defend. Ravenscroft doesn't go with him. Ravenscroft goes side by side. Ravenscroft sweeps across the outside, takes the race lead, and now Norberg very sensibly takes a wider line into turn number 2 to cut back underneath Ravenscroft, or to try to, but it's Clayton Ravenscroft who has the race lead at the moment. Into turn number 5 they go. Ravenscroft, Matilda Olsen meanwhile 24th place, recovering from that earlier incident where suddenly 2 karts went right across the front of her full speed. She has got a bit of a recovery job on, but the young Swedish lady who is this year's European champion is making her way back up the order on this lap, 8 out of 10. Guillaume Trelliard is down in 21st place now. And I'm looking to see where Paul Hwemin down in 29th. So the 2 French drivers that were so quick at the start of this race, they got involved in that incident, and they are now well outside the top 20. Ravenscroft leads. Norberg and Cunnington second and third. Norberg swings out wide going into turn number 2. He's going to get a good run side by side for the race lead coming out of turn number 2. Ravenscroft has the racing line for turn number 3. Now slows him back down for turn 4. Sanyala is 4th. Cunnington is 3rd. It's a 4-kart scrap on this, the penultimate lap. In 5th position, oh, there's a move for 5th going into turn number 5. And that was the 2 Czech drivers, Richter and Babakova. And Endo, well, Richter and Babakova, they may be racing for the same country, but they have been absolutely going for it. Endo right behind them in the white race suit, you can see in the 7th position there. That is kart number 326. Then Guillaume de Oliveira and Roy Curves. Amir Harris Jeffrey still runs 10th for Malaysia. But it's the United Kingdom, the United States running 1-2. Ravenscroft leads by 0.4 of a second coming through turn number 1. And now Ryan Norberg having to defend from Guy Cunnington. Cunnington to the inside of Norberg for second. On this, the last lap. Sanyala trying to go around the outside of Norberg as well. Ravenscroft and Cunnington through turn number 4. Hard on the brakes into turn number 5. Got to keep the door closed there. Norberg thought about it. Cocks a rear wheel in the air as he hooks the kart round. Gets back on the power, but he's got to defend from Sanyala as well. Through turn 7 now, down the straight towards turn number 8, past the driver's tent. Packed house there in the driver's tent. Under braking now for turn number 8. They're still battling over 5th position, and that looks like it was Babakova passing Richter for 5th place, coming through turn number 8. Endo is right there in 7th. De Oliveira is there in 8th. But it's going to be Clayton Ravenscroft and Guy Cunnington. It's a 1-2 finish for Team GB. Ryan Norberg for the United States finishes 3rd. Axel Sanyala for Finland takes home 4th position. 5th for Teresa Babakova. Guillaume de Oliveira in 6th. Richter, Endo, Curfs, Jeffrey, Charpentier and Patrick Woods-Toth round out the top 12. And, well, after what was a spectacular start to that race, and then several incidents among the leaders, Clayton Ravenscroft has the victory. Guy Cunnington finishes P2. Ryan Norberg and Axel Sanyala takes 3rd. And wait for the so Ravenscroft, Cunnington, Norberg, Sanyala. And we watch the drivers filter back into the holding area. Luckily, Ilian Bruchniels and Zhao Cunha are okay after that frightening first lap incidents, and we'll there's the scene as the drivers get on the weigh scales. Clayton Ravenscroft goes through, and now Guy Cunnington comes across, and the body language of the drivers is absolutely fascinating as they sort of head into the weigh scales, because there's a range of emotions. That is when a driver first meets their mechanic, whether it's just a mechanic or a parent, at the end of a kart race. That initial moment is where emotions are at their most raw, and it's great that we can see down in there. There's Guy Cunnington's father just pushing his kart off there. There's Axel Sanyala and his mechanic Yoshi Kotala wanders off, and there's Ryan Norberg. What a return to the grand finals for Norberg. He goes through. So that concludes the first round of senior races. Up next in a few short moments will be DD2 Masters. Well, there's a quick glance at the results. Ravenscroft, Cunnington, Norberg, Sanyala, Babakova, De Oliveira, Richter, Endo, Kerfs, and Amir Harris Jeffrey. The top 10, Axel Charpentier, Patrick Woods-Toth, Cairo Kiwi. A good welcome back to the grand finals for Cairo. In 13th place, Titus Schmiedli, Jan Matias, Matija Jurisic, Maxim Turiev, and Travis Wiley. The top 18, but again, 20 drivers separated by 10 seconds at the end of that one. Guillaume Trelliard crashed and still came home 20th within 10 seconds of the leaders. Matilda Olsen, she'll be thinking, well, that's a disappointing start, but a result salvaged from what could have been. Tanakrit Methovitikon, he finishes 25th. He missed the first day of practice here, so he is playing catch-up. The Thai driver, Paul Fokwemin, sadly 27th. And then further down, we Carl Risk, the Lebanese driver, he failed to finish, as did Zhao Cunha and Ilian Brusniels. But we are now moving ahead to the next race, the DD2 Masters class. So the 2-speed karts, the Masters karts, all run by Sodi Kart, and I'm very honoured to be joined in the commentary box by one of the finest to strap themselves in to a DD2 Masters kart. That is Scott Campbell. Scott, representing Team Canada here. How's it going? How's life in the Western Canadian Karting Championship?
The Western Canadian stuff has been amazing. We have 5 drivers here that represent Canada, and I'm just here to try to help them out and give them that extra little wisdom that I have over the 12 times that I've raced at it. So
yeah, 12 grand finals. It's hard to believe, and you know, when you come to a circuit and you know, I've seen there's several former drivers here that are here mechanicking, and you say, oh, how's it feel like? And they were like, oh, it's okay, but you don't really, they enjoy working with younger drivers, but the itch when you're here and you see the tent and you see everything, you know, that's when you really sort of like, oh, I wish.
Yeah, and yesterday it was when those 2 drivers had that big accident. I was talking to you about like the 2 karts that were possibly open, and there was reserve stuff, and I kind of did a little bit of digging. I was like, man, it could be really awesome to get back out with these guys here, but it's not in the cards, and I'm here to enjoy and help support my guys. So
yeah, and of course there's some very, very strong Canadian drivers in all classes we're looking there, not just the Masters class, as we see 36 drivers from Masters heading out onto the circuit now. We'll have a quick run down the grid. Robert Pazewski and Antti Olakainen on the front row, Henrich Gruber and Rodrigo Eckholt on the second row, Alex Gasparovic and Primoz Matelic on row 3, Slavomir Moransky and Jared Frieston on row number 4, then Luis Ignacio Valenzuela and Mikolas Mazinaz on row 5, Christoph Adams and Igor Mukhin are next up. Looking down on the screens there, the rest of the field going through, and some of the names to fill in: Pazewski, Olakainen, Eckholt, Matelic, Moransky, drivers that you've locked horns with over many times. We've seen some incidents and accidents in the other classes. Surely now the Masters are going to be a little bit more sedate, no?
Probably not, but I know everybody's out there racing hard, and they'll try to make it clean through there. But the last 2 races, the seniors made it through turn 1, but it was all the way down at the end of the straightaway that the accidents happened. So.
And of course, you're going even faster in a DD2 kart. Just as we watch the drivers on their rolling lap, the key to getting around this place quickly is obviously, you know, you need a good engine, you need good speed, but also the technical section.
Very much. Yeah, when I raced here in 2016, I had some issues on the straightaway, but we got that figured out with Rotax. But the rest of the time, I was doing some amazing laps. And yeah, you got to just put it together the whole lap and just be consistent and move your way forward if you need to do that.
And we've now had this is the 3rd consecutive day of hot, dry weather. The amount of rubber that's gone down, that changed the track as well.
Oh, I'm sure it has. I know, talking to a couple of guys, the pressures have to be spot on or else the tires fall off very, very quickly.
Well, we've had a false start, so you can see that by the drivers' hands in the air. So it's not just the junior drivers and some of the senior drivers that are guilty of a little bit of over-exuberance at the start. I mean, even the more experienced drivers, I mean, we're looking at Robert Pazewski, kart number 541. I mean, he's raced the last 3 years, 11th last year. Antti Olakainen on the outside, you know,
bridesmaid so many times too.
Three consecutive run-up finishes. Even drivers with that experience, you still get the butterflies, the nerves on the rolling lap. Yes,
it's that first heat, right? You got to get it under your belt, and then you can settle into the week and just do your thing and have some hard racing.
Yep. So the key to this race is, again, for those drivers in the start in the top 10 to stay in the top 10. I suppose the problem is that you've got drivers that, for whatever reason, didn't get the right track position in qualifying, missed the setup.
Yeah, there's a couple of big names down the grid here, and I'm really surprised they're down there. And even like Christophe, like he's one of my guys that he's run 14 times now. So him and I have been battling for years over the amount of times on the track and racing. And there's a couple of big guys, Leonardo down there, and Igor's even been here lots of times too. So I know all these guys.
Well, let's see if we can go racing 10-lap race, the second time of asking, and the drivers down at the back of the grid. There are, I mean, the DD2 Masters class. We've got 35 nations represented, and it's always good to see the drivers from Egypt here, from Taiwan, that here for the experience, maybe not up at the front, but let's have a go. Second time of asking into the tram lines. This time we're off and racing, so hold your breath. It's a good start from Pazewski through turn number 1, and the leaders all round cleanly. In fact, everyone through cleanly now down towards turn 2. That first time flat out on the brakes. You've got to hope that everyone around you sticks. We'll have a look there, and it does look like a good clean start, and a good start for the pole man, Robert Pazewski, and as well for that's Henry Gruber up into second place. It looks like Olekainen is third. Anti's not going to be too worried about that at the moment. Eckholt and Gasparovic next with Primož Mateliš. The experienced drivers up at the front. Now you think, if you were there, you think, right, now we can calm down. We've all got through cleanly, let's get our heads down.
Yeah, you just settle into the groove and just do the 10 laps, and then if you have a couple of moments when you have to give up a position, it's only 1 point. People have to understand it's a little bit of a chess game throughout the event, and you have to make sure that you set yourself up good for the points to get yourself into the finals. So this is just one piece of the puzzle.
So out on turn 12 to complete lap number 1. Robert Pazewski from Austria leads Henry Gruber from Latvia, and Gruber in kart number 559. This is the first time he's qualified since 2015, so it's been a few years away from Henry Gruber, but he's adapting very well back to the competition, and also he's giving Rob Pazewski a little bit of a push there going through turn number 3, just giving him a hurry up. But again, a nice 2, 4, 6, 7 kart battle. Oh, there's a move.
Yeah, there was something.
About 6 there, but Pazewski looking in control at the moment. Out towards turn number 7 now. Hard on the brakes. So it's a downshift, and then now back up through the power. Looking over your shoulder there, the race leader, Antti Olekainen there. Oh, runs wide there. Pazewski runs a little bit wide.
And he lost 2 positions. I think Anti's going to get by 2. Oh, no.
No, recovering well there, Pazewski, but that's a tiny little error, and maybe a little bit of pressure, maybe just it's so easy to misjudge your braking zone when you know that there's a whole field of cars behind you.
Yeah, totally. I know I had that problem in 2016 in the final. Misjudged the braking zone, and I went from 3rd to last.
Yep. Well, it's and oh, now there's a move there. Antti Olekainen under a bit of pressure, so wheel to wheel for second. Olekainen to the inside.
Oh.
And that is Pazewski on the outside, and who's that? That looks like Eric Gasparovic. So Latvia showing very strongly here at the beginning of this first race. Gasparovic, and just behind Gasparovic in that predominantly white race suit, that is Primož Mateliš, the Slovenian driver in kart number 457. Certainly, obviously driving the circuit is different in a DD2 than the senior kart, because it presents different overtaking opportunities. In Brazil last year we saw this fantastic up and down circuit, lots of elevation changes, but overtaking wise it wasn't a lot of opportunities. Sarno is a place where you can overtake quite a few places.
Yeah, because with 4-disc brakes you can brake really late in comparison to some of the senior maxes and junior maxes, so it adds a little bit of an element that's like right there.
Oh my word! And that is a big crash, and there's 2 drivers, 1 driver up and over. We'll have a look. That was Primož Mateliš and Sławomir Morański. And that was...
I hope he's all right.
Looked like Morański went up the inside of Mateliš and just bounced over the top. Hopefully both drivers are going to be okay. So we're running lap number 4 now. Henry Gruber leads. Olekainen second, Gasparovic. Let's have a look at the replay. And
I actually thought this was going to be a good pass, but I think that he came... Yep,
Morański... Again, the door was closing, and that was Morański up and over. And that kart, you're looking at it, and
right on top of him.
Driver under kart, and Mateliš there holding his arm and looking around. But we'll have a little look next time by. But the race stays green, so that is one sign that is good. We'll have a little look outside the window there. But Henry Gruber leads the way, and leading very comfortably on lap number 4. We're looking down there. There's 2 drivers up and out of the kart. So Scott, the karts might be second hands, but the drivers seem to be okay.
Yeah, it's a really big crash. I really hope they're all right, but the rest of the guys have their business to do, and they got to keep going forward. And Grube is putting on some good speed here, and Anti's holding on, but maybe the 2 of them will break away nice and clean and just do the 1-2 finish and move on to tomorrow.
Yeah, well, of course, this is the only heat race of the day. Olekainen now beginning to put the pressure on Henry Gruber coming into turn number 7 now. Gasparovic and Pazewski 3rd and 4th, and a gap back to new 5th place driver. Well, the Chile are in 5th and 6th position with Luis Ignacio Valenzuela and Rodrigo Eccles. Mikolas Mazinas from Lithuania now up to 7th place. Igor Mukhin from Russia going well in 8th. Christoph Adams up to 9th. Leonardo Nienkotter, his son is racing. I mean, so you've got 10 little children running around the place for Team Canada. None of them are your actual children, but I mean, Leonardo Nienkotter, that's got to be something that is affecting his ability to focus just on himself.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's a very special moment to be sharing the grand finals with the son. And I know my daughter just started racing this year, and she said to me, I was like, oh, it'd be great to come here with you. I'm like, well, we just got to get you quicker. Maybe we can get you to the grand finals. So
yeah, I know. I think luckily my son likes basketball and soccer, so I got away with it. I got away with one well. But Nienkotter in 10th, then Javier Campo and Carl Cleribu 11th now. The Singapore-based driver Chua Peng Chu was retired. Metelish and Moransky are both out, but now Antti Olekainen beginning to go into this race. So Gruber had a nice lead at the couple of laps ago. Olekainen beginning to apply the pressure now with Gasparovic and Pazewski struggling to keep space. The field's starting to spread out a little bit now, as you might expect of a first heat. And looking down the order, well, Jared Freeston down to 15th.
Yeah, it's his first race in the grand finals. I kind of expected that there was going to be some jitters. I know I talked to him before the race, and I could tell he was pretty jittered up. So I just told him just settle into the thing and just get into a groove. Don't get overworked. Just go have some fun.
Yeah, and of course, you grow into them. You're going to change your lead. Olekainen moves into top spot. So that move looked like it was on the cards for a couple of laps. And for Henry Gruber now, Henry Gruber hasn't been here for 4 years. This is a good chance for him to maybe just sit and learn.
Yes, totally. Anti's a veteran around here, so he can probably sit there and just learn. And even finishing second place is not a bad thing. It's only 2 points, and like I said before, it's a little bit of a chess match. You just do get what your points are for all the heat races, and yeah.
Yep, well, lap number 7 now we're on, and the gap, well, it's only 0.2 of a second between the top 2. One thing that Gruber will be looking at, though, is the gap between himself and Gasparovic in 3rd. Now, you can see Olekainen checking over his shoulder. Gasparovic, Pazewski and Valenzuela. Luis Ignacio Valenzuela in 5th position. Then there's the Rodrigo Eccles car, 557. And, yeah, but...
It's getting a little bit anxious in that braking zone there on Antti.
Maybe Gruber's not quite so happy to settle for second. But I suppose he'll be looking to see how close his rivals are getting. And if Gasparovic is closing in, Gruber's thinking, well, Antti, you're not quick enough, so I'm going to try and get past you.
Yeah, you don't want those other guys
flags waving by there. Not quite sure what that is for. At the background of the screen, that is down into turn 12 as well. And there is a kart in the middle of the circuit that may have had a mechanical issue. But it's Olekainen on lap number 8, leading from Gruber, Gasparovic, Pazewski, Valenzuela, then Eccles. Igor Mukhin up to 7th, Mazinas is 8th, Nienkotter and Christoph Adams now rounding out the top 10. As at the moment Olekainen looks quite comfortable, but the slipstream effect, even in these D2 karts, still plays a factor.
This straightaway is really long, and that slipstream is definitely an extra couple tenths for sure every per lap, and especially if you can get that in that braking zone and get nice and tight down into that second corner, it's a huge thing to get that position back or get close to the other guy. Just takes one mistake,
yeah, get the closing stages now, and 0.3 of a second. New fastest lap for Luis Ignacio Valenzuela, 59.803, and he's closing in 5th position. Is Luis? The top 5 are clear. Eccles 7th, and if we're looking back at just outside the top 10 there, Javier Campo now moves to 10th place at the expense of Christoph Adams, and further back there, Scott Howard down in 18th place, Jan Andreasen in 20th, Tony Hogg up in the 22nd. It's a couple of at what point do you start panicking? you think, oh, I'm not as quick as I need to be?
Yeah, for sure. If you're down the order, you definitely don't want to be down there. And, yeah, it's a tough situation, and sometimes you can try to try too much, and then it causes you to actually be slower. So we've been talking with a couple of Canadian guys. It's just you got to make sure you just settle down and you just go out and drive, because if you get too anxious and too worked up, then it actually makes you slower. So, and I know a lot of these guys. I'm actually surprised a couple of the guys are down there, but you get shuffled out of place sometimes, and that's just the way it is. It's racing. Yep,
that's racing. Well, Olakainen leads through turn number 8. This is the final lap. They're coming up to lap the slower car of number 552.
That was the driver.
That is Patrick Sirala, the Lebanese driver. And again, newcomer to this event. He's obviously had an off, has come back on, but the blue flags might be waving. Olakainen, that's the last thing you want to see. You want to see a lap car with a couple of corners to go. But Olakainen looks like he's got this one in the bag from Gruber and Gasparovich, and I suppose...
There it is.
Well, it was a lot of pressure, Scott, but if you're anti Olakainen, that's just one more tick on the to-do list.
Yes, for sure. It's one tick on the to-do list, but that one only counts on the final, though, that he's looking for.
Yeah, I suppose it's getting through each stage. You know, obviously we've seen a couple of drivers, Matilish and Slavomir Moransky. We hope they're okay, first and foremost.
Yes, totally.
Presuming they are okay, they've now gone from a very positive start to
a very tough position.
Got to have 2 good finishes to give themselves a fighting chance in the pre-final.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Like, that's now 34, 33 points or whatever, right? So it's a really tough thing to get back from that. And if you start even mid-pack in the pre-final, it's going to be a battle even to try to get back up to where you were, right?
You're in the firing zone, as it were, because again, this desperation starts kicking in the middle of the pack there. But we'll go through the results, the provisional results, as we watch the drivers come back through. So Finland take their first win of the 2019 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. 2 top 3 finishes for Latvia, Gruber and Gasparovic. Then the Poles in there, Robert Pazewski in 4th, Venezuela in 5th, Eckholt in 6th. So Chile have 2 drivers in the top 6 there.
That's great to see.
Yeah, it's good to see. The South American TD2 Masters division is getting much, much stronger. Igor Mukin is next. Then it is the first of the Brazilian drivers. That was Leandro Ninkota. And rounding out the top 10, Javier Campo and Mikolas Mazinas. Now, I did see one driver, Scott, punching the air with delight as they come across the line, and I'm guessing, looking at those names, that would be Mikolas Mazinas' debut here in the Grand Finals from Lithuania. Like I said, well, Latvia is a bit of a stronghold. Lithuania, not a million miles away, but he gets a top 10 result, and I think he passed Christoph Adams there on the last lap, so that's why he was so happy.
It's those little battles that you can win internally, you know. It's great to get those results in the first time at the Grand Finals.
Yeah, and of course, you know, we tend to concentrate, I think, now we see the reaction of the drivers coming in. There's the number 533 kart of, that's Mikolas Mazinas in the blue and yellow race suit. And
Christoph in behind, he looks a little disgusted in himself.
Well, anytime Christoph doesn't win, he's pretty disgusted himself. And it's not until he can get in the paddock and then take his clothes off that he gets happy again. It's quite.
See him walking around the paddock all the time in bare feet, and I just don't know how he does it.
I walked up to him and he had just his Y fronts on. It was even more scary. I think they were his though, not someone else's. So anyway, there's the results. There's Olakainen, Gruber, Gasparovic, Pazewski, Venezuela, and Eckholt, the top 6. Mukin, Ninkota, and Campo, with Mazinas a very happy 10th. Christoph Adams, Gustavo Carrera and Carl Claribo in 13th, Gaston Boade and Andres Hurtado in 15th, Scott Howard, Kirilo Biriuk and Jared Freeston in 18th place. Jared's going to be a little bit upset with that, do you think, or is that something to build on?
I think it's something to build on, definitely. With that first heat race out of the way, he still has some good starting positions for the other 2 heat races, and I'll talk to him and try to get everything all sorted out and be ready for tomorrow.
Okay, so behind Freeston, it's Tomomura and Jan Andreasen in 20th. Jan Andreasen, the only driver here who raced in the very first one back in 2000 in Puerto Rico. He took a couple of years off, but he was an original Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals driver. Michael Becker and Diego Lozov are next, with Tony Hogg and Alessandro Glauser down in 24th. Frederick Bakert and Alan Koch from Denmark in 26. Then Sergei Potera from Ukraine and Maximum Shapashinkov from Russia. Brett Brito and Dongho Kim round out the top 30. And well, Brett Brito, we talked to him, South African driver and multiple international representative for South Africa in motocross. Just goes to show that you know, you could be highly skilled in one motorsport discipline, and he's obviously good enough. Now he's turned the karting to get here, but
it's that competitive spirit, I think, in every motor racer. It's if you can apply the same things, it's going to move you right through the grids.
Yep. I asked him why he. You'll like this guy. I asked him why did he change from motocross to karting, and he said, "Well, I had open heart surgery, and they told me to chill out a bit." I was like, "Really?" So yeah. Why not take up karting?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I had a conversation with a guy back in Canada, and he was an ex-motocrosser, and his son started racing the karts, and so he started racing shifter karts, and he's like, man, I had so many broken bones, I just had to get out of that thing, and I didn't want my son to be doing it. So this thing's a funner, almost funner sport, and it's an amazing thing.
Yeah, well,
karting.
At least you stay in the vehicle most of the time in
yes.
karting. So here we go then with the second race in DD2 Masters. Nicholas Verheul and Matias Rodriguez on the front row of the grid for this one. Auto Cerveños and João Oliveira on row 2. Horacio Torres and Yari Coyovisto, row 3. Row 4 is Chris Walton and James Beecroft. Rudy Champion and Troy Bretherton are on row 5, and Dimitri Zervos and Derek Wang on row 6. Row number 7, Manolis Zamiakis and Peter Gutoy from Hungary, that's your 7th row. Fernando Guzzi and Fabio Creti, the ever colourful Fabio Creti, on row number 8. Jonathan Peterson and Nathan Mowell on row number 9. Tommy Helfinger and Patricio Spinella round out the top 20. Row 11, Gerardo Meyer and David Malcolm, Juan Jaime Hernandez and Timothy Shutt on row 12. Row number 13 is Geza Fodor and Kia Yuji. Row 14, Jeppe Nielsen and Gianluca Elmosi. Row 15 of this 35 kart grid, Harold Watson from Peru and Kengo Sugiyama from Japan, with Carter Lin and Carlos Rodriguez rounding out row 16. Row 17, Leo Lim and Hussein Hamid Ali with Enrique Vasquez on row 18. And this point, Scott, I think we should say a big get well soon to Callum Orr and the other driver that was involved in that incident on the first day of practice, the Frenchman, whose name absolutely escapes me right now, but we'll catch up with him. Not Rudy Champion, it was the other Frenchman. It was Romain Magna. So Callum Orr and Romain Magna, who were involved in that accident there, they both went to hospital, surgery, broken bones. Get well soon, yes, from totally. Everyone here at Rotax, and certainly everyone at Team New Zealand and Team France are wishing them well.
Yeah, you never ever want that to happen, but it is part of racing sometimes. But
oh well, it's a bit of a bunch
that
start,
was pretty crazy.
But we are off and racing. So let's see, 35 karts going through turn number 1, and they all do get up to speed. And Nicholas Verheul loses the lead, and it's all that Matias Rodriguez are on the outside, elbows out early on, Scott.
Yeah, Nicholas has been here. We raced each other in 2016, and I've talked to him a bunch of times, and he's ready to come here and do his thing and try to make up for last time. So.
Yeah, he was very, very unlucky. He missed out in a downpour in the pre-final here 3 years ago. So Verheul looking to right some wrongs in his eyes. And, well, it was a good start there. Matias Rodriguez, Argentina has always been a hotbed of DD2 Masters talent. But Matias is new to the championship, and he beat out some very, very impressive Gabriel Moro, or Rafael Moro, Zugella. Yeah. He beat them to the Argentine championship, and he's here. Auto Cerveños, another of the fast Finns, in 3rd position. But it looks like we've got everybody, well, maybe 1 or 2 drivers having a little bit of problem at the back of the field, but it is Verheul and Rodriguez leading at the end of lap number 1. João Oliveira is 3rd, with Yari Coyovisto and James Beecroft from the United Kingdom up into 4th place. Out of turn number 2. And can you understand why maybe Nicholas Verheul was so keen? Because, you know, good start from Rodriguez, but you know, Rodriguez is new to the championship. Verheul is someone that you've raced against, you said, so experienced. Can you understand why he was maybe so desperate to make that move at the second corner?
Yeah, I think he wants to set his own pace for the race. Doesn't want to get caught up with the group behind, especially if they can get a little bit of a gap. I know I would totally do that too if I need to just try to get out there, set your own pace. Like I won 2 heat races here in 2016, so it's about just going out there and doing your thing.
Yeah, Yeah, so of course now he got more. Matias Rodriguez has gone with him, and they are breaking away from the third place group. That's João Oliveira, and João Oliveira in kart 506. One of those drivers that, you know, he's been here before. He raced back in 2016 when the Grand Finals was last year. Didn't make it out of the B final then, but is certainly looking very strong now. Koivisto, Beecroft, Savenius, Torres, Chris Walton, and there's a move as one of the Finnish drivers, that is Jari Koivisto, moves into third position. Looking a bit further back, I think Geza Fordor and Gianluca Elmosi didn't make it round the first lap, so there was perhaps a collision out of our sight, Scott, that has taken those two out. So
yeah, must be down
drivers
in
still
turn
running.
2 over there, I think.
Oh, down at turn 2 is yes. Say not various bodies, but
Very
various race suit-clad bodies trudging back to a marshal post. Now, top 2 breaking away. Oliveira in 4th place now, so Jari Koivisto has moved past, so we've got the blue race suit of Team Finland up into 3rd place. Oliveira, we've seen it in a couple of the classes, there were some drivers that did very, very well in qualifying, that maybe overachieved in qualifying, and now that's something you've always got to consider. Drivers that overachieve in qualifying, but they haven't got the race pace, they're going to want to hang on to a place at the front for all it's worth, and that can sometimes be to the detriment of the quicker guys coming through behind.
Yeah, it can be very tough, because in qualifying, if you can just do one blazing lap, that puts you up the grid, right? But a lot of these guys have some veteran time out on the track, and they can just go and pound those laps over and over and over again, and then it's really, really hard to keep those positions away from those guys.
But of course, and I'm not saying that João Oliveira was one of those that overachieved in qualifying, but of course, for someone who's never made it out of the B final or the pre-finals of the Grand Finals before, to suddenly find themselves on the 2nd row, maybe it's best. He's done the right thing. He didn't fight with Koivisto too much. He's now slotted in behind Koivisto, but they're not able to keep pace with the top 2 as they come out of turn number 11 into turn number 12 to complete lap number 4. Verhuel looks very comfortable. A new fastest lap, however, for Matias Rodriguez, 59.887.
Yeah, they're just setting into their groove. Like I said, Nicholas, he just wants to go out there and set that pace and just go pull away from the other group, and then they can just, if they need to battle on that last lap, they will. But I know I wouldn't push it too hard. Yeah,
it's one of those things that you think to yourself, for someone that's for a first timer here at the Grand Finals, 2nd place, you think, okay, that's good. Everyone wants to win, but you know, you've got to at some point use the bit of grey sludge that you're supposed to find between your ears.
Yeah, you got to use that brain once in a while on it. And sometimes when you're in the track, you get that instinct that you want to go and kill, but sometimes you have to pull back and just realize what the situation is on the track.
Especially when you look at this. Okay, so the top 2 have got a gap of 1.5 seconds over the 3rd place kart. But the 3rd place kart of Koivisto has got Oliveira, Beecroft, Torres, Walton. I'm just counting now. They come out of turn 12. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a long line of drivers battling over 3rd. So Rodriguez puts a wheel wrong onto the grass. By the time he's recovered and cleaned up his tyres, he's lost another dozen places.
Yeah, totally. And Nicholas has just gone out and set fast lap again too. So.
Halfway through there, another fast lap. Verhuel now responds, 59.850. 33 karts still run. They come out of turn number 5 into turn 6. Hard on the brakes now for turn number 7. Verhuel's kart, the back end just steadies out slightly. That turn 7 complex was there where you sort of the kart's turning left, then suddenly you've got to turn right. Is that quite easy to get it imbalanced?
Yeah, and I know I've talked to a couple of guys. It's about straight lining yourself, especially with these DD2s with the 4-wheel disc brakes. You need to make sure you get braking in straight, or else the ass wants to come around, right? So, and then that corner has like a point on the curb, and it's all about hitting in the right place. And if you don't, then the ass wants to come around too. So
yes, and of course, because the karts it opens out, and it's sort of quite inviting for a late lunge, as it were, as well. But I'm sure that'll come a little bit later on in the week. And there's a few moves back in the pack there, side by side. That looks like Chris Walton on the outside in the bright green Team Australia race suit. And Walton is battling away with Rudy Champion, Troy Bretherton. In fact, that might have been Troy Bretherton, the other Australian driver involved in that battle. But going through your screens there, there's the number 506 kart. That is Oliveira, and Oliveira doing a good job hanging on in 4th place. The the driver behind is James Beecroft. Now Beecroft is not in the traditional Team Great Britain race suit. It was a little bit too tight for him. And this is the DD2 Masters class, and James Beecroft did compete in the Rotax Heavyweight Championship, but a little bit too tight. So he's got his original race suit on, which is a more comfortable fit.
Yeah, I get that. I know I'm definitely not in my race fitness right now, but
yes, you know, it is surprising though, isn't it, how when you're racing regularly without realising it, that you maintain a certain weight and conditioning. Obviously, each driver has to, each kart class has got a minimum weight, and you want to be about 100 grams over the minimum weight.
Yeah.
If you're 2 kilos over the minimum weight, then that's
it adds up.
It
adds up. Yeah, like,
it does make a difference.
For me, everything's in pounds because we're back in Canada,
well,
but kilos, it's all, I can figure it all out. But yeah, like if you're 10 pounds overweight or 2.5 kilos or whatever, it all adds up to tenths on the track that you leave there just because of the weight. So
it's the difference between a regular sized meal and a super sized meal.
And a beer and a water.
yeah, exactly. On lap number 8 now, Verhuel and Rodriguez continue to lead the way. Matías Rodriguez, he's keeping it nice and steady. He's not letting Verhuel get away. Good scrap for third, not a lot of overtaking, but Koivisto withstanding the pressure from Oliveira and Beecroft, and Rudy Champion, Scott, 59.70
threw a
has
heater
changed
in
the
there.
lead. Rodriguez up the inside of Verhuel, then runs wide. So obviously down to the gears there, he was changing down, ran wide in the exit, but Verhuel, well, Rodriguez letting him know that he's there.
Yeah, Nicholas made a nice inside out there on him and just got his position back, and now he's just got to defend, maybe, if that's what he needs to do. But I know I wouldn't, if I was sitting in second place, I wouldn't be pushing that issue. That's just me, though.
No, well again, you've got that great battle for third place. So I mean, he's had one little go, he's had a little nibble, and it hasn't worked. But you know, they haven't been caught by the chasing pack, because Koivisto now actually, Oliveira looking particularly aggressive behind Koivisto, I have to say, with Beecroft and Chris Walton in there as well. Horacio Torres, last lap board goes out. Well, Verhuel looks over his shoulder. If nothing else, Matías Rodriguez might have just unsettled Verhuel a little bit. Who's to say they're not going to go? And Verhuel is starting
trying to defend, trying to stay out of the slipstream there. Yeah. Hopefully they just do the 1-2 finish and just move on to tomorrow and don't chance anything. Ooh.
Oh, and that was Chris Walton or James Beecroft going up the inside of Oliveira. Oh, poor João Oliveira losing a couple of positions. That's not what we want to see on the last lap. But it's still Koivisto's third, and it looks as though Verhuel has sort of survived the onslaught from Rodriguez.
The little attack that he tried to do that one lap, yeah, I think he's settling it down and just decided to finish second place.
Yep, and everyone else in the main pack behaving themselves at turn number 8, but Verhuel comes out of turn number 2. So almost a lights the flag victory for Nicholas Verhuel, but not without competition. He had to show his mettle in that one, so Nicholas Verhuel takes the win. Matías Rodriguez, very impressive the second. Koivisto finishes third. Chris Walton there with an aggressive last corner move to take, the last lap move at turn 2 to take 4th place. James Beecroft 5th. Rudy Champion fast lap the race in 7th place with Troy Bretherton, Horacio Torres, and looking to see where, Dimitris Zervos is 9th. Artur Sabenio 10th. I think that João Oliveira, after all that, finishing 11th place. I mean, it was an aggressive move there from Walton to make the move. But I mean, Oliveira, see him just going through the screen, that green race suit. Derek Wang finishing 12th, then Jonathan Peterson, Fernando Guzzi, and Tommy Helfinger 15th.
Those are all guys that I've raced against in the past, and I know they're all fast. And to be down in that 12th to 14th spot, 15th spot, it's difficult for them.
And especially to be behind drivers, like, I mean, without any disrespect to Rodriguez and to Savenius, and also to Beecroft, drivers that either haven't been here before, Dimitris Zervos, or who haven't been that far up before.
Yeah. It's good for them, and it's tough for the guys that are very experienced. I know I was looking forward to seeing how Guzzi was going to do here, because he was so fast here about 3 years ago. So I'm sure I'll have a chit-chat with him later and see what's going on.
Yes, well, again, Scott Campbell, thank you so much for coming up and joining us here in the commentary box for the DD2 Masters. Your insight is absolutely invaluable. Hope to see you again as the week progresses, you know, and go and wish all the best to the Canadian drivers and impart your knowledge on them, and we'll look to see them doing very well tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
No problems. All my pleasure, Scott. This is it's like an all-star track. You can see on the screen there, the live stream. It is literally an all-star cast here in the thing, because as one champion goes back to his role as team, so not say the team mascot. That's not true. But as team chief cheerleader and advisor and mentor, we've now got another KART-DATA legend. Oh, let's have a look now. There's maybe it was James Beecroft and João Oliveira that had that territorial dispute, judging by the no James Beecroft saying no. What me goes.
Was it you? Was it you? Was it me?
There's a phrase, the Portuguese man of war. I think he might be on a mission. There's Paul Klassen come through to inspect the carts, to have a little look there. But yes, it certainly is. You don't need to be a sign language expert. You, no, you, no. He needs to go and find somebody in a bright green and yellow race suit, as but who may have already escaped across the weighbridge. But well, I'm sure they'll sort it out, and they will talk about it, and they will gird their loins and get set to battle again tomorrow.
Awesome.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got several heat races to go. A big thank you to Scott Campbell. Just to remind you once again, both here at the circuit and on the live stream, at 18:30 hours local time, we have our Race Studio live program. There is an outdoor studio here where KART-DATA will be bringing you with Jenny Wade, a 30-minute chat show. Lots of fun guests, lots of interesting topics, lots of nice little feature films, a review of the day's action. So that will be on the live stream at 18:30 hours local time tonight, and it will be running every evening in this throughout the grand final. So tonight, tomorrow night, Friday night, Saturday night, as we celebrate the end of this event and crowning of the champion. So please, at 18:30 local time, that is 18:30 hours Central European time, it will be the studio show with Jen Wade. And 2 heat races to go in the main classes, then the Thundercart in the Thunder classes. It's DD2, and we've just said goodbye to one legend of the Rotax Grand Final Championship in terms of Scott Campbell. We now have another one, Filippo Laghi, Italian driver. How many times you race? 5, 6 times?
5 grand finals, and I won the Italian title for 4 times in Rotax.
And now you are still sort of driving a little bit, but you are mechanicking and mentoring.
Yeah.
We've just seen Elia Galvan in senior.
I get retired officially from competition, but I race sometimes just to have fun. And from the last year, I have my own team, and I am also team manager. But in particular, I am telemetrist and driver coaching, and I'm very happy to be here to help the guys of Italian team.
Yes. Now we're looking at the grid for the first GD2 heat. We'll go through it very quickly, but before, as we go through it, we've got the screens here. So we've got a minute to go for the race start. What does it take, your experience here, to get round this circuit quickly? What do you need to do as a driver?
Yeah, this track is really particular because it's very, very fast, and most of the action is at the end of the main straight, especially during the races. Because in this track, especially DD2, but all the categories need a very, very long gear sprocket and gear ratio, and so it's difficult to be fast at a low power. So the drivers prefer to make overtakes at the end of the main straight and to stay close one-to-one in the corners to not lose time. And in the heat, I think, especially in this DD2 heat, we will see something like that. Apart the first or the second lap, the action, in my opinion, will be mainly at the end of the main straight.
Okay, well, that's good. So we'll briefly go. Thank you, Filippo. Let's go down. So Peter Bazzel and Luca Munaretto on row number 1. Christian Trolese and Casper Bilecki on row 2. Adrian Prunosa and Sam Waddell, row 3. Daniel Makacek and Jonathan Marcuson, row 4. Marek Mizera and Max Jaeger, row 5. Diego Portel and Michiraga Fujiwara, row 6. Then Ragnar Virus and William van der Kees, Waylon Wyman and Matthias Najim, Pedro Pinto, Isaac Marrett and the rest. So, Filippo, looking at the front of the grid, Peter Bazzel, very experienced, but Luca Munaretto, Christian Trolese.
Can I say that the level of this DD2 this year is amazing, especially the level of this heat. We have Peter Bazzel in front, and I think Bazzel is a driver in a very, very good shape at the moment. He jumped from the senior to the DD2 class this year, and he is very, very fast. And then we have in the first line, Luca Munaretto, the Italian guy who won the international trophy. So he is very, very fast. But then we have in the second row also Christian Trolese. He's my drivers for my team in Italy.
Okay. So, and finished 6th in this event last year. P6 in this event
P6,
last year.
And he's very competitive. The level is very, very high. Also Kasper Bilecki, he doesn't need presentation. He's a very, very fast driver.
Yes, again, and always and ever present. So the Birrell ART chassis, 36 drivers, 10 laps. The sun is beginning to set ever so slightly here at Sarno, the Circuit International Napoli. A little bit further back, David Remy from Sweden in kart 470, Max Fleischmann from Germany in kart 427. There's some very fast drivers at the back of this field to come through, but as Filippo Laghi says, this field is chock full of talent. Into the tram lines, lights are out, we go. Fingers crossed through turn number 1. We get, oh no, a spin, a spin! And already, there's half a dozen carts, and that looked like it was. Yes, Adrian Prunosa, the Spanish driver, spun, and that is. Luckily, we're looking down this. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 or 8 carts. There's several drivers in the wall. That is, Filippo, the worst thing. Let's look at the replay. It is the number 401 cart on the inside. You'll see on the replay now, Filippo, but it looks like he spun and then took out several behind. So
maybe there has been a contact in the first corner. Everybody tried to take the inside line, and the contact is quite normal in this track.
And yes, you can see on the live screen
a driver of the top position also.
Yes, so third place, the top 3 get through, and then as Prunosa spins back across the track, there's several drivers on the outside, nowhere to go, and but as we look now, and there is one kart, that is the number 452 of Max Jaeger out of the race, and we will catch up. But on the track, there's another kart, heavy damage, 455. That is Waylon Wyman, the South African driver. So Waylon Wyman out, and he's standing next to the kart. And yes, and that is a very loud kart. That is the number 401 that we saw there. But on the track, so we've Max Fleischmann out of the race. We've got 405, another crash there. So a very, very disjointed open, but it's Peter Bazzel, Trolese, Munaretto and Bilecki. So
the driver that I said before, yes, the top level is here.
the top 4 were able to get away very cleanly, and now you can see the top 6 carts all in a line with Sam Waddell and Daniel Makacek are there as well. So if you put yourself into the position now of, say, Christian Trolesi sitting in second place. You want to go for the lead, or you just want to...
I try to go to the lead, but only in the main straight, to not lose time in the corners. I think it will be what he will do.
Well,
now he follows Bezel on the straight. Bezel gets closer. Stay close, Bezel. And
So-
Bilecki takes the third place now.
Yes, but you say, so as you said, so he had a little look down the main straight, Trolesi. There will be a mechanical flag going out for 401 Adrian Prunuosa for having a back there.
I think he has problem with the exhaust.
Yes. Well, Bilecki now up in the third position, and Luca Munaretto is there, but so Peter Bezel so experienced. He
Peter Bezel is also very, very clever, because I've raced against him a lot of time in senior, and I know that he is one of the most clever driver here in the paddock. So I think he will do what he feels good. I think he will close the line and to defend the first place from the Trolesi attack.
Now, when you say clever, do you mean as in he knows where to maybe leave the door open and let you have a look, and where to then maybe sort of slow you down, and then he goes and you are backed up?
Clever, in my opinion, means to do the correct things to do every time.
Yes.
So when it's necessary to defend, he defends. When it's necessary to attack, he attacks. And then when it's necessary to follow the other driver, he follows.
Okay, so yes, he's quite happy to sit in second place if need be. But I mean, we've got a 2, 4, 5, 6 kart breakaway. Great news for them. Bezel, Trolesi, Bilecki, Munaretto, Makasek, Waddell. Then a gap back to Marek Mizera in 7th, Pedro Pinto in 8th, Diego Portel 9th, and Benjamin Habib. Benjamin Habib from South Africa up 13 places from 23rd to 10th. And we look down now at Alborta is next, then Isaac Merritt, Anzi Dovzak, Nicholas Kreitz, and Joshua Bethune, with Freddie Carlson, Noel Dowler, and Mike Hansen next. But it's Bezel leading, and you see Bezel coming out of the corner, and he looks over his shoulder. He looks over his shoulder to check, and now he's not defending into turn number 2.
Now he's not defending. I think he is trying to push to go away from the pack, because he has the rhythm. He knows that in all the session he has been in top 5, so a good race pace for Bezel, and I think now he will try to go away from Trolesi, but Trolesi is also very fast, so let's see what happens.
And of course, these are slightly older drivers in their early 20s, say they will know that it's not worth fighting necessarily because they have a gap over the back.
No, it's not that necessary to fight now.
Yeah,
fight only at the end of the main straight, but not necessary to fight too much, because the gap from the others is very big, and this is only the first week of the week.
Now, fastest lap of the race, Daniel Makashek, 59.123 seconds. Makashek in 5th position, so Makashek at the back of the screen there. So
Makashek did also the record track in the last practice session, also faster than the pole position.
Okay,
so he is very, very fast.
And there's a move, Bilecki goes to the inside.
Goes second.
Makes the move at turn number 2, right where you were saying, Filippo, at the end of turn number 2 is fine.
But this is very good for Bezel, because Bezel now is going away from the pack. He has, I think, 4/10 or 5/10 of a second, and this is very nice for him because he can drive without thinking what happens at his shoulder. And now he a little bit contact with Trolesi and Bilecki. I think Trolesi will try. Okay, Trolesi is again, but Bilecki on the inside. Trolesi goes wide, and then Munaretto, not a very good situation for the Italian guys now.
No, they both run a little bit wide there. That's something. Well, it's helped Peter Bezel. When you say about being a smart driver, he is just allowing the guys behind to battle. Bilecki now is up into second place. Trolesi and Munaretto down to 3rd or 4th. They would have lost it, and it looks like Makashek.
Very, very good situation for Bezel.
Yes,
this is what Bezel hoped.
I know.
He was hoping this situation.
Yes,
I think.
Yes, and you say he almost manufactured it by not putting away, but then there's more action behind, and that is Pedro Pinto, Diego Portel, Marek Mizera, and Sam Waddell also getting involved. But say Bilecki being aggressive, and he makes a move, but then Munaretto and Trolesi, and I suppose this is part of the passion of being in your home crowd. Sometimes you know this from 2016 racing here, the pride and the proudness you feel for having the Italian race suit on.
Yeah, it's very important to race in Italy for the Italian guys. So I think they have got also the 3rd gear here in the DD2, maybe.
Yes, the 3rd gear. But also sometimes they can get a little bit too passionate, a little bit too
Yeah.
excited, and he needs to calm the case.
Yeah, but this is only at the start or in the first lap. Then you think about the race and to do the best result that you can. And I think Murareto now is in a very good place because Bilecki hasn't got the slipstream of Bezel. And he can try in the last lap the overtake on Bilecki at the end of the main straight, I think.
Yes, and
because he has the speed.
Yes, and okay, so Makachak and Trulesi now closing back into Munaretto in third position. So Luca Munaretto in kart number. Munaretto is in kart number. We'll get the number
418.
418. Thank you. He's in Bilecki's strip. He's sitting there waiting. Now we'll see Bilecki like turning around and looking over his shoulder, maybe not into turn number 8 this time. Makachak is there. Then Trulesi a little bit further back behind them. Marek Mizera in kart number 461 from the Czech Republic. Then the driver from Chile, Diego Portal, in kart number 442. Followed by 405, Sam Waddell, and 410, Pedro Pinto from Portugal. Benjamin Habib still rounding out the top 10. And just looking down there, we've got a couple of retirements. Matthias Najima in the 23rd. And there, Bezel looking over his shoulder. We're on lap number 9 out of 10. So Bezel now knows he's not the pressure.
Murareto tries the inside, contact. And Bilecki goes wide, Murareto takes the second place.
Well, I suppose Munaretto is thinking, well, Bilecki did it to me a couple of laps ago, so I'm going to return the favour. Hopefully, though, that no nose cones were knocked off or dropped, because that is the other worrying thing. But this is a World Finals, it's a Grand Finals. Yeah. There will be aggressive moves. Bilecki, though, now into 4th place, easing the pressure from Trulesi. Yeah. The driver that is being smart here now is Daniel Makachek, 436, up into 3rd place for Austria.
Harry, look the position of Bezel during the main straight. This is a particular thing. He brings up the legs to takes down his head to be more aerodynamic.
Ah, okay. So look, last
this is particular.
We'll watch it now. Down the main straight.
Let's see.
Ah, I see. Look at that. Very well spotted.
In Italian we call it the Bezel move.
So where a lot of drivers scratch down. There goes Bilecki up inside, trying to find Makachek, but that's a fascinating, Filippo. So most drivers hunch down, but Bezel lays back. Yeah,
I try to teach this move also to Galvanin, and he's doing very, very well this move because I think, in my opinion, is fast, is better for the aerodynamic in the main straights.
Okay, well,
and
Bezel
is doing it at 100%, very, very good.
And there's the
Bilecki in the inside.
And he ran a little bit wide there, and he ran so wide, and that gave Trulesi a chance to maybe get around him, but Bilecki blocks, and Trulesi has to make do. But 2 corners to go. Bezel.
Oh, a driver on the grass, at the penultimate corner.
2 corners to go. There, checker flag. Peter Bezel, Luca Munaretto, Daniel Makachek, Kasper Bilecki. Trulesi is 5th. Diego Portal comes home in 6th. We'll try and see who the driver was. I think it may have been Lorenzo Alborta in kart 464 from Colombia that spun on the last lap. So Bezel, so Czech Republic beats Italy, Austria, Poland, Italy, and Chile. And again, would you say there's also Filippo, a classic Peter Bezel race win? Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
So
absolutely.
A lot of the battling was behind him. Now, the drivers, the 2 Italian drivers, Munaretto and Trulesi, they would be pleased that they were finishing up front, or unhappy that they couldn't quite get the
I think that they know this is the first hit of the weekend, so it's a very good result, I think, for the Italian team. And another thing important is to think about the tires, because in the Grand Final the Rotax provides tire for the driver from qualifying, and the same tire is the one that you will drive in the final. And so it's also very important to not make stupid mistakes or stupid overtakes when not necessary, to preserve the tires for the final, and I think all the drivers here are thinking about it.
Oh, yes, of course, because you slam on the brakes, you skid, you flat spot a tyre, it can spoil there. Now here we go, here's the bit of the I really like. So you're looking down at the holding area, you get out the kart, shaking hands there, good to see Makachek and Bilecki shaking hands. There's Peter Bezel, get it on the screens there, going through the weigh station, getting his hands. Munaretto with Harold Garkakis there, is a mechanic.
My friend.
And he used to race for Latvia in the grand finals. Harold's looking at a bit of a shrug of the shoulders. You know, okay, P2, that's good. Harold's was saying that when he raced here in 2016, he finished in 4th. And Luca Munaretto in the kart raffle got kart 4. So he says, this is good, this is
okay.
good.
okay.
And I mean, Kasper Bilecki has got his race number shaved into the back of his head.
Number 46.
446, yes. I mean, that's not something I've done. Is that? Have you ever shaved your race number into? No.
No.
But there is, and there's number 410. That was a good result. Pedro Pinto finishing in 9th position, and Diego Portal from Chile. I mean, looking at Portal's kart, 442. You know, he's raced in this event 3 times. He's never finished higher than 25th, but he is looking good now. So there's the race result. Peter Bazel winning by 0.6 of a second from Luca Munaretto. Daniel Makacek is 3rd. Kasper Bilecki is 4th. Christian Trolese is 5th. Then Diego Portal, Marek Mizera, Sam Waddell, Pedro Pinto, and Benjamin Habib. Filippo, is there any people on there that you are surprised that are finishing too high or too low?
Jonathan Marcuson, I think from Australia. He was very, very fast in the practice this morning. I think he did the first or the second time, and he is not on top positions. So
yes, he fell back 6 places in that final. I mean, Freddie Carlson, 36th place on the grid, finished 11th in Switzerland. And here are some of the drivers. So Pronosa, Yeri Matashek, William van der Keesch, Luis Philippe Camperman also failed to finish. So only 29 drivers finishing there at the end. We had quite a few drivers go out. Waylon Wyman we saw there, that first incident. Hopefully everyone is okay. Of the grand finals that you have raced in, you have obviously had good first heats and you've had bad first heats.
Yeah.
When you've had a bad first heat, how do you then react for the next 2? Yeah,
to make a reset, because it's only the first heat, so it's necessary to think about the next one and the next one, step by step.
Yes.
Not be worried about a bad result in the first, but because it is only the first one. I had good hits and bad hits here in 2016. I remember I had a bad first hit because I finished out of the top 10 and I was starting in P8 or P9, don't remember. But I was able to reset all the situation, and I did a P9 and a P7 in the other 2 hits. So the good way is don't think about the result, because it is only one race, and think that the final is Saturday.
Yes,
so
and the final is the only race that matters, really. You know, everyone, you want to do well in heats, and it's nice to win heats, but you know, the final is the only one that matters.
I remember last year in Brazil, in DD2, the French driver Paulo Benanches, I know. I don't know. Okay, sorry. He was not so fast in the heat, but he was thinking about to save the tire.
Yes.
And he arrived in the final with a very, very fresh tire, and he had an unbelievable race pace.
Yes.
And so in the heat, I think the most important thing is not commit mistakes, reach the checkered flag, and think also about to save the tires.
Well, that's very wise words. And we now look at the grid for the second and final DD2 race of the day. 36 more drivers down on the dummy grid, and the starting lineup is as follows. Row number 1, Nicolas Picot from France and Lucas Joly, also from France. Row number 2, Vila Viliainen and Dianis Slavinsky from Belarus. Then row number 3, we have Eric Kuhn from Estonia and Zander Prispilak from Belgium. Row number 4, Alejandro Lajo Lopez from Spain and Pascal Carigier from Switzerland. Row number 5, Mark Duholm from Denmark and his countryman Lasse Andreasen. Row 6, Zen de Rua and Dennis Toom. Row 7, Jonathan Thomas from South Africa and Max Hewitt from the United States. Jakob Bazel, Peter's younger brother, he starts on row 8 alongside Sri Lanka's Eshian Piris. Row number 9, Jusso Pantia and Bond Roby from Finland and New Zealand, etc. Sivert Moylan from Norway and Ryan Kennedy all the way down in 20th. He represents Australia. Row 11, Kyle Kumaran from the UAE and Matthias Miller from Argentina. Benson Lin and his countryman from Taiwan, Shenya Hong, are on row number 12. Row 13, Ruan Bellaricio and David Greco from Canada and Brazil. Then Mario Saban and Kai Hunter. Kai Hunter wasn't entered in this event until yesterday when someone withdrew, and he's never driven this kart before. Jacob Robinson and Mateus Villanueva start on row 15. Imke Arts and Ivan Lipka on row 16. Last couple of rows, row 17, Francesco Palladino from Italy and Matvias Makusins from Latvia, Dimitris Vasileris and Christos Oikonomou. Christos Oikonomou, he was fastest of all in qualifying, but he obviously had an exclusion. He's now starting last. Well, Kai Hunter, how could you imagine? He's never driven this kart before. He was put in yesterday morning as a reserve. He's just got nothing to lose, just the experience to go for it, yes?
Yes, Kai Hunter is the British champion in junior class this year, yes. But he is too old to drive in junior.
Yes.
And he is here to drive the DD2 for, he said, the very first time for him. And I know what it means, because sometimes I do 1 or 2 run with the DD2 just to have fun, the DD2 of my mate Christian Trollese. Yes. And it's totally different to the senior or the junior, because first of all there are the front braking, and the braking is totally different, because you can arrive faster in the corner, brake later, and it's totally different, the approach to the corner. Yes, and then also the power of the engine at low speed is different, because you need to accelerate very early, because the power is not the same as senior or as junior at low speed. But in the fast straight, the power of the DD2 is amazing. So it's very difficult at the beginning managing this new situation for a driver who jumps in a new category.
Yes, because of course in a senior Rotax you're trail braking into the corner.
Yeah,
you're just sort of gliding.
And you use a lot of the steering to block the go-kart at the beginning of the corner. Here you can't do it.
No, it is because you have to brake in a straight line, then turn, and the power. It's
brake very hard, and then turn the steering and push the throttle as soon as you can. Yep. It's totally different the driving of the DD2.
And of course, getting used to that in this event. Under this much pressure, it is there. So that's 474 Kai Hunter. But up at the front, Nicola Pico, Lucas Joly, Ville Viliainen, Dennis Slavinsky, very experienced drivers. But Zen de Rua, you look back, Zen de Rua out of the top 10. He is a driver that I think we have to watch.
I know Xenes, and he's a driver that I know very well. And I think he will climb the group. Oh, full start, I think. So another formation lap. Teil is a driver very fast, and he had his chance to win the title last year in Brazil, but at the beginning of the race he had a contact with another driver, and he went out of the race.
Yes.
And I think here he wants his revenge, so not a very good qualifying for him. I had a talk with him yesterday after the driver briefing, and he said, I don't feel very comfortable now, but I hope to climb the group and to reach the top position to start in a good place in the final.
I think he said to me that normally everything goes really well until the final, and then he has his bad luck. Maybe he's had all his bad luck now, and everything will go okay.
Maybe can turn this time.
Yes.
The opposite.
Well,
I hope for him, because he is a very fast driver and also a very good person.
Yes, he's a very popular driver in the paddock. So here's the viewpoint. There is from the studio. That is where we're going to be filming the TV studio later on at 6:30 with Jen Wade, overlooking this beautiful circuit and the DD2s for the penultimate race of the day. We're going out, and this is where, Filippo, where you think, when I stopped racing and started commentating, the rolling lap was where I was like, oh, I wish I was out there, I wish I was out there. But now the job is to talk, not to do. Into the tram lines we go. Luca Joly, Nicola Pico on the left, Joly on the right. We are racing, fingers crossed, into turn number 1. The leaders all get through cleanly. And it does
everything okay this time.
Good, everything okay. Now down towards turn number 2. This is where you've got to sort of find your own bit of space. The expected drivers in front of you to be braking early. Around, in the middle of the pack there's 1 or 2 drivers running wide, but the leaders are all through cleanly, and that is good for Nicola Pico and Luca Jolly. So Nicola Pico, he is more experienced. He's very short, but he's very strong and stocky, so he will now be looking to, in kart 4, 5, 8. Here is the onboard. Jakob Bazel going out towards turn number 6, and so close, right behind number 444, and it looked as though number 444, that is Dianis Slavinsky, had a little bit of damage on his rear bumper, so maybe some pushing and shoving back in the pack. But the leaders all through cleanly down towards turn number 10, and it is Pico Villaviliainen into second position for Finland, and then it looks like Luca Jolly in third, or Eric Kuhn from Estonia in third. So it is Pico, Viliainen, Kuhn and Lajo Lopez, the top 5. Side by side.
Move inside at the first corner. Yes, he did. I
that
think
was Luca Jolly trying to pick up some places.
Number 447.
So Jolly made a poor start, but now he's coming back through. But Nicola Pico under pressure from Vila Viliainen and Eric Kuhn, the Estonian driver. All 36 drivers safely through the first lap. They've all come round safely, and we look for where Zenderu up into 8th position. So a good start from Zenderu.
And he did the fastest first cycle, purple cycle for Zenderu in 8th place now.
Yes, and of course for people watching back home, if we talk about a purple sector, this circuit is 3 sectors. A purple sector is the best sector of all. A green sector is a driver's personal best. A yellow sector is not the driver's best. But end of lap 2, Pico, Viliainen, Kuhn, Jolly from France, then Alejandro Lajo Lopez, Mark Duholm and Zenderu. Derua in kart number 412 behind Zander Prispilak. Prispilak in the yellow race suit from Belgium. So again, very, very good, talented drivers. Now I'm looking down. Dianis Slavinsky from Belarus and Lasse Andreasen, they've both fallen down a little bit.
Yeah, the group now is all the drivers of the leading group are very, very close, but they are trying to don't commit mistake and not. I have spoken too early. I have spoken too early because the roof is in the inside of the Belgian driver, I think.
I think it was that was maybe Jakob Bazel or making a move, or even Zenderu in the white race suit there. But Zen, I think, getting his head down. But up at the front.
Now the roof has to close the gap, from the driver in front, and there is a group of 6 drivers in the leading group. But the war is not over there.
Lajo Lopez going around the outside there at turn number 2, and Lajo Lopez, I think, made the move. Viliviainen in second. That's Eric Kuhn from Estonia in 4th position now. Moving up is Luca Jolly. So French drivers. So they want to pick up where they left off with Besson-Sené last year with a win. Now 2 drivers in the top 3, and Lajo Lopez running wide there.
Another fight here. I think this is very important for the top 3 drivers, because they are escaping from the pack. And now we see the number 417, the Estonian driver, who is in 4th place.
Now Eric Kuhn is not one of the more experienced drivers. He qualified very well, but he's now got a lot of very good racers behind him.
Now he is very, very difficult for him now, because the gap from the top driver is very, very big, and he has to defend from the other, I think, because now he is not feeling a slippage. Oh, now there is the attack from Lucas Joly to Viliainen. He takes the 2nd place at the first corner. But
look at the gap that it's cost him. So Lucas Joly, you can see him under braking, sliding the kart back and forth. He made the move past Viliainen, but it cost him a lot of ground. And Eric Kuhn under a lot of pressure. I think this is going to be a real flashpoint. You can see Kuhn going through there. Then it is Lajo Lopez, Pascal Carigier, Zenderu, Mark Duholm in this battle, Jonathan Thomas.
The Rue takes inside at the slow hairpin. I think he has taken the 6th place on
board
Alejandro
with
Lopez.
Jakob Bazel, and Bazel there in that group. Jakob Bazel in 11th position, and as a driver, Filippo, this is not where you want to be. Eric Kuhn is struggling for pace. He is backing everyone up, but he's defending.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to give up his position. So there are lots of drivers now pushing to get past, and in that pack, that is where incidents can happen.
At the moment, the best thing that he can hope is that the driver behind him can make a lot of battle and overtakes to have the gap from the back, because now here in Sarno is very difficult this place because he has no slipstream now.
Yes,
and the power of the slipstream here is amazing, so he has to defend to don't drop down. This is happening more or less because he has a little bit of gap between him and the driver at his shoulder.
So he's hoping, and there goes the Roux.
This is the favorite Xander Roux passing spot, because so this is the third overtake here for him.
Oh, what a problem there! That is side by side out. I think that is Carigier or Duholm.
Carigier, I think.
Carigier, the Swiss driver, and he just got put out a little bit wide. And what has happened is that Kuhn has defended. De Roux has gone up the inside of Lajo Lopez. They have, and look, Eric Kuhn has now got a big gap from Xander Roux, and then Lajo Lopez. And I think
is happening what I said before.
Yes.
Now for him there is a little bit of a gap, and now he can be satisfied and stay in fourth place without thinking about what happens at his shoulder now.
But the question
is a very comfortable situation.
Yeah, but for how much longer? How much longer? Because now De Roux has got some clean air behind him. So here's Eric Kuhn coming into your picture. De Roux, Lajo Lopez, and that is number 444. That is Denis Slavinsky.
Yeah.
They're all in a line. They are now not battling side by side. They're closing back in on Eric Kuhn, and you can see. Look at this battle going into the slow hairpin.
Only 2 laps remains, so it will be difficult for the Roux to close the gap. But let's see what happened.
And someone's smoking coming out of there, and there is a driver with the rear. I think that's the rear bumper is caved in, and it's rubbing on the cart. We'll try and see who that driver is. But up at the front, Nicola Pico, Lucas Jolly, Villeviliainen are clear, and Eric Kuhn head down going. De Roux and Lajo Lopez.
The Roux is feeling the slipstream of Kuhn, and I think he will do a very fast first sector to close the gap and to try the overtake at the last lap. Let's see.
But the fast lap, Christos Okonomu in kart 414, who was fastest in qualifying, second fastest in qualifying, starts at the back. He is moving forward. He's obviously got a very fast kart, but he is 59.15. He's not in the top 20 just yet. Ryan Kennedy down in 19th, Prispilak down in 16th position, but it's still Pico, Jolly, Viliainen. Then a gap. Now they're coming up out or coming across the line to complete that up. Nicola Pico looks very calm, but Eric Kuhn, now we'll see. Will Xander Roux in 5th position get into the slipstream? Still too far?
I think the top 4 place can stay comfortable in their position, because the Roux now has to defend from the attack of the Spanish driver Alejandro Lopez, and also Kuhn can stay comfortable in 4th place.
Yes,
the fight is for position number 5 now.
So Kuhn, Eric Kuhn can relax a little bit, because Xander Roux is focusing not on catching but also on defending, and that will mean his focus is no longer on the 417. It's on looking over his shoulder to defend his position. Jakob Bazel up into 8th position. Jonathan Thomas is 9th. Lasse Andreasen 10th. But De Roux looking quite close, maybe as we begin to go into the last lap. So next time around it'll be the last lap. They come out of turn number 10 and 11. Maybe Kuhn is still under a little bit of pressure. There's the last lap board. Viliainen close to Pico. So here we go, on to the main straight for the last time. Viliainen
has closed the gap. I think Kuhn did a mistake, because it was half of a second in front, and now the Roux is very close to his rear bumper. Let's see.
Well, Kuhn at the moment holding him off. Villeviliainen having a little look at Lucas Jolly, and Villeviliainen and Kuhn defending.
Kuhn is defending now.
But you say now De Roux's favourite spot is going into turn number 8.
Yeah.
Which is coming up right now.
One corner, and this is the Xander Roux favorite passing spot, but he is very far from the.
He's having to defend from Lajo Lopez.
And Kuhn stays in his position.
And Lajo Lopez loses place. That is Denis Slavinsky passing Lajo Lopez for what is 6th position. So, 1 corner to go. Nicola Pico, easy win, great win. And 2nd place, Jolly just beats Villeviliainen. And Eric Kuhn does take 4th position. Zenderua comes home in 5th, Slavinsky in 6th, Lajo Lopez loses the place at the end, Jakob Bazel coming home in 8th place. Yeah, that's good back for Jakob, the younger Bazel brother. Then Jonathan Thomas, Lasse Andreasen, then is 2 minutes 11th, Matvias Makusins is 12th, Prispilak 13th, and looking down, further down the order, Matthias Villanueva, Norwegian, Sivert Moylan. I think Sivert Moylan was the driver that we saw with a smoking cart, the tyre, and looking at Etienne Paris, 20th, Jacob Robinson, 20th, Carigier down to 22nd, Christos Oikonomou, he came from last to 23rd. Good result for Sheng Ya-hong from Taiwan. There are always drivers that are new to DD2, new to the Grand Finals, that perform very well, yes?
Yes. Unfortunately, Francesco Palladino, the Italian driver, didn't reach the top position because he was very, very fast in practice, but he had a penalty during the qualifying section for the yellow flag, and he was starting from the back of the field. And I hoped, honestly, in a bigger comeback, and he's still in 26th position. And but Francesco is very fast. He is the local driver because he lives 20-30 kilometers from here, and I think tomorrow he can climb better the group and reach a position that he can take, because he has the speed here.
And that is driver number 471, Francesco Palladino, the Laudato Racing entry from Italy. Well, we're looking now at the thing. Filippo Laghi, thank you so much for joining us here. That was a fantastic insight. The question now is, will you come back tomorrow to do the rest of the DD2 races?
Yeah, for me it's a great honor to be here with you, and I love this job. This job is amazing to be here and to watch the race from this situation. And yeah, maybe I can be here also tomorrow if you want.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Filippo Laghi. And go back to the Italian team, and whatever you're doing, mentoring Elia Galvan, and it seems to be working. There's just on the screens now is Zenderua going through. There's Dianis Slavinsky also going through. So for Zen, it's a case of, you know, we've done okay. We've moved up, and that's fine. We're making good progress. The kart is okay. A shake of the hands with his dad or his mechanic, and that's also good for a nice, relaxing night now.
Yeah, for sure. Now it's important to relax and recharge the battery for tomorrow, because tomorrow is a very, very important day, because there are 2 heat races, and I think it will be a very, very important day, because today is qualifying and the first heat, but tomorrow 2 heats are very, very important to take a good place for the pre-final. And I think tonight is very important to sleep good and to be at 100% for tomorrow,
and not to worry about the next day.
Yeah,
so
okay.
There is the result on your screens now. Nicola Pico winning by 2.4 seconds at France 1-2 over Luca Scholli. Finland 3rd, Estonia 4th, then Slovenia in 5th, Diana Slavinsky, Belarus in 6th, Alejandro Lopez from Spain 7th, Jakob Bazel from the Czech Republic 8th, Jonathan Thomas from South Africa 9th, and Lasse Andreasen from Denmark rounds out the top 10. We have 1 race to go, and then don't forget we have the live studio show at 6:30 local time. That is 6:30 Central European time, and there is Kai Hunter finishing in 30th position, his very first DD2 race. That is good program. Mario Saban is down in 28th, and you say Dimitris Vassileris, David Greco only 24th. And some of these drivers, Etienne Paris from Sri Lanka finishing in 20th position, work to do there. We'll be back with the last race of the day, which is the DEKM Thunder Karts, very shortly. So, ladies and gentlemen, big thank you to Filippo Laghi. I think my position is under threat here. That was hard to believe. That was the very first time that Filippo had commentated on a kart race. But again, when you are a champion, 5 times Italian champion, 5 times a participant here in the grand finals, you have this ability to be able to put the viewer in the driver's seat. Now, on circuit, we have the DEKM, the Deutsche Elektronik Kart-Mannschaft. This is the first pre-final. We have had qualifying, and it is Switzerland, Yassin Ferrati on pole. Ji Kao from Taiwan is second. Jort Kuhne from the Netherlands is third. Luca Vloma from Germany is fourth. This is an 8-lap race. Now you're wondering why are the karts? Well, they will be brought round. They have a shorter rolling lap. Obviously the karts charged for a certain period of time. Bradley Barrett is next, followed by Benjamin Cartery, Ryan Mills, Joel Sturm, and then the fifth and final row of the grid, Mika Mosika and Ben Pinto. Local time is coming up to 5:20 in the evening. This is according to the program, it's an 8-lap race, but the time machine is saying it's a 7-lap race. We shall see. It's going to be a good race. So these drivers are looking at times quicker than obviously the cadets, the Minimax, the micros and the minis, but a little bit slower than the juniors, the seniors and the DD2s. However, it's the way the karts drive that are different. And of course these karts, they're 2 years into their development now. It's a constantly evolving project. Once again, this gives me an opportunity to remind you all that if you're here at the circuit, you're more than welcome to come and watch live. The studio is down by the start line gantry. So if you have a look over the start line gantry, there is a covered area with some sofas and what have you, possibly the odd pot plant, giving it a nice homely feel. And you can watch live from the grandstand just in front of the commentary box area as Jen Wade hosts a 30-minute show, live studio guests, videos that we've been making out in the paddock, a rundown of the race. There's on your screens there's the studio, and overlooking, it's going to be a beautiful summer's evening. The bug spray has been ordered because the mozzies will be out in force, but that's okay. And see Ramiro Brito there watching proceedings from the start line gantry. But yes, at 6:30 local time, the race studio program will begin. The Rotax Raw, so we're going to call it after the Raw. But there's no Raw here. The drivers starting their karts, and they will do half a rolling lap, or they do they'll do a standing start. So they warm the tires up, they get brought onto the grid, and it's the acceleration that is the absolutely incredible thing of this. It's suddenly from no power to full power. These drivers, they have to rethink the entire way they drive a kart, and it'll be Yassin Ferrati and Yi Kao. Lights are green, off and racing. Here we go, 10 drivers into turn number 1 and down towards the main straight. They are now full speed, head down, number 609. That is Yassin Ferrati, the pole position holder, into turn number 2. We all going to get round cleanly? Yes, we are. And Ferrati, Yi Kao, and that's Bradley Barrett, that very tall figure, 604 maybe. No, that's Yi Kao. Sorry, kart 604. into second position, holding on to his grid slot as he come out of turn number 5 through turn number 6. It is still Yassin Ferrati, then the 604 kart of Yi Kao. Behind Yi Kao, it looks like it is 607. Is that Bradley Barrett in kart number 607? Yes, it is the English driver who's here. Both he and Yi Kao have participated in this event already. There goes Barrett up into P2. So Bradley Barrett moving his way into second position. Now, through turn number 12 we go. Barrett looking to the inside, Ferrati. Barrett defending the inside line, and up the inside, that looked like it was Benjamin Cartery. Cartery in kart 608. Side by side the third, and they're allowing Yassin Ferrati to break clear. And up at turn number 2, side by side, 3 wide now. Of course, last year at the FIA Americas, there is a sort of a safety mode that when the kart gets clattered over a curb or has an accident, comes to contact, there's a safety move that kicks in, and that sort of stops drivers from bumping and bashing into one another. These karts are significantly heavier than the other karts. Obviously, that's because the batteries on the kart, the electric motors, of course, Rotax, finding that happy balance between the weight of the kart and the power it can provide, because obviously the bigger the battery, the heavier it is, but the bigger the battery, the faster you go. And who doesn't want to go fast? And into turn number 6 there, side by side, back in the pack, but Yassin Ferrati and Bradley Barrett now beginning to pull away. Yi Kao and Luca Valoma, 3rd and 4th. Ferrati comes down the main straight. Barrett tucked into his slipstream. Even in these electric karts, well, that's a good point. Do you get a slipstream in these electric karts? You must do, because again, the airflow is the airflow, and that's being disrupted. So yeah, there's less resistance on the front end of the kart. Doesn't matter what it's powered by, you get a slipstream. But into 3rd place is Jort Kuhner in kart 605 now, and Kuhner has got a big. Well, he's got one kart behind him. That is Yi Kao, but it's Benjamin Cartery in kart 608. You can just see going through your screen there, and that he has got a lot of company behind him. Sturm, Pinto, Loma, Mills, and Mosecki. 4 seconds cover the entire field at the moment, so all 10 drivers still in with a chance. Although Mika Mosicki is starting to fade a little bit in the number 602 kart, the German driver. Fast lap so far, 105.524 for Jort Kuhner. And Kuhner in 3rd position, closing in ever so slightly. But the top 2, Barrett has got the race leader in his wheel tracks. This is lap number 4 out of 7. Out of turn number 2. Barrett closes on through turn 3. Now, hard on the brakes. Yeah, still hard on the brakes for turn number 4. Now into turn 5. Oh, we had a look up the inside there, did Bradley Barrett, but nothing happening. As now Yassin Ferrati, who's led this race right from the start, begins to pull away again. Kuhner and Yi Kao, 4th and 5th. They're fading back. The gap is 2 seconds now back to the 3rd, 4th and 5th place kart. And in fact, from 3rd to 9th, it is only 2.4 seconds from 3rd to 9th. Mika Mozike is fading a little bit in 10th place. Ryan Mills is 9th. Ben Pinto 8th. Luca Valoma is 7th. Joel Sturm is 6th. Benjamin Cartery is 5th. Yi Kao 4th. But they're all on side by side between Jort Kuhner and Yi Kao as they come across the line to start lap number 5. Barrett has the race leader in his sights, but it is still Kuhner and Cartery. Cartery with a very good lap last time around, 105.2, half a second quicker than Kuhner. Still, Yassin Ferrati leads, 104.992 last time around for Yassin Ferrati. Barrett responds with a 105.013. Out of turn number 5. Into turn 6, now on the brakes. There goes Barrett up the inside. Barrett sideways, under braking, makes the move. Bradley Barrett, now he has to defend. And Yassin Ferrati gets him back side by side in turn number 8. Barrett's going to try the crossover move. Is there enough room around the outside for Bradley Barrett? Ferrati's on the inside. This is lap 5 out of 7. Into turn number 10, and out of turn number 11 they go. Barrett has made his intentions clear. as we go through turn number 12. And now we go onto another lap across the start-finish line. Barrett once again in the slipstream, almost pushing Yassin Ferrati along. They both look over the shoulder. Ferrati, well, he gives Barrett the signal, say, come on, let's go. Barrett going to go round the outside, is he? He's trying to go round the outside of turn 2. That was a brave move. It hasn't worked, though. It's cost Bradley Barrett a couple of kart lengths. Now he comes into turn number 4. The gap back to Kuhne and Vloma in second, and in third and fourth is 2.7 seconds. Yi Kao is still there in third place. Kuhne and Vloma, then Pinto, Sturm, Mills. Benjamin Cartery has had a problem, and I think Cartery may have... he didn't come around last time by, and I'm just trying to see, I can't see the kart off the side of the circuit, so maybe there's been a technical problem with that kart, so we're down to 9 runners. Barrett having to reassess the situation, and now he's going to go in and try and rectify the problem. The problem was that the last time he made a move, it didn't work. Last lap board goes out here in pre-final 1 for the DEKM Thundercart. Ferrati has the advantage he needs over Barrett. Down the main straight we go. Kiao in third, Kuhne fourth, Vloma fifth. In fact, the main battle is for fourth and fifth place as Kuhne fights Vloma. That is 6:05 against 6:10. Ben Pinto is sixth. Mills, Sturm and Mosica are next. But Yassin Ferrati being chased by Bradley Barrett out of turn number 6 into turn 7 now. Just a few corners to go. And Yassin Ferrati, the Swiss driver, has held his nerve. He's withstood the pressure. Barrett made a really bold move for the race lead a couple of laps ago. It didn't quite pay off, and Yassin Ferrati takes the win. Barrett second, third for Yi Kao. Jort Kuhne is fourth, Luca Vloma fifth, Ben Pinto is sixth, Joel Sturm passes Ryan Mills on the last lap to take seventh, with Mika Mosica rounding out the finishing order in 9th position, just 7 seconds off the lead. But there is your winner on screen, number 609, Yassin Ferrati. Bradley Barrett taking second place, and as the e-karts jostle for position back towards the holding area, and of course, just because they are different in their powered construction, they still have to go through the technical checks. There is a whole separate team of DEKM e-kart specialists around, because of course, you know, they are battery powered. They are quite literally live wires, so their technical checks are somewhat different to the usual technical checks that Rotax do for the internal combustion powered karts. Here we go into the holding area for the final time today. And that gives you a great view. Look at the difference in the karts. Obviously you've got the two side panels down the side, the battery packs, and at the back of the kart you've got the power units. And now the car, now the driver, so yeah, and it's a lot harder. Oh, and of course these karts have got reverse. So Bradley Barrett goes onto the weigh scale. As you can see, the drivers, the blue t-shirts, the DEKM Championship t-shirts, and you've got members of the DEKM there watching things, so they will have their own weight checks. Of course, the weight is there, and these are absolutely fascinating machines. Rotax constantly evolving the way that they're constructed, putting the mix of power against weight to try and develop the karts. But that is the end of the day on track. it's not the end of the day in terms of the live stream or the broadcasting here at the circuit. Here are the pre-final 1 results for the Thunder Karts of DEKM. Yassin Ferrati wins by 7/10 of a second for Switzerland over Bradley Barrett from the UK. Taiwan's Yi Kao is 3rd and Holland's Jort Kuhne is 4th. Luca Waloma for Germany finishes in 5th position, and Israel's Ben Pinto finishes in 6th. Joel Sturm is 7th, Ryan Mills 8th, Mika Mosica is 9th, and Benjamin Carteri for Italy had a problem. He failed to finish and rounds out the top 10. But what a beautiful sunset here at the Circuito International Napoli. Under the watchful eye of Mount Vesuvius, there are very few more picturesque backdrops to a circuit anywhere in the world. At 1830 hours, 6:30 local time, that is in 1 hour from now, wherever you are in the world, in 1 hour from now, please tune back into the live stream. Race Studio Live for the first time this Grand Finals with your host Jenny Wade and a pile of fun guests reminiscing about the 20th anniversary of this fantastic event. There are interviews, there are features, there's an awful lot to see and be involved with. Please tune in for that the live stream in 1 hour's time. And also here at the circuit, you can come to the grandstand in front of the commentary box to watch it live. Thank you very much for joining us here on behalf of everyone. Thanks to Ken Walker, thanks to Scott Campbell, thanks to Alex Goldschmidt, thanks to Filippo Laghi. My name's Henry Baudet, and you have been watching day 1 of the 2019 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. We'll see you in an hour for Race Studio Live, and then tomorrow morning for more heat races. Ciao for now.